While researching the subject of today's episode, Jerry Pinto, I came across something Jerry once said when he was asked how to get over writer's block. He cited Nizam Ezekiel's advice, which was to take a blank sheet of paper and write on it the word I. And the rest would come from there. And indeed, when I think about my motivations for the episodes I do, all my sentences begin with I. I want to know more about this subject. I want to understand the world. I want to know more about this person. I want to know how she was shaped. I want to know why I want what I want. And I always find that when I read about others or listen to their stories, they'll often start with I. But as a reader, I end with I. All my favorite books, films, music, I love them because they speak to me and sometimes they even reveal myself to me. That's why good art is always personal. That's why the lives of others resonate so much when we think about our own lives. That's why writing matters and storytelling matters. Without them, we could be alone in this world.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Jerry Pinto, a prolific journalist, a novelist, a poet, a writer of children's books, a great translator, an editor of anthologies, and a teacher of journalism and writing. And before all of this, Jerry made his living as a math tutor for many years. His novel, M and the Big Whom, is one of the finest novels I've ever read, period. And it moved so many readers with its depiction of what mental illness can do to a family. Jerry drew from his own experiences growing up with his mother, and the response to the book was so powerful that he later edited another book, The Book of Light, which pulls together stories from others about the mental illnesses they encountered. We don't speak about mental health enough in this country, so this is an important book and an important conversation. One of my most popular episodes, The Loneliness of the Indian Man with Nikhil Taneja, also deals with this subject, so check that out if you haven't already. I'll link it from the show notes. Now, like Shanta Gokhale a few weeks ago, Jerry was kind enough to record this episode at my home studio over 2 days. There was a mild comedy of errors on day one when we gave him a vegetarian lunch and he assumed I must be vegetarian, as you'll hear on the episode. But on day two, I reverted to type and we shared Agartala pork stew and Kerala beef chili, and all was well with the world. We've spoken about so much in this episode that I can't quite put a label on it. Like my last 8-hour episode with Shanta Gokhale, it covers multitudes and it holds possibilities for more conversations, more writing, and certainly for me, more thinking about stuff, because there's so much in what Jerry spoke about that I need to listen to again and process over time. You should also go out and pick up as much of Jerry's work as you can. M and the Big Whom and The Education of Yuri are marvelous novels. I loved reading his crime thriller Murder in Mahim. His translations will open your eyes to new worlds. And most inspiringly, he started vlogging about writing on Instagram. Fantastic stuff. All these links will be in the show notes. But before we begin, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their daily reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Jerry, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you so much. I've so enjoyed listening to the Shanta Gokhale episode that you did. I'm looking forward to exploring others as well.
Yeah. And honestly, before I recorded with her, like I've been thinking of inviting both you and her for a long time. And the reason I hesitated was actually the same, that I just felt intimidated by your bodies of work. And I felt that I have to get myself up to a certain standard to be able to have these conversations. And I know you're just going to be modest now, but we'll leave that aside. Now, while, reading all of your work, and there is so much of it and so varied and all that, but I'm going to start by quoting you from something you wrote at the start of an interview with Adil Jusawala, where you said, quote, "An interview is an artificial conversation between two people. It is shaped in three tenses: the future expectant, the present imperative, and the past perfected. So it is a revenant with more than the usual freight of iniquity and mischance. Things get even more complicated when you have known someone for nearly 30 years and are trying for cogency." Stop quote. And the advantage I have is I haven't known you for 30 years. I don't know you at all in a sense, right? I just know of you. So I feel that I have a natural advantage there, that I can just, instead of thinking about what part of you I want to present, I can just follow my natural curiosity because I do want to know more about you. So tell me about your childhood. Like Mahim is such, of course, such a big part of all your work and even your social media handles and all of that. So, tell me about your childhood. Where did you grow up? What were those early years like?
So I grew up in Mahim, which is the northernmost tip of the island of Bombay. You go a little further and you fall into the Mahim Creek, and then if you manage to drag yourself out on the other side, you are in Bandra, which is hugely fashionable now. But none of this applied when I was a child. In fact, when I went to college, I remember I said to a friend, to a young woman, I said, "I live in Mahim," and she said, "Reckless." I didn't know what that was, but I think it was something that she just said. So Mahim was kind of like a little strange always. It seemed to be neither here nor there. And when I was growing up, I wanted to escape it because it seemed very small. I'll give you an example. I was 8 years old, I think, and I went look. And in the buildings around our area, many of them had ground level tanks for water storage. And from time to time, these tanks would be open, and we were often, schoolboys often tell each other stories. So there was supposed to be a shark in one of the tanks, and another tank had a monster. So I went to peek in and see if this shark was there. And by the time I got home 20 minutes later, someone had rung up my father and said, "What is your son doing? He was peering into that tank. If he fell in and drowned, what would you do?" My father didn't take this terribly seriously, but I suddenly felt like there were eyes on me. So it's like everybody seemed to know your business. Everybody seemed to know what you were doing. So as soon as I finished school, which was Victoria High School in Mahim, many of the Christian boys went off to St. Xavier's College. Many of those who did really well went to Ruparel College, which was in Dadar, just on the fringes of Mahim. I chose to go as far as possible without falling into the sea on the southern side. So I got into Elphinstone College, which was, I think, because I went to school early. I think the priests were kind. My mother was mentally unwell, so it was thought that maybe it would be better for me to just go to school as early as possible. So I think I began school at the age of around 3.5. And so I finished my 10th standard at the age of 14 and went to college at 14.5 or so. So I was vastly ill-equipped for college either. But of course, I never thought so. I don't think the young ever think they are ill-equipped for anything. And that is in some ways a kind of protective cocoon which serves for a while until it's terribly punctured and you end up very bruised. But that's part of growing up as well. I think I had a school which was important to me in the sense that it was very bare bones, right? So there was junior school, there was a graveyard, and there was senior school. So the graveyard was in between, which led to all kinds of teachers saying things like, "One slap, fall flat, straight in the graveyard on your back," and other such nonsense rhymes which were thrown at us. There was no library in the school. We had, in each class room, there would be a metal cupboard, and the last shelf of the metal cupboard had about 30 to 40 books, which I would read in the first 1.5 months. Other reading around that was supplemented by the circulating libraries that we had. So we had Victoria Circulating Library, which is still standing. We had Koshish Circulating Library, which did great binding. We had Prabhat Circulating Library. We had 3 or 4 circulating libraries like that, to which we went, and where we got our supply of Hardy Boys and Gerald Durrell and war comics and Archie, Asterix, all that, all the things that you were not supposed to be reading. But most of the people, the boys in my class did not read. They were first generation learners. The principal who had founded the school, Monsignor Liguri, his name was, had a fundamental idea which he expounded once, and he said, if you take a child from a family that is already well educated, you have got a rough diamond, and your job is only to polish the diamond. But if you take a child from a first generation family, you are getting mud, and you make bricks, and bricks build society much more than diamonds do. So I went to school with the Gurkha's son. I went to school with the tomato seller's son. We went to the beach, and often when we were playing on the beach, one of our friends would be, helping at the Bhelwala's stall because he was there. And there were middle class boys, the daughters, and the sons of doctors and lawyers and engineers, and even a couple of industrialists. A Popley boy was there he studied there too. But I think the wisdom of crowds was what really got to us, because we heard all kinds of languages. There was Konkani, there was Marathi, there was Hindi, there was Gujarati, there was Marwadi, a little Tamil spoken very reluctantly by the Tamil boys because, they would be mocked as Annagundu and things like that. We were ruthless. The notion of political correctness was so far in the future that we thought nothing of calling people Langdya, Kalya, Good, all kinds of words that were pejorative and hurtful in the extreme. But that was how we grew up. So I remember the great excitement was the possibility that someone from the Christian community would die in April. Because if they died in April, the grave would have to be dug up very quickly. Now, normally what they did was when someone died, they'd dig the grave as soon as the students had left the school, right? But if you died in April, rot tends to set in fast in the heat. So the grave had to be dug up during the day, and we waited for the coffin to come up. We waited because the grave had to be recycled, right? Like everything else in a space-strapped island. We waited for the coffin to come up because we wanted to see the skull and we wanted to see the bones and whatnot. But somehow we never managed. Somehow they managed to, sort of operate so that we missed that one moment.
So they recycle the coffins in the body?
In every cemetery, you will have what are called permanent graves, which are about 5% of the thing, and those are the very, very elite people. Dr. Ernest Borges has a permanent grave. Dom Morais has a permanent grave. It's that level of society. For the rest, you get a 2-year period, and after 2 years, they'll ring you up and they'll say, "Okay, it's time. We'll be digging up your daddy or your mummy or whoever it is now, and if you want, you can have a niche in the court in the wall of the graveyard where the long bones and the skull goes, and so that all the walls of the graveyard are actually just bine houses. They're bone houses where people are stacked on." My school recently and parish church had a moment when one of the walls dissolved, and so all the bones got mixed up.
Oh, wow.
There was much confusion and lamenting about that, but it's been restored and all the bones have been put back.
In a way, we are all living amid our ancestors. So, even today, when I kind of look around, and it seems that every suburb of Bombay is just completely different from every other. Obviously, they've all evolved, but Andheri, Bandra, Mahim, whatever, we've got images in our heads, and they're all different. But it must have been that distance must have been so much greater in your time. Like in this time, the world has shrunk so much. When we were born in communities of circumstance. That's all we had. We were limited by the people around us, and we were limited by whatever scraps of literature or music or whatever we could get. That's pretty much what it was. Whereas today you have the entire globe, and it just changed dramatically. And I think the distance between people has also kind of changed a bit, that a kid in Mahim can aspire to the same thing as a kid in Kolaba, and that distance is also. Give me a picture of what it was in your time. Like, what is your world until the point that you go to college in Elphinstone and you kind of move there? What is that world like, and how big of a move was it for you to just go to college in Elphinstone to begin with? Like, the very evocative parts of your book about Yuri, which I loved so much, are those early parts where he is so, he's so insecure in who he is in this place he's going to, where everyone is wearing t-shirts and jeans, and he's never worn a t-shirt in his life, and he's aspiring to that. He's shy about his underwear, which is a langot, and so on and so forth. And that's so evocative because those worlds are further apart. So give me a sense of that.
I think, Mahim was my overriding memories of Mahim are strangely enough natural. Okay, for instance, I remember at least 3 wells into which we would spit, and catfish would come up to eat our spit. Turtles would circle underneath these wells. I remember going frog hunting on the edges of Mahim Khadi and catching, bringing tadpoles back for our class experiments, where we kept a bottle full of the water and we watched the frog grow. I remember there were still spinach fields in Mahim, which we passed every day, where they were actually growing spinach. It now has become the garage for the fire brigade, but that's inevitable, I suppose. I remember going to the beach regularly, and also I remember playing in the beach, sometimes having a challenge match and going and playing on the other beach and coming back with our feet dyed green, because the mills there were dyeing cloth for the army. So we knew exactly who was being dyed for, whether it was khaki or it was blue, because our feet came back with that raw, the obviously toxic dyes were coming out raw. It was a very, very fertile kind of soil all around, and there were stories, because you walked past each kind of building, and there were many different kinds, right? So there was Jahangir Bagh, which was obviously lower middle class down to near tenement, and then there was Debonair, which was one of the first multi-story buildings. There were very settled areas like the Karnatak Society, which had, I think, for a while, Girish Karnad actually lived there in a balcony with his brother, with his cousin.
In a balcony?
Yeah, because they were very wide balconies. So those balconies were where, like, if you had someone who was coming in from the village and staying, then you popped them into the balcony. It was also the time when I remember we lived in a 1-bedroom hall kitchen, but 8 relatives would descend and would live there with you for a week or 10 days at a time, because they had come to find a suitable groom, or they had come to do wedding shopping after they found that suitable groom. It was, and we were immensely flexible about this. There was the only moments of tension I remember was that I learned to get up at about 5:30 to use the bathroom first, so that there would be no thumping on the door when I was squatting. It was also a very mixed culture. Almost effortlessly, we went to the Urs every year, the Mahim Urs, which is Mahim Wale Baba, who is, of course, the patron saint of the Bombay police. So the commissioner of police and the assistant commissioner will come and will, cover their heads solemnly. They will take off their caps, so they won't wear the full vardi, and they'll tie handkerchiefs, and they raise his janaza, and they take it out every year as part of the procession. It's part of their duties, literally. And I think it's a bit of community relationships as well. But we hung out at St. Michael's as well, and we knew that from time to time, we went and peeked in at Sheetala Devi, because she's a very upfront goddess. She looks right out at you from the temple. It seemed to me most of the time that my childhood passed in a complete disregard for religion or for anybody else's religion. We all knew that on Sundays there would be something that the Christians did, and people would say, it's my Thursday, so I won't eat your chicken or whatever. But other than that, it didn't seem to impinge on us. I think my first understanding of these things came in 1992, literally, when the riots broke out and we began to see actually that there were fault lines in society. But up till then, we lived in this like slightly mythic world where now it seems like that. Like we really thought that the island city of Bombay had sort of drifted away from Europe and attached itself to India.
Wow.
And the hinterland was where these people, went and beat each other up over God. We were too busy doing, like, getting it done and making a living and improving ourselves to be worried about something as mundane as God. We've proved very badly wrong in 92. And since then, it's just been going downhill. The mix that there is, we have a Gurdwara right around the corner from where I live. We have a Hindu temple, we have at least 2 churches, and we have a dargah. And on the far side of the Jama Masjid. So we have like a representation of almost every faith. That I think was very, very important and very influential in my childhood, because it also presented little hints of how ignorant one was about other faiths. Because someone would say, Langad ka din hai bhai, jana hai jaldi. And you didn't know what a Langad day was. But you could find out, you could ask, you could go, as you took out your dirty handkerchief and put it over your head and went into the Gurdwara. It seemed effortless at that time.
You've got a lovely line in one of your novels, I think. I've forgotten to note which one, but I love the sentence where the protagonist says, I lost my faith as an hourglass loses sand, right? Which is so beautiful. And I want to sort of double click a little bit on that. Like in my case, when I talk about my atheism, like the way I define atheism is as an absence of belief. So I don't believe that there is no God. It's just that I don't believe. And therefore, I don't think I became an atheist as much as I discovered that I was one. And I'm interested in how you interacted with faith, because on the one hand, I can see faith as being something that plays a big part in community feeling, right? That binds people together. And that is something that, Sugata Srinivasaraju used this lovely phrase in his episode with me, rooted cosmopolitanism. And when I look at myself, I see the cosmopolitanism, but I lament that I don't see the rootedness. And I think part of the rootedness comes from that community of birth, and part of that rootedness perhaps comes from faith. And like you said, there were many faiths here. And in both your novels, it's in the background. There is a sense of the faith come community, that it does matter, that people rally around, and you have a feeling that this is a solid part of my identity. Elsewhere, I think at one point you were, I think it was in a context of translations, where you pointed out that we should never diss them and speak about what's lost in translation. And you said about yourself that you learned everything about your religion through translation, because originally it's Aramaic and whatever, right? So tell me about the role that faith meant for you in all these different aspects. One is in, as part of the community, and obviously the attachments that form thereby, whereas a ritual of going to a church on a Sunday and meeting, seeing old faces can still be valuable even if you're not an actual believer. And then that sort of intellectual aspect where even if you are an atheist, you're still interested because the history is rich and there's so much understanding there.
See, I think, if you actually were to scratch the believer, you'll find someone who doesn't care, really, for whom, the virgin birth, say, right, is an article of faith, because they're just not bothered to interrogate it actually at some fundamental level and to ask questions about it, because it's somehow just not part of the deal. It's as much, I often say, as fashion. For some people, they get up in the morning and really plan what they're going to wear and think it through. There's some people who go to their cupboards and think, what is ironed? What can I wear? And just put it on and get on with it and get out. the men generally. Women have to have a much greater sense of what they are wearing because of, the various possibilities of attack and people saying things. So let's leave that out. But I'm thinking that often religion is a matter of, for all of us, is a matter of ascription at birth. You get born into a certain religion, and most parents are intelligent enough to keep the demands pretty low. It's not like you have to do this every day, but if you do it on these 6 days in the year, that should be enough for you. Christianity makes a very big ask, right? It makes a 52 times a year ask, plus another Christmas and New Year and feast days and whatnot. So it's a big ask, and since there's a constancy because there's a geographical definition, there's a economic definition because, the church will play a role in your life if you are a poor person by offering you monetary support, etc., etc. Your association then becomes far more grounded in other people than in Jesus. Look, so it's about the fact that you go regularly and the auntie is in front of you, there's a uncle who sits behind you, you're in your places where you're supposed to be. I think so. Therefore, in many cases, what happens, I think, is people don't ask themselves the really important questions. They spend much more time on what should I eat this Sunday than thinking about, do I really believe in, I don't know, the fact that every homosexual is committing a sin because the Bible says you shouldn't lie with a man as with a woman or whatever it is. So I think most of it passes in a haze. And then there are crisis moments. And the crisis moments are when, say, for instance, in Murder in Mahim, when Peter's wife is really troubled by what her son is going through and the fact that he might be involved in a murder, she runs to church because that's her go-to place for a little calm, a little quiet, a little serenity, and maybe even just the ability to think things through in silence. So I think faith is not simple any more than atheism is simple. I like this thing that you're saying, you discovered that you were an atheist, and rather than becoming an atheist, because I think the natural tendency of the human is a healthy skepticism, which is beaten out of us, I think, because there's so much more invested in making people not thinkers rather than making them thinkers. Most of the powers that be would like us to be sheep. And one of the ways to control sheep is by very powerful supernatural presence, which no one can disprove or prove. So you can see how it works. And at the same time, you can see that if you are a writer in India, ignoring religion is really stupid. Because it's such a driver of so many things that happen. So much that happens in this country is determined by that. I mean, the notion of the arranged marriage, for instance, is simply, 80% of us marry into our faiths. I'm just making a guess here. So all those lovely romances that happen in college, where everybody's trying out different personae and different tongues and different everything, suddenly collapses when college ends and your parents say, okay, now it's time. We're going to figure out who you're going to get married. That seems like such a shift. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's just that you were on vacation. And when you're not on vacation anymore, you're expected to settle down into the real world. And the real world is, let's get you married in the community so that we can make this into a paying proposition for everybody. It's so... I think as a writer, living in India is just the most enormous gift. Right? Because it's everything. There's... If you can look without judgment, okay, and you can listen without judgment, I think you'll be given a story every day. It's just like without any effort, you'll be given a story. And at some point, the good thing about being a writer is to present that story and let the reader make the judgment. So the readers call, do you think this person's stupid? Well, sure. He went to church because he was unhappy. Do you think he's stupid? okay, you think he's stupid. I'm recording what my character had to do, right?
And that point about how even if you scratch a believer, you find unbelief there or not that level of commitment. I first came across this point in this book by Steven Landsberg called The Big Questions, where he says exactly that when push comes to shove, if you're drowning in an ocean, I mean, if there's absolutely no hope, then sure. But otherwise, your first port of call is never going to be religion. And we are all sort of, in our revealed preferences, we are non-believers. And I'm just thinking aloud here. Like, I think the human need for religion really comes out of two broad needs, which is, one is the need to make sense of an incredibly complex world. So religion gives you a frame that all the whys are taken care of, and you just start there and you're fine. And the other is the need for belonging and community. And in modern times, it seems to me to be the case. Like Douglas Adams once said that I stopped needing God the day I discovered the theory of evolution, right? Which really takes care of the whys and all of that. So the why is no longer like you don't need religion anymore as a frame to see the world, but you still need it for comfort. So in a sense, the functions of organized religion have been disaggregated, if I may use that technical term. And you have modern religions,
Right.
political ideologies, for example,
Correct.
through which people will try to make sense of the world, right? And I'm all for political ideologies when they are fixed on values, but when they take on a vision of the world that this is the way things are for this reason and all of that, you're always simplistic and you're always wrong, and it's pretty much like religion. And this is why, in a sense, like you were mentioning at lunch just before this, that I used to get into too many political arguments back in the day, and you're absolutely right. And I sort of realized the futility of this when I realized that it's not about reason or dialogue. It's, you can't argue a person out of their religion. What are your thoughts? I mean, I was just thinking aloud.
I think also there is one more thing. I think you put it very clearly, as you always do. I remember even when I used to follow you on Twitter, I used to think he's going out on a limb, but that limb is logic. So you put it very clearly. I think there's one more thing that I think we all prey to, which is fear. And fear comes at us in so many different ways. So banding together in a tribalism becomes an us and a them, and we can be a little more comforted when we see us in a large number together. But when we see them in a large number together, we also discomfited. And I think the other way that fear makes you vulnerable. If you are afraid, then you are actually admitting to being weak, because something is stronger than you and you are afraid of it. So you turn that into hate, and you say that, I hate you. And now hate seems like a more positive and much more patriarchally acceptable position to be in, rather than to be fearful. So I think when I learned this, I kept looking at all the things that I hated, and really underneath there was fear. And if you can deal probably with the fear, the hate falls away naturally. Or if you can just confront the fear and say, yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid to be alone. I'm afraid of dying of cancer. I'm afraid that all this is meaningless. Those are the things that I think lead you to God also. So if you are going to actually be religious rather than be a hater, then maybe religion is a better choice. But if your religion is then going to turn around and make you a hater, then maybe what's the use of that religion at all, right? Because it was supposed to take away your fear, not channelize your fear into hate of someone else.
So you have this great passage on fear, and this is in a different context, but I'll just take a digression now so we can talk about it. And here you wrote early on in M. the Big Whom, where you wrote, I feared hundreds of things: the dark, the death of my father, the possibility that I might rejoice at the death of my mother, sums involving vernier calipers, groups of schoolboys with nothing to do, death by drowning. But of all these, I feared most the possibility that I might go mad. Stop quote. And this is, of course, your character talking, just to make that distinction, the narrator of the novel. And we'll, talk about the madness later perhaps, but just talking about fear. Like, if we are shaped by what we fear, and I think that what we fear obviously changes over time, right? So, is this the stuff that what did the young boy in Mahim fear? And today, 50 years later, what is it that you fear? Like, how has that changed? How has that graph changed? And what kind of different directions has it taken you in? Because I'm guessing that in the answer to this is also partly a story of how you have changed as a person, how what you want is different, how how you see yourself is different.
I think, one of the things that when you fear as a child, you fear the immediate, and you fear at a personal level. You are afraid of the class bully. He's going to beat you. You're afraid of the teacher. She's going to fail you. You're afraid for your parents. They might die. As an adult, what you are given is you're given solutions to many of those early fears, right? You can hire yourself a bodyguard, right? Your parents are now dead. The worst possible has happened. But what you begin to look at is the implausibility of India. It is not, I look out of the window every day and I see thousands of people intersecting with each other and managing to live in conditions that no zookeeper would keep his animals, no enlightened zookeeper would keep his animals. We inflict this on ourselves. We live in this constant, close, almost unbelievable intimacy that we all have with each other. So, the neighbors, the larger world, everything impinges on you all the time. So the fear then becomes a larger and more, it actually shades into, okay, in the technical hierarchy, fear is supposed to be stronger than anxiety, right? But anxiety is much more free-floating and much more infectious, whereas fear can be limited. Anxiety colors everything. So there is sometimes an anxiety about how many shocks can a structure take, right? And every morning the newspaper says there are more shocks waiting for you. There are more blows that have been administered. And you wonder when something is going to tip over. I think the constant fear in any multicultural community is the fear of the riot in India. At least in India. We have tried to cure ourselves of this fear with gated communities and by kind of cutting out potential antagonists or potential problem makers from our world. Now, problem makers are defined in so many different ways, right? Single men are problem makers. North Indians are problem makers. Punjabis are problem makers. Non-vegetarians are problem makers. Couples living together are problem makers. Single women are problem makers. It is as if there is someone waiting to label you a problem maker at every step of the way. So it is not improbable that anxiety and fear become kind of almost worked into the nature of our encounter with each other in a city. And keeping the heart open and keeping, trying to keep judgment out of your gaze actually becomes like a constant effort. And you often wonder, another anxiety arises, have I slipped? Did I make that judgment out of fear? Did I make that judgment based on a stereotype? Did I make that judgment call because the person's, not deodorized enough for me or too deodorized for me? Which of these is my problem today? Which of these is my problem? It's a constant, I think cities encourage you to live on that cutting edge of yourself, like, where you're constantly being asked to investigate what you did just now. Because most of the responses that we make are untutored, right? We get into a bus and immediately, if the bus has like 5 empty seats, in the choice of making that where you're going to sit, you're asking yourself, is the person taking up too much space? Is it likely that he'll be smelly? Is the woman likely to feel that I'm impinging on her space. All these questions have to be dealt with. And in choosing one seat, you have refused 4 others. Not that the 4 others are like watching you, but just in case they'd feel that rejection. What is that rejection that they would feel? It's a constant play, no? I mean, walking down the street and taking a cab, right? You're rejected. The reason why people hate the taxi driver saying no is because it's a rejection. It's a rejection of you and where you're going and what you want to do. They're just saying no, and the taxi driver is almost inevitably of a class lower than you, and he should not have the right to say that. How can he reject you from your position of superiority? So almost everything and I think most of the time when people talk about taxi drivers, for instance, just to give them that as an example, is they have recourse to the law. And they say the law does not allow them to permit me to refuse. We all break the law routinely, but the taxi driver breaking the law seems to be unforgivable in the middle class scheme of values. Okay? And I think it's largely because that taxi driver has, for that moment, established his sovereignty over the space of his taxi and has refused to stamp your visa and has sent you off to look for another. It's just like galling.
No, I even have a term for this that, the rejected customer feels like. In poker, there's a term called tilt, which is basically a broad term for all kinds of anger which make you play badly because you're angry, you're tilting per se. And there's a specific kind of tilt that I realized that I was susceptible to, which made me play badly. And this is called entitlement tilt. And in the context of poker, it's because you think you're better than all the other players around you. But obviously, in any given session, any given hand, luck plays a big part. So somebody sucks out on you and you get angry and you feel entitlement tilt ki yaar, I am the best player on this table, I should be the big winner. And I guess when a taxi guy turns you down, it's that same entitlement tilt. You're not putting any of that shit into words, but I am the Saab.
Exactly.
You are the guy in that khaki uniform or whatever, and why aren't you sort of stopping for me? I want to continue talking about traffic, in fact, and cities, and double down a bit on that anxiety and fear to try to understand your point better. There's this lovely passage in I'm in the Big Home where the Big Home speaks about his first day in Bombay. And he says, quote, "On the first day, I felt dizzy at the thought of so many people. All of them looked like they were about to crash into each other, but at the last moment, they would manage to slip past. It was like watching 100 games of football going on at once and me in the goal, waiting for 100 balls, none of which I could see." Stop quote. And it strikes me here that to sort of try to get a grip on, I think, what you meant by fear and anxiety, that in that traffic, your immediate fear would be that something is going to hit you. But even after you have sorted that fear out, that you know that nothing's going to hit you, everybody's going in a particular way, there is still an anxiety that there is this chaotic traffic around, that at some point something will give. At some point, the law of truly large numbers states that there will be accidents and people will die. And in fact, if you lived long enough, you would be one of them, but that sample size won't be so large. So is that sort of one way of understanding, is that the point you were making about fear and anxiety, that fear can be specific, कि यहाँ पे riot हो सकता है, this can spark it off, but the anxiety is general, that the way things are going, how will this hold?
I think also, there is, when you live in a multicultural society, which is, I have always said, is like really important and valuable, but there is a lot that you need to know, right? You're going to, without thinking, offend somebody by saying something, which in your community is harmless, but in that community, I remember first week of college, there was a young woman who was sitting next to me, and she was eating, and then she dropped her spoon, and the curry that she was eating splashed everywhere. And I said, "Samina, you pig," which is what we all say at home when someone's been a bit messy, right? No, and yes, I know pigs are very clean animals and we keep them in bad conditions, all that, but that's what we used to say. Samina was really offended. And she said, "You're going on my religion." And I said, "No, sorry, what?" She was a Muslim, and she said, like calling me a pig is really, really offensive. She was very angry. And I just said, "I'm really sorry," but she marched off to the principal, but who then made me come to the principal's room and apologized. And then Samina wanted a written apology, and a confession. So I wrote a confession and apology so there was a Christian, there was a Muslim, there was a Parsi principal. Like, I was thinking, we are the minorities. We can't get on. So there's so much that you've got to know about, like, just fundamentals of, I'm going to a Varma household. Can I expect chicken? I'm going to a Varma household. I'm going to a Shahani household. Can I expect chicken? I'm going to a Gokhale household. Can I expect chicken? No, yes, no, yes, yes. And actually, it might well be no, yes, no. Because Gokhale is also Brahmin and then for normally vegetarian. And Shanta is vegetarian, but will serve chicken, right?
I will give you chicken anytime.
No, that's what I'm saying. So also, I'm saying it's as simple as that. It's as simple as constantly negotiating difference. And there is a faint spark of, like, what do I have to not do here? Yeah. What do I get to do here? What do I get not to do here? So remember going to the first time to a friend's house and routinely walking into the kitchen and opening the fridge, taking out a bottle of cold water, drinking it, pouring it into a glass and drinking it. And one day I did that, and she was like making frantic gestures, stop. And I didn't know what she was saying. So I opened the fridge and I'm saying, what? And her grandmother was there. And her grandmother was from Uttar Pradesh. And I'd come in, it was a Brahmin grandmother, and who was appalled at a beef-eating Roman Catholic, or supposedly beef-eating Roman Catholic, going into the kitchen and drinking water. So she wanted the whole kitchen washed down with Ganga Jal. And it was, but luckily the family Pandit came and sprinkled some Ganga Jal and said, Dholiya, everything is clean now. Pandits are good at that sort of thing. But I remember feeling really mortified and sorry for having done that, because if I had known that the grandmother was in the house and I knew that she was going to be offended, I would not have done it. I would say, could you get me a glass of water? No problem. You understand, like, there are lots and lots of people. When I remember a cousin of mine went and told my grandmother that I was seeing a Hindu girl. And my grandmother said, is she a Brahmin? So that was what was important. And I hope she's not loose, she said. So it's everybody's grandparents. I mean, I'm sure if we were ever to be grandparents, our values would be laughed at by our grandchildren, right? So I'm saying, I think we are in a constant state of dealing with the unknown. And we don't know where the unknown is located also. It's like a really mystical algebra where the X keeps slipping about. You don't know whether it's like bookshelves that can't be touched. You don't know whether it is any number of things, any number of places where a boundary can be crossed with words, with actions, with food, with, suggestions. How dare you ask me to dinner on the day when you know I'm fasting? Oh, sorry. You've known me for years. Don't you know I fast on this day of the year? I'm sorry, I forgot. But it happens. So we've got no gift comes without some kind of strings attached, right? So we've got the gift of multiculturalism. We are really, really required to look after it, I believe. I think that is one of our fundamental duties of looking after multiculturalism, simply because it has made us so rich and varied. I mean, it's not some accident that 3 major world religions are born in the same country. And harbors other major world religions and as for the longest time harbored them without too much effort or too much anxiety. Recently it's been different, but I'm saying these are our gifts and we need to look after them. But the cost of those gifts is also there all the time. And that's the anxiety of the minority, I think.
No, and I think about, want to try and disentangle what you spoke about there, the 2 anecdotes, that in the case of the offended grandmother, one understands where she's coming from and that's perfectly fine, and eventually generations change and change happens and that's okay. In the case of your neighbor in the classroom who took such offense that she went to the principal, What I would imagine is that once you say sorry and she realizes that it was not a deliberate insult, she should assume you were acting in good faith and the matter should be forgotten. And I bring it up because I think a lot of the discourse that I see today does not make that assumption about good faith, does not assume goodwill, as it were. Like, my principle in every interaction is assume goodwill. Don't think the worst unless you have specific reason to.
Correct.
you know
I agree.
so if I inadvertently I will sometimes make mistakes, and then I can just say, hey, I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it, this is how I meant it. And the moment I do that, you should be cool and say, okay, I'll take your word for it.
Because you are going to have to ask for the same favor at some point, maybe
Exactly.
with that, not with that person, with someone else. And if you expect to be forgiven for a mistake in good faith, you need to forgive a mistake in good faith.
Exactly, but except that what I see in modern times is that, and this is perhaps a vocal minority on social media more than a silent majority, but I really don't know, where people don't want to assume good faith. People are happy to take offense because it gives them a cause to rally against. People want to outrage so often, and again, I'm not generalizing, not all people, but there is this tendency to always, especially on Twitter, outrage against something. You'll see a word or a phrase and you'll take it out of context. Pratap Bhanu Mehta called it the decontextualization machine, as I was relating to you earlier. And I worry that from an equilibrium where everybody broadly trusts everybody else and is taking it in good faith, to another equilibrium where everybody is stressed out and is looking for offense and is hypersensitive. I worry that one is a virtuous cycle, one is a vicious cycle. Would you think there is something to that? Like, again, I'm thinking aloud, and I know both of these can coexist, but I worry that if the discourse passes a certain point, then that those assumptions of good faith stop happening. Then Samina will always assume that everything that you're saying is tinged with prejudice because, after all, you are, whatever.
Yeah. I have the feeling now that one of the most terrible things that happened to us was the immediacy of posting. Right? In the old days, if you wanted, I remember going to a friend's house when she was clearing stuff because she had to leave the city and go and live somewhere else. She was moving because she'd got a job abroad. And there was a pile of letters, and she said, these are all the angry letters I've written to you over the years, and which I didn't post. So I said, can I have them now? And she looked at them and she said, Jerry, they are so pathetic, really pathetic. I feel embarrassed when I look at them. And I wonder what would have happened if we all lived in this world where, you can send an angry WhatsApp in a second and it will be received in a second. She required to get a piece of paper, write down what she thought, then get a stamp, get an envelope, get to the post office and post the letter before it came to me. There were many moments at which she could stop. So I have a friend called Nilufer Venkatraman who once advised me when email just started. She said, if you ever get angry, write the angry email, but save it as a draft. And then the next day, send it. I have found this is invaluable because the next day I have distance, and sometimes I just think this is not worth it. Let me just call the person and say to them, look, you just annoyed me yesterday. Can we just talk about that? And I'll tell you why. And often it can be resolved at that moment. Or often the rage is at a corporation, right, which has not been paying you, and you don't want to slam the door and not ever work with them again. So you tune it down, and you do a few CCs to important people in the organization, and you find that you have resolution at the end of it. So I think the real threat is immediacy. And the asynchronous nature of communication, that you're not seeing the person's face, that you're not seeing the person's body language, you're not seeing the abhinaya, you're not seeing the mudras, all the things that can undercut a statement and contextualize it, instead of which you're just seeing words. Then I think the next thing that we have to recognize is that this anger is not a directed anger. It is a free-floating rage. It's a free-floating rage that this country, I think, is heir to, because we are always surprised when things work. Like if you travel to someone's house and you say, I got into the train and got here on time, and then I got an auto and it there was an auto and he was willing to take me, and I got to your house without any traffic jams. And wow, you're just so surprised that everything worked. So we built up frustrations about that. I have another pet theory that we have all at some stage been molested sexually. And this has left us with a huge amount of rage. It has become so normal that I think for my generation, the uncle who squeezed you on his lap or pinched you too hard or, cornered you and tried to get a feel was just an annoyance. And you learned as a child that everybody had certain ways of skipping around him and evading him, but no one confronted him about it. No one ever said anything. And sometimes if he went too far, you would be told, don't ever go near him. And he would not be invited over, etc. But no one ever took it on, right? Because we have to have so much invested in the family. So there's so much that gives us rage. Then there's the caste system which gives us rage, right? And, there's our sense of entitlement, which is warring against other entitlements that we see as made available. So it's a constant source of rage. And in none of these are we ever being honest and confronting the rage. So it has to go somewhere. This is so much energy, so much psychic energy that is. So eventually, I think in America, it explodes as road rage, right? I mean, we don't do road rage that much. We've done Twitter rage now because it's completely disembodied. You can threaten rape and murder and all kinds of things on hapless women who have made some opinion of theirs known without incurring any possible, even social outrage. No one will call you out for having done that, right? So, hey, it's like almost as if social media threw open the doors and said, guys, here it is. Let it all out here. Okay? And that's what we're doing, just baying for blood all the time.
Yeah, and that asynchronous effect is a big deal because, people behave on social media in ways that they never would in real life. And I think one of the other dangers of that is that, when you and I were in our 20s, we couldn't get our opinions out there at scale so easily, right? So we were not tied to anything. We had the freedom to evolve and take different paths. And I definitely held many stupid views when I was 20 or 25 or even 30. And it's okay. They're not out there. Nobody's screenshotting them and coming at me. And also what is most important is that I don't have to double down on them. If Twitter was there when I was 20 and I write something stupid and I find a tribe accidentally because of that stupid thing I said, and I also have enemy tribes because of that, and then I find myself doubling down because of, it's published, it's out there, then I get ossified as a person. I get restricted. Instead of having so many different directions open to me, I feel the need to double down and assert that side. And I think that's a great loss. Another sort of interesting aspect along with the rage that all of us carry is that I think there is a sort of bewildered rage that men in particular have been feeling over the last 25 years because, I'd done an episode with Snigdha Poonam on her excellent book in Young India, and this was a point driven home at great length by Nikhil Taneja. We'd done an episode called The Loneliness of the Indian Man, which is that women all across India, with the access to the internet and everything, have frames to figure out what is happening to them. There is today feminism all around them. They have frames to figure out, even if they don't have the privilege or the opportunity to necessarily escape it, they can at least understand it at an intellectual level and make whatever little escapes when they can. But men do not get that. Men don't have those frames to understand how, they are also trapped by patriarchy in certain roles, that this is how men are and this is what men must be. And I think that there is pent-up frustration, exploding there as well. Like this is, and these roles are something that you've also written about at, in various parts of your books. Like at one point in M and the Big Whom you wrote, at that point, I realized what it meant to be a man in India. It meant knowing what one could do and what one could only get done. It meant being able to hold on to two patterns simultaneously. One was methodical, hierarchical, regulated, and the outcomes depended on fate, chance, kings, and desperate men. The other was intuitive, illicit, and guaranteed. The trick was to know when to shift between the patterns, to peel the file off a table and give it to a peer brilliant, to speak easily of one's cousin, the minister or the archbishop. Stop quote. And again, these are prisons. That a man must be like this. Masculinity, notions of masculinity.
I totally agree. I think I have the feeling that Indian men are kind of evolved themselves into a position of such success. Like, I mean, they got they got everything that they needed. I mean, you think about the dowry system and how much that must, like if you're a young man lying somewhere in bed thinking, I'm worth 25 lakhs and a scooter and a fridge and a car. I think, really? But now this is the downside. The downside is that you don't have any emotional clarity. The downside is that you're not taught to think about yourself as a thinking, feeling human being. You're just taught to think of yourself as a penis with a body attached. All your friends will have the same attitude as you. So if you say to a friend, I'm depressed, he says, Chal yaar, daru peete hain. Yeah? Chal, we'll go out for a drink. That's the only thing that they have on the table to offer you. It's not even a question like, okay, tell me what you're thinking. Tell me why you're feeling depressed. Do you know why you're feeling depressed? Or there is competitive depression these days. You're depressed. I'm 10 times more depressed.
Yeah,
I have
yes.
like much bigger problems. I'll show you my problems. Your problems will shrink in comparison. Competitive. So I think we've painted ourselves into a corner. Okay, much of this is our fault, literally. Many of us, I think, my generation was the Bachchan generation, right? And Bachchan spoke with his fists, and not only spoke with his fists, he created a persona in which anger was dominant, and anger is not a very useful emotion when it comes to the downtime. Right? When it comes to the tender moments. I suppose we are all suffering from that at this point in time. And you're quite right about the bewilderment. I think there is a great perplexity about roles right now. There's a great perplexity about gender. There's a great perplexity about entitlement. And the free-floating anxiety of that the patriarchy produces. Because you can't say, okay, for 6 months carry me while I go through this. You can't tell anybody that because you're supposed to be the strong guy. You're supposed to be the guy who's always in charge, in command, in control, shifting between those two patterns, always on the spot, always doing the right thing and always doing the wrong thing when the wrong thing is the right thing. So bribing the policeman, but exactly at the right moment. It's a big ask. And it's one that we've set ourselves up for. We are failing it all the time. And maybe this new generation which is coming along and which is maybe interrogating the patriarchy a little more might have a better time of it, I'm hoping.
In fact, it's both comic and tragic that the chal daru pite hai thing, because when two men have a problem, their solution is to go destroy their livers. Like
And their brains. Yeah.
Yeah, how does that make sense? And earlier you were talking about, and this is again in passing, but since we're on the subject, you were speaking earlier about how arranged marriages are so bizarre when you just take a step back and think about it. But when I take a step back and think about it, marriages are bizarre. You look at the typical marriage in India is really imprisoning two people into specific roles with a particular individual, and it is almost in the majority of cases it feels like and maybe there's a lot of happy love stories out there, but in general marriage itself seems to me to be a really toxic institution.
Oh, completely. I feel that when I've taught my class at Sapphire Polytechnic, the Social Communication Media Department, SCM, for 30 years now, and I always say that you've got to actually think very carefully about marriage, and not only about the institution and about whether you're actually suited to it, because no one is really suited to it and no one knows anything about marriage until they actually have it happen to them. right? So we set up such high expectations for two young people who barely know each other. And I'm even saying, like, if you've been going around for a year, you don't know it. You don't know anything about that person, and you're going to go off and say, "Let's spend the rest of our lives together." And then you're actually in India marrying into you're marrying two families. So you're managing the emotional demands and needs of two families on either side, and the burden is borne largely by the woman in this situation. Men are just expected. I always say, watch a man and a woman go for a wedding. The woman is in a sari and is wearing all the gold that she can possibly, accommodate on her person. The man is in a shirt and a pair of trousers, because he's saying, you look at her and you'll see how successful I am. So he doesn't have to make any effort. And this is kind of symptomatic of how we conduct all our marriage lives. I mean, women do the heavy lifting as far as the emotional and psychological needs of the entire family are. And the men just are supposed to bring home the money, and they get a pass on all of this. But it's not a pass. It's not a pass, because what you're doing is you're accumulating stress and you're accumulating unresolved issues. It is not good for you, right? So I have the feeling that we are a nation of widows as well. Lots and lots of men who die much younger than their wives, because, you can't carry around that kind of stress and so many resolved issues without it having repercussions on your entire body and on the body of your family.
So in the writing course that I teach, I use this great example of show don't tell. I think it's from The History Boys by Alan Bennett, though I picked it up from one of my early teachers and bosses, Tim Delisle, who's also written a book on it. And Bennett is talking about how history is so male dominated. And he puts this lovely image where he says, what is history? History is women following behind with the bucket. Right, and that tells you so much about how they've played a subsidiary role, how they have to clean up the mess that the men leave behind, and then whose history is it? Who keeps the world together? Let's sort of go back to chronology samjhe, as it were, and let's go back to your chronology. Like, tell to take you back to Mahim, and in that phase where you transition into Elphinstone and all that. What is sort of at that point your conception of yourself?
The one thing that one felt, I think, at that point was that I didn't feel, I felt that the world was self-sufficient, that everybody seemed to be walking around with a lot of information, and I had missed out on some circular that had come out, and which would have cracked everything for me. I couldn't understand how there was so much anger and sorrow among the people who had jobs. Like when you went to the bank, for instance, nobody wanted to help you. Everybody had some reason not to let you do what you wanted to do. You went to the post office and people were reluctant to help you there as well. Wherever you went, it seemed that, and you looked at them and you thought, well, yeah, it's a terrible job. I understand that. And you seem to be trapped doing it. So I understand that as well, that you wouldn't be happy. But why did you ask for it? And now that you have it, why are you unhappy with it? And then I kept worrying that at some point I would be behind that counter and I would be being nasty to someone who was coming up to me to help, for wanting help, because I would be unhappy. And I was a bright student, but I wasn't academically gifted. I was a solid, say, 5th to 10th standard, 10th rank student. And so you're the undifferentiated middle. You're not that brilliant child who's guaranteed a seat in medicine. You're not the absolute dodo who has to go to technical college and learn how to be a carpenter. You're somewhere in the middle. And there's nothing that you can hold up to the world as your speciality, right? I mean, and boys very clearly had specialities in school. Celestine was the fast runner. Okay. Ryan Oliver played defense in football like nobody else. Someone else, Utkarsh Angchekar was definitely getting into medical college. He had finished the entire 10th standard syllabus before we started the year. He had finished it all. And he told us this also terrified me. I remember. So there were very clear roles.
Did he
everybody-
become a doctor?
Oh, yes, orthopedic surgeon now. Nice chap. But I'm saying overall there seemed to be people who had very clear roles, and I was flailing. I was flailing because I had no idea what I wanted to be. It didn't seem like because you were not what they called a duffer. Okay, it was assumed that you would not do arts. Okay, only duffers and girls did arts. That was the rule.
I
And
did
was-
arts.
But I think, just you were wise and your parents were wise to say, hey, he'll do well in arts, let him go and do arts. I don't think my father would have said, no, don't do arts, but I didn't even ask him. I went and did science because I thought that was what men did. You became a engineer or a doctor. I knew I wasn't going to get into medicine. I could tell in advance that I wasn't going to get into medicine. So I wasn't even terribly I didn't have that terrible anxiety about it. I just was sure that I wasn't going to get those 98%. But I wasn't sure what I would do after that. So I did shift over to arts like Yuri does in The Education of Yuri. But I remember 3 years of just enjoying tremendously the thought work, right? Like bending your head around psychology, sociology, economics, logic, philosophy, history. I think I was a SWAT. I was that nerd who had 120% attendance. I attended my lectures. I attended other teachers. Elphinstone had wonderful teachers at the time. Professor Malapur in economics, Professor Bongle in philosophy. So you just went and Professor Sardesh Pandey in the French department, you just hung out at their lectures because they were so good. And you just listened. And those were the most joyous times because there was no stress. You were just sitting there listening and you didn't take notes because you weren't sitting for those exams. Right? You just had to listen to them. So it was just wonderful. But underneath there was that worm of anxiety that said, yeah, this right now, so good. But what are you going to do afterwards? What are you going to do afterwards? It was always there, always that present fear that, how do you find your way into the world? And then because I also had a deep desire to, buy books, etc., etc., my father did not allow us to buy books. He was dead against anyone buying books until the age of 21, he said. By the age of 21, you might be able to know what you'd like to read in the future. But up to the age of 21, you're not going to be able to. You'll buy rubbish books and you might as well go to libraries and read them there. That made my sister and me buying books became our rebellious activity. So we would hide them, sneak them into the house, conceal them, etc., etc. It was great fun. But so, because I wanted to buy books, I accidentally stumbled into teaching students mathematics as a profession. Okay, so I started with an uncle's reject. So he was teaching in a big school, Campion High School in South Bombay, and there was a lot of demand. And he would hand me the students that he couldn't cope with, and I started teaching there. And I got to be known as Duffer Sir because I was the only one who was willing to take the child on if they had got 40% in the 8th standard. And I would assure the parents that by the time they got to the 10th standard, they would be passing and they would get into arts college. So don't worry about that. But your job, I would say, is to go and intervene every year if they fail. In maths, is to intervene with the principal, give whatever you need to give, do whatever you need to do, kiss whatever ass you need to kiss, and get them into the next year. But I'll get them through the 10th standard. But don't worry about their maths marks till they get to the 10th standard. And I remember I had some signal successes. Masume Ali Khan asked me, do you think I should take maths in college? I said, no. Not calculus, not differentials. Please don't. If you can, you feel confident here, I'm really happy, but please not college. And, Imran Ali Khan, her cousin, used to whistle when he was doing quadratics, which I thought, okay, good space. That fear is gone. He's comfortable now. These are the things that I valued about doing. So I did that, I think, from the age of about 16 to the age of about 30. And when my father died at the age of 21, I turned that into a full-time profession because I thought I mean, I needed money to run the house. My mother was ill. I had to pay for my mother's expenses. And my father had always said, "Na, rolling. You must live on rolling. Don't eat into capital." Right? So that was my rule. I was going to earn the money. I wasn't going to, like, sort of, what's the word for it? I wasn't going to eat into. Obviously, this was not such a sensible thing. My father also told my mother, right? He said to her, the shares are to be sold in times of emergency, never otherwise. Do you get that? So she said yes. And then we had 100 shares in Mazda at the time that Harshad Mehta was like wildly pursuing it. I don't know why he was buying so many shares in that Mazda company. But I told my mother, I said, it's time to sell. Like, I mean, these shares were bought at some 13, 14 rupees. They're now some 900 rupees. Let's sell them. And she said, is it an emergency? Your father said, in an emergency, we sell shares. Otherwise, we don't sell shares. I said, okay. They were in her name. So I couldn't do anything about it. So we didn't cash in on that opportunity. And then, of course, it vanished again, the shares. But I'm saying, I think there was that fiscal propriety that was built into all of us, that credit cards were kind of like the gateway to hell. You were going to end up in some kind of debtor's prison, even if there is no such thing in India. But I mean, you would end up in some terrible place if you ever got a credit card. You only spent what you had earned in that month, etc., etc. That fiscal propriety was there. And between the age of 16 and 30, I ran my chula, as it were, on the money that I made out of mathematics tuitions. And at the age of 30, then I took my first job, which was a great mistake. I stopped teaching, mainly because I think I had come to the point at which I had become a bit of a machine. There's a new book, Marcus de Sotoy. It's written a book called The Art of Thinking Clearly. And he talks about shortcuts. But I had stopped trying to get my students to love mathematics. I had stopped trying to explain, I did very little philosophy of mathematics, but in between I would try and explain that every equation is a sentence, because normally the kids who have a problem with mathematics are the ones who like English and history and geography and those subjects, right? So if you can get them to believe that mathematics is also a language and it's just about language and logic, just calm down. And you've got to know a few things about, like, Euler's theorem and Pythagoras and stuff, you can get them a lot closer. I'd stopped doing that and I was just giving them shortcuts. Minus b plus or minus b square root of b square minus 4ac upon 2a. Solve your quadratic equation, get it done. Look, you just made that mistake, otherwise it's okay. So I thought I'd burnt out and not being a good enough teacher. So I stopped being a teacher and I joined the Times of India. Big mistake. 2 years later, I had gone from being a fairly cheerful person to being a very unhappy person, but then I left it again.
So, before we come to the job, before we come to Times of India, I'm kind of curious about the act of teaching mathematics, because I think whenever, in my limited experience of teaching anything, when you teach something, initially, it really helps you understand it better, because obviously the best way to learn something is you teach it, and you got to get down to first principles and you got to find things in it to love so that you can communicate that. And I guess that process must have happened. But then the danger is that after a point in time, then it becomes routine, inertia sets in, it becomes routine. You are kind of playing the part. And earlier you weren't playing the part. You were the lover of math, imparting your love. You were Robin Williams in Dead Poets Society, except in a mathematical context. But then you're, sort of playing that part and so on. So tell me a little bit about your sort of relationship with maths before this, because when one thinks of, Jerry Pinto, the Pinto, the writer, the translator, the man of the arts, one doesn't think of someone who knows what a quadratic equation is, right? You are busting the stereotype. So, how did your love of math come about, and how does it affect the way that you look at the world around you any differently than you would have if you hadn't loved?
I have the feeling that the way we studied in school had nothing to do with the real world. So the whole of school was a silo. It was an incomprehensible silo. We didn't know what we were doing, but we did it because we were told that we should do it. So, you had long lists that you had to learn up. You had to learn some lists in order, some lists not in order. You remember there were those bioelectric lists about like you rub this with this, then this becomes positively charged and that becomes negatively
Science
charged.
was not my thing. I have no idea, boss.
Okay, so the valency of chemical substances, etc., etc. You learned all that with you balanced equations. You did sums with Vernier calipers. You did all that stuff. You did language and you did mathematics also like that. So but the tipping point came for me in the 8th standard when I was sitting in class, and there is a particular way that the student who is not coping with mathematics sits, which is to cover everything with the hands and the body, and right inside the shell of the body the notebook is, so that the teacher can't see. And my teacher, Mrs. Lidwin D'Souza, was passing me and she tapped me on the shoulder and she said, "What's the problem?" She said, actually, mathematics is just a language. Numbers are adjectives. Equations are sentences. These operations, plus, minus, they are verbs. You have language, you have logic, you have mathematics. And slowly I came up. I came up for air, literally, and I began to breathe. And suddenly it became very clear that I just had to think of this as another way of talking, another way of experiencing language. And I loved language on the other side, right? I still remember the poems that I learned in 3 languages in school. So I suddenly was rescued from the phobia of, and I think that I wasn't doing badly at mathematics. I was doing all right, but I kept getting tripped up by tables and by the calculations of it. And there was a very savage way of correcting at that time, which is if you didn't get the answer right, you got the whole thing wrong. Like, you didn't get marks for working and you just got it wrong, right? So that can really cripple you. I often feel as long as the process is okay, just like don't worry about the product, just look at the process. Have they learned to think logically and within the parameters of a given set of ideas? That's what mathematics should be. And no one was thinking like that in those days. So you were penalized because you thought 7/8 are 52. You just did that calculation quickly inside your head, not 56, and you got it wrong, and they just gave you 0 and 5, and your marks. So I wasn't doing badly, but I had no relationship with this whole system of mathematics. And in the 8th standard, that changed dramatically. I actually managed to form an interesting relationship with. This doesn't mean that I went straight up to 150 on 150 in mathematics. At that time, it was out of 150. But it meant that I looked forward to new concepts with interest. Like, what is this sine, cos and tan? How are they interacting with each other? How do they interact with each other? Why do we even have them? And so I'd go home, and luckily I had a father who would try and answer these questions. And I would sit with him and say, we're doing trigonometry. And all the answers that I didn't get in class, because then in class it was really about process. It was about, you see this angle, you see this ratio, you figure out this answer, you're right. You don't get the ratio right, you're wrong. So I could go home and ask my father about trigonometry and calculus and all the rest of that. And so I've managed to cobble together a working sort of relationship with mathematics, and became a lot easier. This is what I brought to my students, because all my students were in that same situation. That's why I was the duffer, sir. If I had a 90% student, I would not have been able to add anything to them. But when I had a 20% student, I knew exactly what was wrong. That they had at some point, one of their building blocks was bad. And the rest of the superstructure that was, because that's, unfortunately, mathematics is really about building pyramids. If you don't, each block will support another block. So all you had to do was go and do a little diagnostic, sort of investigation and say, okay, you don't get integers, right? Okay. And -2 into -2 becomes +4. Sounds odd, yes, but let's figure it out together. And once you get that, we can build this up again. So I became that kind of teacher. I feel looking back, I also began to read a lot about mathematics. I loved Hardy's Mathematician's Apologia. I enjoyed reading The Man Who Knew Infinity by Robert Canigal when it came out later. I started reading, David Berlinski and people like that on mathematics just because it was fun. And because, at some point, you slip a bit and you're thinking, okay, I didn't get that. And you can say to yourself, I don't have to. I can just go on. I'm not giving an exam in this. I'm just reading it for fun. And as long as you can have that attitude, that it is play, that this is play actually. Maths can be a lot of beautiful fun. And so in that sense, I mean, after that, I began to enjoy mathematics a lot more. Just, doing stupid things like adding up numbers, trying to guess how many prime numbers on taxi cars I'll see, on there, this thing in a day. Probabilities, all kinds of things can be, just tossed into the pot. You probably did a lot of mathematics with your poker playing. I mean, there's definitely, like most poker players, professional poker players, have some intuitive notion of probability that they are working with. They may not have worked it out, but they know when they see their cards what the probability of the spread of cards is around the table, and they're operating on that principle.
So when I was a kid, I used to greatly enjoy Martin Gardner's books with mathematical
yes, of course,
puzzles.
Martin Gardner. Yeah, how could I forget?
Yeah.
That Alice book was fabulous.
Amazing.
And then there was Mukul Sharma in the Sunday Times.
Those columns
the
were
column on, which was about maths and about other things, but great fun.
But I was actually never into math till I became a professional poker player, and poker is really all math. People outside it think that, oh, it's all reading body language, who is bluffing, poker face. Actually, that's way overrated. It is entirely math, and I credit poker, in fact, for teaching me the probabilistic way of thinking about the world. Like the way we think about the world, I think the greatest mistake people make is a hindsight bias of assuming that everything that happened was bound to happen. Because when something has happened, when it's in the past, things have either 100% happened or 0% happened. There's nothing in between. But when you look at the future, everything is probabilistic. If somebody had a bad outcome, it doesn't mean that he did something right and did something wrong and vice versa. And I think that's led to a diminishment in the certainty that I feel about things. And also, I think what that's led me to realize is that the quality that is most missing in the modern world is just freaking humility. That most people who are successful, like 98% of it is luck, but they let it get to their heads and they become arrogant.
Totally.
And most people who fail, to whom bad things happen, 98% it is luck. They had no control. And of course, in poker, what you can do is you can get lucky or unlucky in one hand, but you can put a big sample size of hands out there, and eventually you kind of get what your process gets you, what you deserve per se. But in life, you don't have that sample size.
Yeah.
You're born on the wrong side of the tracks. You're born on the wrong side of the tracks. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So
that's one roll of the dice.
That's one roll of the dice.
And every day the dice is rolling. But the dice is very heavily weighted from that one roll about where you were born.
Yeah. It's huge. It's everything.
It's going to... the next 10 years or so is going to be like literally, and then 20, 30 years is going to be determined by that one roll.
Yeah, and a stone can't be a diamond, right? Like you said, it can be a brick.
Yeah.
And, that's so, in a sense, tragic. And of course, there are, depending on where in the world you are, what society is like, you can ameliorate it to one extent. But I think the key there that happens is that you can then, at some level, determine your own happiness by not making it contingent on the outcome of what happens to you.
Yeah.
But just realizing that, okay, a lot of this shit is outside my control. But what is in my control is what I do and what I feel about it.
Stoic philosophy, very helpful at some level.
So let's, on that note, let's take a quick break and we'll continue after the break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs Rs 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to the Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with the very kind Jerry Pinto over here. And I say very kind partly, and I don't know if you'll notice this from the quality of the sound changing, but I've suddenly got this bad cold which flared up and a swollen eye. And Jerry straight away said that, listen, you got to take it easy. Let's record without the air conditioning. And he said it's in, that we Indians are meant to sweat. So thank you for that, but we'll put the AC back on if we need to. So I again want to go back to the sort of the chronological narrative. Talk about your sort of journey reading in terms of in the education of Yuri. One key part in the coming of age story is the books that he is reading all the time. And in fact, I think an appreciation of the book is deepened if you've read any of those, because you kind of get where he is and what's happening. And you've even, in one of your children's books, you've got this lovely poem called Reading, which I will, in the spirit of the name of the poem, read out, where you write, quote, "The more you read, the more you know. The more you know, the more you grow. The more you grow, the more you live. The more you live, the more you give. The more you give, the more you get. Nothing outdoes reading yet." So it's so lovely. So tell me a little bit about how that journey started, because just in my own life, I remember I was very privileged to be in a home where there were lots of books all around me. And I remember at the age of 10, just going to one of my father's fancy looking shelves and picking out a book which seemed to have an exciting title, The House of the Dead. So I thought, okay, kuch thriller hoga, kuch maza aayega. And it was, of course, Dostoevsky's book about his time in exile in Siberia. And it's like something just opened. Like you suddenly realize that shit, that a book is not just an entertaining story. And I'm not dissing I'm not dissing any of what I read before that, the Enid Blytons and all that, but something just opened for me. Tell me about sort of that process for you, where you come to realize that that something is happening, that you're now living other lives, you have access to other worlds, that excitement. Take me through your journey as a reader.
I think, I can't remember a time when I was not reading, though I must say, in the way that I was a needy child, I liked to be read to as well. Okay, so I would harass my mother when she was well to read to me, and the book of choice was Black Beauty by Anna Sewell. For some reason, I couldn't understand why. I don't even know why now, but maybe it was because of that sense of the possibility of being a horse and speaking from horsiness, and ginger and the and all the other things that made up that book. So I think it was a very. I can't remember a time when I wasn't reading. I have always been reading. I can't remember a day that I did. I can't remember an entire day that I'd spent without some encounter with books. So in some fundamental way, I do believe that I'm made of the stories that I've read. And the great thing was that both my parents had not gone to college. So they had decided that their education would consist of books, and they would buy large quantities of books because they both became able to, but it was not the time when you went back to college. My father did eventually become an engineer, but my mother didn't. And so we had loads of books at home. And I remember that nothing was ever banned to us. No one ever said, that's not something you can read. And I remember picking up Lady Chatterley's Lover and being like, after about 30 pages, figuring out that there was something here that perhaps I shouldn't be reading, but I plowed through it, and I remember laughing uncomfortably at naming genitals and things like that. But no one ever stopped me or said anything. I remember picking up Mr. Isherwood Changes Trains because it seemed like I had 2 days holidays and I thought I'd be able to finish it in 2 days. It just was slender and it had lots of dialogue. It was like ridiculous amounts of bad choices for my age and reasons to read. But now going back, I think there are no bad reasons to read. I mean, there's only bad readers. And I think for me, the turning point was going to college and discovering all those authors. Our world was a white world, an Anglophone white world. There were some exceptions, like, for instance, I remember there was a collected Sigrid Undset. Okay, she was a Norwegian writer who had won the Nobel Prize in 1922 or 23, sometime in the 20s. And my father had dutifully bought all her books because she'd won the Nobel Prize. So Zahir hai, she was a great writer. And I read them all, and they were fabulous because Sigrid Undset dealt with Norway when it was in its primal stages, rape and murder and pillage and violent action and revenge being taken and cold-blooded murders. It was wonderful. And then, strange story, I was at a Jaipur literary festival, and I was sitting at dinner, and there was a young man next to me, white man, and I said, hello, how are you? Where are you from? He said, I'm from Norway. So I said, oh, Sigrid Undset territory. And he looked at me and he said, you know Sigrid Undset? And I said, of course, who doesn't know Sigrid Undset? She won a Nobel Prize. So he said, yes, but not many people in Norway even know her. So I said, yeah, but I read collected works, and I was telling him about Kristin Lavransdatter or whatever. And he said, you must come to Norway and live in her house and write your books. And I said, yeah, I must do all these things. But he said, no, I am in charge of the Sigrid Undset Foundation, and I am inviting you next year to come and live. So I actually went and sat in Sigrid Undset's house.
My God.
She'd actually tamed a small rivulet to run under her floor. So there was water music throughout the day and night.
Wow.
And you sat there typing away happily. Very lovely time. Only, of course, the downside is that Norway is terribly expensive and they weren't giving you food. So I learned all kinds of tricks. Like, for instance, when Norwegian people buy bread, they cut off the sides of the loaf and toss them away. Okay, so I would go to the supermarket and scoop the whole bag up of side slices of loaves and then buy, just toppings and eat them. That would be lunch and dinner because it was fabulously expensive. But still, it was a great time. So I remember one of the most significant, two really significant, one was Junichiro Tanizaki, Some Prefer Nettles, which was just like nothing I had ever read.
Great book on marriage and relationships.
Yeah, exactly. And just, such a severe and austere and beautiful book. That was stunning. And on the other side, it was Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, which was about another kind of life. And I had never believed that English could possibly encompass the tribal experience. I did not think it was possible because I thought English was far too non-tribal a language. It was far too much a language. And of course, up to then I'd read Jane Austen and, Hardy and whatnot. And those were all civilized people in a very civilized environment. They were drinking tea and exchanging pleasantries. And here, Chinua Achebe captured that feeling of a changing society, and it was just incredible. And I remember actually feeling thirsty. Like, I remember thinking I hope there is more like this. I want there to be more like this. And many, many years later, I was in my 40s when someone told me that to be a successful child writer, you have to have about 40, 50 books. Because if children read one famous five, they want many famous fives. And if there are many famous fives, they feel reassured and they settle in. And I was about to laugh at this stupid thing that children wanted when I remembered my Chinua Achebe moment. I had wanted more like this. And unfortunately, it was... the world at that time was very closed in. We had very little money in the nation, as it were. So, therefore, book imports were very restricted. I remember a time when there was one copy of Orientalism by Edward Said in the whole of the city. It was owned by CED, the Center for Education and Documentation. And there was a list of people to which you added your name. And you knew when you were going to get your Said chance.
In one of your novels, I think your protagonist is sixth on the list, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was one part of it, that books were not available. The second part of it was that we were in the middle of the Cold War. So both America and England were very willing to let us have their books, right? So you could have the USIS with great magazines available, with great quantities of Poe and Hawthorne and Vonnegut and everybody. You had the British Council Library with all the latest, and you had all those great poets, etc. This very valuable, but we were very white. And I wanted, without knowing the words, without ever thinking decolonization or any of like that, I wanted more of this stuff. So it was in nooks and crannies that you found it. You found it because some hippie had dropped off his copy of Dalton Trumbo's Johnny Get His Gun. And he had noted lots of things like weird and cool and hey on the sides. I remember just also the one thing that was missing in all these places on the street was poetry. Because I have always believed that when you buy a book of poems, if it doesn't speak to you, it's very easy to get rid of. But if it speaks to you, it is part of your life for the rest of your life. So there was very little poetry. And there was very little poetry in English. Because Indian poetry in English suffers from the world's worst bunch of marauding publishers. They are absolutely parasitical. So they will bring out endless quantities of huge anthologies, but they will not support the poet when the poet has a collection. They just want to do anthologies because those will go into syllabuses and maybe, make them a lot of money, but they won't support the poet. And that I find egregious, to say the least. You would want to read, say, Kamala Das. And there was no Kamala Das. You'd read one poem, say, in an anthology, in a book somewhere, and you thought, hey, she's speaking to me. You couldn't find any Kamala Das. Then DC Books brought out a collected Kamala Das. I remember buying it and railing at the way they had laid out the poems, one after the other, no spaces in between. I thought, this is such contempt. And I got very angry with this, and I thought a good Kamala Das anthology is what I need. And my sister at that point said, hey, listen, the university library doesn't have Kamala Das. Can I have this copy? And I said, okay, take it. And then I couldn't find it again. I couldn't buy it again. So I wrote to DC Books in Kerala. I sent endless letters to them. They didn't reply either, and they just stopped doing it. And for 10 years, I had no Kamala Das until the poor thing died. And then they brought out her book. So in English letters, your collected comes out when you die. You've got to die. Otherwise, you're not going to get a collected. So shameless Indian publishers, I tell you. Anyway, so I became the bottom feeder of Smoker's Corner, new and second-hand bookshop, the Circle at King's Circle, all the booksellers who lined these places. And often I would actually have very good friendships with them because, I would say, okay, I don't have like $40 for this, but I do have 25. I'll give you 25 and I'll bring back 15. And they would, they were my education. So I often felt like a lot of the education that happened when I was in college in those 5 years, some of it happened in the classroom, definitely. A lot of it happened because Girish Shahane, Ranjit Hoskote, Arundhati Subramaniam, these were the people who were, Naresh Fernandez, these were hanging around and we were chatting also. So those received ideas that came from on high, from the English, the Parsi English literature teachers, got ground in the conversations that we had, and then were taken out into the world, and we tested them against the stuff that that we were reading from the streets and from the libraries. So in some ways, I think the shortages, the paucity, made each thing like a delight. Like you found a book that you had been waiting for and it settled something. Like you couldn't wait to get home and settle in and consume it, right? And I think it is wonderful that young people just say, yeah, I just looked on Bookchor and there it was, and and I bought it and it's coming home. Good for you. But I had the feeling that the reason why they we value the books so much more is because each book then is not just itself, but it is also a container of the histories of our longing and our desire for those books and the final acquisition of them, which was so wonderful. I remember being tempted to steal books from people's houses and saying to myself, Jerry, you can't possibly do this. And resisting the impulse, I must say. It was a time of book hunger that I hope we will never experience again. I would not wish it on anybody. And therefore, when you went into a house, there was an automatic judgment that you made. Right? Is it a book? Is it a house with books or not? And if it is a house with books, I want to read every single title and tick off what I have read and know what I have not read. And you never asked to lend because no one lended books. No one loaned books to anybody else. They were just too precious. You knew that, a couple of teachers would say, if you'd like, you can sit here and read the book. It's like not likely to actually go all the way to a teacher's house and sit there and read the book. Though I was very tempted often to try, just to see whether they were actually going to stand by what they said. But, therefore those libraries, the British Council, the USIS, the Max Muller Bhavan, even all became such deeply important resources for us, bringing these things back.
Yeah, I remember one argument I had in the 90s with my father, and I was so convinced that I was right and he was so obviously wrong. But today I look at that argument a little differently, is where all the many TV channels came and I went wild because all the music on MTV, Star Movies is showing cinema all day, and I was like, what a harvest of riches. And I was saying, wow, the world has changed so much with so much choice and all of that. And he was giving this old fogey argument that, do you know, there was only Doordarshan once upon a time, but we watched everything. We didn't have a choice, but we watched everything. We cherished it, right? And I think net, I still think my side of the argument is right, but now I understand where he's coming from. That, one example I like to give is, Pradeep Kishan's film in which Annie gives it this one. It was shown once on Doordarshan, but everyone I know of my age watched it then, that one time.
Yeah. It is the one time, and we all have like sharp memories of it.
We all have sharp, the kiss in the lift and everything. It's imprinted on the brain, right? And, another of my friends, Subrat Mohanty, was on this show in this beautiful episode on films, and he was talking about where his love for films began. And he speaks about 80s mein Doordarshan, whatever they showed, he would watch. So one day they announced कि Sunday को टॉस्का दिखाएंगे. And in Subrat's words, हमने सोचा भाई हम क्या कर रहे हैं, देख लेंगे. And today all of this is...
It was in the middle of the rains.
You remember?
Yes, it was and it started raining when Tosca was on. Wow. And I remember thinking, this is just magical. So I threw open the front doors. It was raining outside and Tosca was singing madly. And there were parts of it that I didn't quite get. I got the big arias and the lovely, the big music. But there were times when you were falling out of it and thinking, okay, but it's Tosca. Hold on. It was just a magical moment because I don't know. There were some things that that happening. Kenneth Clark's Civilization, which was shown on Doordarshan, they were just imprinted on you because you just felt at that moment that you were in the presence of something. And why can't we do this? Why can't we be doing this for ourselves? We never saw, like, for instance, I don't remember ever seeing an entire Bharatnatyam performance on TV. You saw 5 minutes on an excerpt. You saw some, on Young World, there would be one 10-minute thing of a Bharatnatyam dancer who has gone abroad and then she would, like, a couple of moments, and then it was gone, and everything was just flashes. So remember The World This Week?
Yeah.
With Appan Menon, and how we all wanted to be Appan Menon with his well-traveled passport. Yeah. This is Appan Menon in Cuba. What are you doing in Cuba? That's where I should be. Oh man, seriously.
And the thing is, the fact that you and I can sit here and immediately, Tosca, we can connect. And Subrat listening to this is also no doubt saying, Arey, one more like us. And I'm thinking in modern times, what has happened, and I'm not lamenting this. I'm really glad that we have the media, we do the access, we do everything is there. But one, what I was, mentioning at lunchtime, and I've spoken about it on the show a few times before. Jonathan Haidt's observation that despite all the world's art and music and literature available to us, most of us are spending the day consuming what was something that was produced in the last 3 days. That's one thing. And the other thing is that because of the means of production being so democratized, it's not one mainstream pushing one big star. It's, there are so many strands of interest you can now pursue. And again, that's such a huge net positive. And thank goodness for that. My show would not exist without that. But what it's also done is that for a future generation, if there's an Amit somewhere who's 12 and a Jerry somewhere who's 20, they can't have when they have a conversation 30 years later, those common connections, ki in which Annie gives it this once dekha, Tosca dekha, those common cultural connections may not be there. And I just wonder that, is there something that is lost there? While of course it's a big net positive, but is there something that is lost there? Is that common connection important? And looking at it another way, is that common connection that you and I are able to now make with Tosca a sign of our eliteness? Because most of India would not have had a television at that point in time.
But I also want to say that when... Oh, okay, not during the Tosca time, but even just 5 years before that Tosca moment, there was one television set in the 5 apartments on our floor. All right. It wasn't our television set, it was the neighbors. And so when we had to curate very carefully what we wanted to see, because my father didn't think we should go every day, and certainly not even every week. So it would be like a film that we really wanted to see. Then we'd go and ask him, and he'd go and ask our neighbor, and our neighbor would say, "Arey, send your children every day if you want. What does it matter?" And he'd say, No, they must study and all. He would say, "Very true, very true." Then we would go across and we would be dressed up well and we would be carrying something for them. And, we'd make that offering. Then they would say, "Why are you bothering? Now you must just come." And there's a certain formality about it. And then at about 7:30 when the Marathi news came on, because it was generally the Sunday film, that's when, something from their side would come out of the kitchen for us. And we would, it was like a lot of the scarcity brought us together. It brought us together in ways that large amounts will never do, because that disaggregates you. It just throws you out because there's so much to watch and, everybody's doing their own thing. I think even now, at one point in time, I remember you could tell when the Mahabharat was on TV because the soundtrack just blew out of everyone's house and everyone could hear the sound. Everyone was playing it. Now there's total silence at that time because everyone's on their phones. Like, there is no sound of TV in the middle class anymore. That's gone. But what I think does still unite people is music. You watch young people dancing at a nightclub, and you see that there is a commonality there. That is the one thing that is left to all of them. So that, Kardi rab rab kardi re, whatever, that some Daler Mehndi song from like 20 years ago still gets everyone excited and they're all bopping about on the floor. So I think percussion may well be the answer to the question of what is commonly left. And as for the rest of it, I think your father was quite right, but so were you. Both of you have very, very valid standpoints. And that, I think, is one of those gifts of late middle age, is that you begin to see that an argument doesn't have to resolve itself. Yeah. An argument has to be presented so that you can listen to the other person. You remember your father's argument. You may not have agreed with it then, but you remember it. The two of you shared this moment where you argued with each other, giving both each other time and space and attentiveness and listening to each other's point of view. And both of you probably went away a little richer for that because you listened. And, I think what we have lost is the ability to listen. And when I say listen, I mean active, attentive listening, which says, okay, not just what you are saying, but what you want to say. Because not all of us are gifted with fluency, not all of us are gifted with the ability to articulate what we are saying. So can we look beyond sometimes limited vocabulary? So can we look beyond people's immediacy, that the fact that they are speaking immediacy, into like the deeper heart of what they are saying, and pay attention to our listening? And I think if we did that, a lot of the screaming, the hoarse screaming that we hear these days would die down. But because we are not doing a good job of listening anymore. So the availability is there. There's so much, I mean, to think about the choices. I said at one point, I said at some festival or something to young people, I said, we will always have read more than you at the same age, because there wasn't that much else to do, right? Our default setting was the book, because it could be read again and again. Films were at the mercy of someone who was programming a theatre. You had to cross town to see films. If you missed out on a film and you wanted to see it again, you had to take a day off from college and see the matinee show. And then for that, you had to cross town to go to some B-grade theatre and see it. Right? So if you wanted to catch up on, say, if you were in 1981 like I was, and you wanted to catch up on Mother India or Mughal-e-Azam, you had to wait till a scratched up print came and was shown somewhere, and you went and you saw it there. Here you just download, and you have it. So the net is that I think young people download quantities of stuff and don't watch much of it. It's like they have it, but they don't read it.
Yeah.
Much like I have to say, like our TBR lists and the amount of books we buy. But I will get around to reading every single one of the books that I've bought. That's a guarantee.
I'm not sure if I'm a young person anymore, but guilty as charged.
For
because
under 50, just don't talk about it.
Okay, fine. I will attempt to stay under 50 forever. And so I want to pick up on a couple of the things you said. Like one thing that I have learned about myself, maybe improved about myself, is certainly the ability to listen. You have also, in one of your great videos on Instagram, and I think everyone who is listening to this should just head to Instagram after this episode and watch all of your vlog episodes, if I may call it a vlog. But you've also said, quote unquote, the job of a writer is to listen. And what I've sort of personally found is that in the context of creating this show, it's made me a better listener and has been driven by the form, right? If I was doing like a 10-minute podcast, I would not have to listen. I would not even have to read your book to talk to you. I could ask standard questions. In fact, after this is over, I will show you. I asked ChatGPT, what should I ask Jerry Pinto? It gave me 10 questions, and they're all bakwas, like very standard issue stuff. I would have just taken it from there and asked you. And by the way, I also asked, digression, I also asked ChatGPT, tell me everything you know about Jerry Pinto, right? And the only thing it said, which I didn't know, which I think is false, is according to ChatGPT, you won the Padma Shri in 2021. That didn't happen, right? Yeah. So anyway, no shakkar, sugar is poison. But that's a digression. But so what happened was, because my show got longer and longer, first deep dives into subjects and then deep dives into people, I became a much better listener. And because I became a much better listener, I approached all my reading in that particular way, where I'm trying to sort of soak in the essence of everything the person is about and not just look at their words for information. And Stephen Covey once said that the problem with us is that we listen to respond and not to understand. And the key point there is a point of the ego, that in every conversation, if it is going to be a conflict of egos, two people saying, okay, what is my witty comeback? What do I say now to show how smart I am? Then you're not really going to have that kind of productive exchange. And I think changing the form made me a better listener, and therefore it made me a better person in a way, only relative to what I am. I'm not a paragon of anything, but just in terms of having a little more thera, of being able to step back and look at things. If we shift, the question of form from how I am creating something to how we consume content, most people today, including me, are consuming content by swiping left or right, by scrolling up and down. It's bite, 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 bite. And obviously, I am not going to come up with a generalized complaint of, oh, people have a short attention span, because this show itself proves that they don't. People crave depth, they get depth. But a lot of the time, consumption is happening in short bites. A lot of the time, when we are sitting with close friends in a cafe, not only are we not actually listening to one another, we are not even with one another. We are not there. We are all in our little black screen, six atomized people physically in the same space, but not really there. And you have given this advice in your video that, look, if you are sitting in a bus, for example, and you're looking at a screen, what a freaking waste of time. You want to, put the screen away, look around, listen to the conversations around you, maybe start a conversation, say hello. There's a value in that. And I just think that, back in the day, I once asked one of my guests, Sarah Rai, the writer and translator, how her memory when it came to details of a childhood was so acute. And she said, Amit, we noticed everything because we had nothing else to do. Right.
Lovely.
And I lovely, but I still feel there's a selection bias, because not everyone is noticing everything, but those who are want to can kind of do. But today, we aren't noticing anything, and I wonder if this changes in some way. If form feeds into content and feeds into character, then is there something larger happening here which is a problem? And at an individual level, of course, I try to be aware of it. I try to put my phone in another room for a period of time and not look at it. I try to pick up a book when I'm bored instead of my phone. But in general, is it an issue?
I think we will have to consider what exactly is an issue in the first place. And second, there is a little bit of I think we are all... Okay, let's even take the calculator. Okay, right? When we were growing up, calculators were very few and far between. And it was held that the calculator would kill us mentally. That we would all forget how to multiply, add, divide, and subtract, and we'd become, sort of mindless, typing away on the machine. I think that's not true. I believe that the calculator took away some of the grunt work of our lives and maybe opened... Now when the grunt work is taken away, you have an opportunity, you have that 1 hour that you are not actually adding up numbers, and you have now a 1 hour of choice. That 1 hour of choice, you could read philosophy slowly, studiously, attentively, and use that perhaps to become a better person in your own terms, whatever better is. You can also swipe left and swipe right? Most people will probably choose to swipe left and swipe right. That seems to fall under the rubric of human nature. That's human nature. So if that's human nature, if that's who we are, short attention span, time wasters, not very disciplined people seeking atomized interactions, which are probably easier than the complex messiness of human interaction, because that's very satisfying but very messy at the same time. A lot of this is about individual choice. And I'm very deeply in favor of people making their choices. I would like at some point to sort of draw their attention to the fact that their choices may not be the optimum choices for them. And then with deep reluctance, leave them to make those choices again. I think, teaching, for instance, in the beginning, I was very much an evangelical teacher, in the sense I wanted to bring the good news of I had such a blast with journalism, right? I met authors and writers and scientists and politicians and lots of people whom I would not have met otherwise. And I thought, hey, guys, all of you can do this too, right? So you should all be journalists tomorrow. Come on, let's do this together. And now I have what I call Lake Dharma for teaching, okay, which is I am a lake and I'm here and I'm always available. You can come and drink, or you cannot drink if you don't want to. And I found that many people don't want to drink, and that should be fine by me. It's not. It hurts because you feel that, it's a rejection of who you are. But you hang on to that notion that they are free to come and drink if they want to, and they're free to not drink if they don't want to. And that actually is a relaxing thing. It makes you calmer as a teacher. It makes you also more willing to accept that there is more nuance in humanity than you can advise. I remember at the end of one year, and I always feel that I have brought a wide variety of things to the table and talked about so many issues. And I was doing a little exercise with my students. Tell me what you think you learned. And one young woman said, I learned you said that anything we spray on our armpits goes straight into our bloodstream. Okay, that's all. Like in this full year of interaction. But yes, that's what she learned. And hey, if it rewrote your use of deodorant, okay, well, maybe that's a good thing. I'm saying, so really teaching is like a lesson in postmodernism, and the idea that you may be thinking that you are sending out message X, but message Y is being received. So you learn to live with that. So these choices that people are making all the time, we've got to learn to live with the possibility that we are also wrong. Somewhere this might even be better for them. I don't know. I cannot imagine how. I really serious. But is that because I have an investment in being the way I am, and I want everybody to be the way I am? Because all of us are little tin pot dictators inside our heads also. Some of us, I think, are a little more aware of this and hold on to it and restrain that dictator. Some of us just let him run, Or is it that I just don't understand this new way of being, right? So at some level, like, people will say things like, I can't do FaceTime. I much prefer, that's our generation will say, I much prefer personal interaction. But only, of course, if the person is in America and you can't meet them, then but maybe that's what these people are thinking. Or maybe they are also thinking, I prefer FaceTime. I'd rather not meet you. I'd rather be able to cut you off and say, sorry, network issues, put your phone on flight mode and say, sorry, network issues, whatever. Is that a way of ending a conversation that you don't want to have? Okay, that's your way of living. See, we're always going to be a little puzzled by other ways of living. But that is what is fascinating. I think always fascinating, that you're not quite sure why people are doing this. Why, as you said, why would you want to cross the city to meet a friend, sit down in a coffee shop, and then both of you look at your phones? What makes sense in this? Nothing as far as I can see, but hey, that's what they want to do.
And maybe it's an unfair stereotype. Like, one thing that I've certainly started trying to do a little more in the last couple of years at least is meet people in person whenever I can. Even the recording of this, I was forced to do it online during COVID, but otherwise I much prefer it in person. There's just something about it that really works for me. Now, a lot of things I want to double click on into what you said, but instead, let's go back to reading and poetry in particular.
Sure.
In the sense that, one, initially when we get drawn to poetry, the kind of poetry one first gets drawn to is a very basic one where the meter is set and it's rhyming and it's musical in an obvious way. And you kind of go with that. And later on, you go a little bit beyond that and stuff like that. And my relationship with poetry is that work that means the most to me in literature is really poetry. Like, if I had to take one book to a desert island, it would be Mark Strand's collected poems. Perhaps even his last book, Almost Invisible, those prose poems, if you've read them, I just love them so much. They speak to me so deeply. But it's not something that I can really say, that I can articulate why I love it. It's a visceral thing. I just love it, and that's it.
And thank your stars, you don't have to articulate
Yeah,
it. Really,
exactly.
actually.
Yeah.
If you're that's what literature teachers always mess up.
Yeah.
Because they've got to make it all about themes and tensions and texts and contexts and stuff like that. We can just read poetry and either be swept away on its riptide or say, well, okay, someone else's riptide, not mine.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is, if you're up for it, read out a couple of the early poems that, flicked a switch
Sure,
somewhere that
sure,
meant a lot to you?
sure. The first poem that I think really startled me, actually left me almost shell shocked, is this one by Eunice D'Souza called Forgive Me, Mother. Forgive me, Mother, that I left you a lifelong widow, old, alone. It was kill or die, and you got me anyway. The blood congeals at lovers' touch. The guts dissolve in shit. I was never young. Now I'm old, alone. In dreams, I hack you. I think for me that line, in dreams I hack you, may even have made the way open for M in the Big Home. It told me it was okay to talk like this in a certain way. Okay. Now, this is a bit of a slightly more obvious kind of choice, but I'll read it anyway. It's not a short poem, but this is Porphyria's Lover by Robert Browning. The rain set in early tonight. The sullen wind was soon awake. It tore the elm tops down for spite, and did its worst to vex the lake. I listened with heart fit to break, when glided in Porphyria. Straight she shut the cold out and the storm, and kneeled and made the cheerless grate blaze up and all the cottage warm, which done she rose and from her form withdrew the dripping cloak and shawl, and laid her soiled gloves by, untied her hat and let the damp hair fall, and last she sat down by my side and called me. When no voice replied, she put my arm round her waist and made her smooth white shoulder bare, and all her yellow hair displaced, and stooping made my cheek lie there, and spread o'er all her yellow hair, murmuring how she loved me, she too weak for all her heart's endeavour, to set its struggling passion free, from pride and vainer ties dissever, and give herself to me forever. But passion sometimes would prevail, nor could tonight's gay feast restrain a sudden thought of one so pale for love of her, and all in vain, so she was come through wind and rain. Be sure I looked up at her eyes, happy and proud, at last I knew. Porphyria worshipped me. Surprise made my heart swell, and still it grew while I debated what to do. That moment she was mine, fair, perfectly pure and good. I found a thing to do, and all her hair in one long yellow string I wound 3 times around her little throat around, and strangled her. No pain felt she. I am quite sure she felt no pain, as a shut bud that holds a bee. I warily oped her lids again, laughed the blue eyes without a stain, and I untightened next the tress about her neck, her cheek once more blushed bright beneath my burning kiss. I propped her head up as before, only this time my shoulder bore her head, which droops upon it still, the smiling rosy little head, so glad it has its utmost will, that all its scorn at once is fled, and I its love am gained instead. Porphyria's love, she guessed not how, her darling one wish would be heard, and thus we sit together now, and all night long we have not stirred, and yet God has not said a word. It's like an eerie, brilliant poem, and Elizabeth Barrett must have been terrified to read it. And I'm going to just try and find an Nissim Ezekiel poem to Bombay, that famous one, Unsuitable for Sound. This is as much a memory of Nissim, who was a very strong influence in my growing up years as a poet, as much as it is about this poem, because almost every day I have a moment when I think unsuitable for song as well as for sense. When I look at the city. Island by Nissim Ezekiel. Unsuitable for song as well as sense, the island flowers into plums, and skyscrapers reflecting precisely the growth of my mind. I am here to find my way in it. Sometimes I cry for help, but mostly keep my own counsel. I hear distorted echoes of my own ambiguous voice and of dragons claiming to be human. Bright and tempting breezes flow across the island, separating past from the future. Then the air is still again, and I sleep the fragrance of ignorance. How delight the soul with absolute sense of salvation, how hold to a single willed direction. I cannot leave the island. I was born here and belong. Even now, a host of miracles hurries me to a daily business, minding the ways of the island as a good native should, taking care and clamour in my stride.
Beautiful. Beautiful. What I'm also sort of interested in, and this plays into poetry, this plays into writing, this plays of everything, is this notion. And I first picked up the phrase earlier today from one of your Instagram videos itself, but I've been speaking about the concept for a long time with my students, and that's the phrase complicit reading, where you say that as a reader, and the phrase I use with my students is like, I say both mindful reading and mindless reading are fine. They're both great. And mindful reading or complicit reading, as you put it, is where you are with the writer and seeing all the tools and how they are using their craft to create a particular effect on the reader and all of that. And my guess is that at that moment where you begin complicit reading, that is the birth of you as a writer.
Oh, totally. And it is the death of you as a reader. Or a reader who enjoys reading and just can, sometimes I think the innocent reader is what I call the reader who just reads and then goes off and is a CA or a plumber or a mechanic. They have the best of both worlds because they can, the reading is effortless, is maybe thoughtful, and it may be mindful, but it is not penetrative. It is not deconstructive. It is simply accepting the terms that the text has said and rejoicing in those terms. Whereas we are penetrating the text. We are deconstructing it. We are lifting up the words and looking underneath to see exactly what was done and how it was done, to see that whether we could replicate it, whether to take it within. So this mindless, mindful reading is also a very lovely way to say it. I call it innocent reading is when you're just reading. So I actually feel that there are times when one must read innocent, So it is very good to sometimes just read in a relaxed fashion, just to absorb and to let subconscious processes also take place. But it is also good to read with careful attentiveness to see how it is done, because that's what the masters can teach you. So I think, in the old days, painters would go off on the grand tour. I'm told that Air India had this scheme by which they would send you to Italy on a tour of Italy to see all the great paintings, the great masters. And after a month, you came back and then you gave them a painting in exchange. Air India developed a great sort of repository of paintings. And of course, all these people benefited by seeing the great masters. It seems like a lovely give and take situation. Now, what is our equivalent of going and sitting in front of a great master and actually replicating it, stroke by stroke, trying to figure it out, is actually to read with deep, attentive seriousness, and maybe even, I would say, copy out things. Actually take passages that I think matter to you and write them out in your own handwriting, because at one level what you are doing is constructing the black box of your reading. At some point you'll be able to look back and some of the things that you thought to copy out will appall you. You'll think what could I have possibly got out of this? But it will remind you of who you were. And in the, working on the education of Yuri, I often had to remind myself, I'm not omniscient, I'm not well developed, I'm a bumpy adolescent boy who's struggling. So going back to the journaling that I did when I was 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, revealed to me the shallowness of myself, I have to say, at that age, revealed how very strange small things could knock me off balance for a few days. revealed how easily I made judgment calls on great writers. You know, just kind of because you're journaling on your own and in private. Though, of course, we all know that the diary is never private. It is always a public document that you're hoping will be stumbled upon when you are the great writer, and everyone wants to know what your backstory was. So self-deluded. But anyway, in the act of writing, you can tell yourself, write it, because it doesn't matter, no one will read it. And so you write it down, and you write down everything that you were feeling. That journaling came in great handy to create Yuri and his insecurities and his level of dire neediness sometimes, because that's what the Jerry Pinto of the 14, 15, 16 was. So the act of copying down, however, makes you aware of the artisanal quality of writing as well. So I would say paper and pen are your greatest allies in this. The Kindle made it possible to just mark off certain things and highlight them and keep them there, bookmark things and hold on to them. Very good in a certain way and useful in a certain way, not denying that at all. But to write out physically is to own, to make this your own for a temporary while. And in that paper, it is your own. It is not somebody else's. Right? If you ever use it and claim it is your own, then you're in trouble. But otherwise, it is for that moment your own. That beauty, that grace, that lack of beauty and grace which you have been struggling for is your own for that time. So copying it out becomes really an important exercise. And I think it also slows you down and makes you aware of very rudimentary and strange things like the size of words, the punctuation that the person has chosen to use. And of course, it may not be the person, maybe an editor who came in later and punctuated. However, but it has become a text, and this is the text, and we know it with a comma there. So you're actually physically laboring on writing, and that is a great help, because then something in you, I think also, I feel, at least with my generation, may not be with this generation, that when you have indulged in something that is physically laborious, that has much greater value than something that is not. Okay, so for me, the act of writing begins with paper and pen, and I cannot start typing because it feels too easy. It feels like those letters that Microsoft Word just pops onto the screen so effortlessly. I feel there's something a little facile about them. So my second and third drafts are always on the computer, and that's not a problem. And I'm not even saying that this should be anybody else's method. I'm saying this is mine. That when you are physically laboring over the writing, less is more actually becomes a way of avoiding carpal tunnel syndrome. It becomes like do you really want to use that big word, Jerry, or is this sort of useless sesquipedalianism? Stop it. You just go back to basics and say, okay, I can write this without that. I can do this without that. It helps. So in some senses, complicit reading is, if it becomes an obsessive habit, it can destroy your love of reading, because there are so many reasons why we read. One of them is because I think it's just pure love. You stumble into it. I know my basic fundamental criterion, I believe, is that children who have grown up in houses with books, as you did and I did, have a much greater chance of loving books. But there are lots of people who have grown up in spaces where there are no books at all and still grow to love books. Daya Pawar says in Baluta, in fact, that he began to love reading, and in all the reading that he did, he saw a world to which he wanted admission. An ordered Brahminical world, because of course the writing came out, Marathi writing came out of Pune from the Saraswat Brahmins who dominated Marathi at that time, and that world had no room for him. So he was caught in a double bind between wanting to belong to that world and not being admitted into that world. And so he made the signal and brilliant decision to insert himself into that world and to write Baluta to begin with, which was just incredibly useful for everybody who came afterwards, who read the book, or for those who began to write their versions of their lives afterwards. But he says also something that I think middle-class children would never say, that reading for me was horror, because it excluded me. I saw how I was excluded. And for all of us, even if we read books which were about white children, we knew that we were the privileged elite of our society. So whether no Indian child ever figured in the famous five, or if they figured in the famous four, I think in the four there was a Indian boy who was always stupid and let his hair fall into his face, and then he had a haircut and he became British, so all was good. I don't think we were very troubled by those exclusions, because we knew our position and our inclusion was always a given, right? Whereas for him it wasn't. So I think if reading complicitly becomes an obsessive thing, it actually will probably kill your love of reading. And then I don't know whether you can write into a form that you don't like anymore. So it's got to be handled with care. You've got to do a lot of some mindless reading and some just relaxed reading. So I often suggest that if it is a good book and you think you might gain something from it, to read it twice. The first time you read it, you just force your mind into relaxed mode and just read. And the second time that you read it with care and attention, and then you can even read it selectively. You can say, oh, that scene was extremely good, I need to look at that scene again. Or you can say those descriptions on page 17, wow, I need to do that again. Yeah. So I often say that it might be good to even be a little desecrative to your book and mark in pencil what you think you need to go back to.
So lots in what you said, which is resonant, and I'll share this really interesting experiment carried out by one of my writing students, which both inspired me and moved me. But first I'd say that, what I kind of tell the people I teach is that both are important. The point is that if you say, oh, I'm just going to notice a craft, I'm only going to do mindful reading, it sometimes is too much of an effort. Sometimes you have a million things going on and you just want to curl up with a book and just enjoy the story. And my sense is that that's great. You will just by osmosis, you'll imbibe, and then whatever you like, you can go back to it and read it. In fact, in week 1 of my course, I sent them Ken Liu's great story, Paper Menagerie, if you've read it. And I asked them to do exactly this. I say, read it twice. The first time, just go with the story. And of course, it's going to make everybody cry. It's just such a great story. But the second time, just look at the language, look at the clarity, the simplicity, notice all of these things. So there was one of my students, Rita, who once asked me this question about English is not my first language, but I want to write in English. What do I do? So we were sort of discussing that, and I pointed to Jhumpa Lahiri, who'd learned Italian and written a book in it. And Jhumpa's done this great interview with Tyler Cowen in Conversations with Tyler, where she spoke about this writer called Agatha Christoph. And I discovered Agatha Christoph because of that interview with Jhumpa, who was Hungarian or something, went to France as an adult during the wars. I think she was 21, learned French from scratch, wrote a series of books in French, later translated into English, of which there's a set of 3 called the Notebook Trilogy, which might be on Amazon. I'll link it from the show notes, and it's a masterpiece. It's mind-blowing. It's also language stripped down to its essence. It's so bare bones, so stripped down, it's so beautiful. So I recommended to my student Rita that why don't you check her out. So she got that book, and then she told me that what I have started doing is I'm taking pen and paper and I'm copying it. I'm just writing it down by hand. And I found that so beautiful that someone should think of doing that herself. I didn't tell her to do this. That someone should have that desire to get so close to the language. Because like you correctly said, the mindfulness with which you're doing it, the granularity. Because then, what we tend to do, I think, is that language just flows. Aata hai, likh dete hai. We don't put thought into every word, every punctuation mark, every choice that we make. Maybe people like you and I will train ourselves to do that in a second or third draft. But to be carrying out this exercise, I thought, wow, this is just so kind of mind
Truly,
blowing.
in some senses, like, I mean, obviously Rita went instinctive on that. She went with instinct on that, and I think that was wonderful. And that also, I think, is one of those magic moments of teaching, no, where the student just stumbles into a possible solution to her own issue, but you've just like maybe moved some of the brambles away and pointed her in the direction of Christoph, and then that next step is something that is taken instinctively. And I mean, the next steps I'd love to know, but they must remain mysterious right now. At some point, Rita may write a great novel or a short story or what play or whatever.
I hope she is, because what happened in November was, there's this thing called NaNoWriMo, where people try to write a novel in November. So just as an experiment, I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open a Zoom call at 6 a.m. on November 1st. It's going to run till the end of November. And the whole deal is that anyone who wants to put in writing sessions at any point in time during this time, 2 घंटा सुबह में करना है, 1 घंटा शाम में करना है, just come. And you don't have to keep your video or audio on, but you will just know that other people are there and they are also writing. If someone volunteers to keep their video on, it's fine. People may benefit from seeing you at work. And I did that for a while. But that became a habit. And Rita was one of the people who was writing regularly during that point. And I hope she won't mind me sharing so much. But yeah, but I think, as you can see, I mean, discipline is a sort of constant problem everybody faces. So whatever hacks you can find to get around it, to make these sessions happen. You've spoken about journaling, from when you were very young. Tell me about how that process of writing actually started for you. Like, how did you find your way in writing? Like, early on, were you, inspired by the great books that you were reading? Were you thinking that I'm going to be a great novelist, I'm going to be this, or I'm going to be that, as we tend to do when we are adolescents or whatever? And what was the journaling like? Because that really fascinates me, because, since I did an episode with Amitabh Kumar on his book, The Blue Book, which is essentially a collection of journal entries on Instagram and otherwise, me and a lot of others have sort of really become evangelists of journaling, in the sense that I think that if you write every day, you are changing every day. You're making an intentional effort to look at the world, and you're also being forced to look at yourself. And cumulatively, a person who journals every day versus the same person in a parallel universe who doesn't journal every day are different people after a year. So tell me about your experiences of...
See, I think the self is a moving target, no, which makes it so exciting, because the act of journaling, as you pointed out quite rightly, changes the self. So while you are trying to pin down and to explain to yourself what happened yesterday, or I often say when I'm talking to people who want to be writers, I say make sure that you're narrativizing as well. So journaling can become a solipsistic and narcissistic exercise in which you think that the fact that you had a headache yesterday is an earth-shattering experience, when it's actually just a headache, right? But if you are trying your best to record a conversation, or to tell a story, or to explore a moment with great care and attention. So the kind of journaling that I think people need to avoid is a narrative account of the day. Where you just say, got up in the morning and had a cup of coffee, felt a little better, etc., etc. Stop. Like, maybe just look at coffee and what does coffee do to you. Just maybe look at the moment of getting up and what was that like. Actually, actively try to find your way into the language of that moment. And this discovery, I think, came from my father, who said, I had, as everyone knows, a fairly mixed up childhood, because my mother was bipolar and my father was the rock of the family. And he encouraged both of us to keep diaries. He'd give us a diary at the beginning of the year and he'd say, write in it. And for, at the end of the year, you showed him the diary, and if you had covered most of the pages, then there was some reward involved, which meant buying a book or whatever, increase in library, in the amount you got to spend at the library. So there was, and I think I stumbled into journaling as a way of making sense of of the world. I thought at that time it was about a way of making sense of the world. It was a big project, and I liked big projects as a child. You just thought you could do this. Actually, it was about making sense of me. I was making sense of me at the time. And it was rich therapy also, I think. It was a rich vein of therapy, because in that journal, you were allowed. I think middle class children are often told that to talk about yourself is to put yourself forward. And that was like a great crime. Don't put yourself forward, you were told regularly. Meaning, achieve modesty in all things. In the journal, you were free to be as big as you wanted. You could sprawl all over those pages. You could be as intense, or as there was a certain, I think in English, if you have an Anglophone life, intensity is kind of frowned upon. Irony is the preferred mode of sophisticated elucidation of the self. You're much more likely to be taken seriously if you're ironic rather than if you are intense. And this is, I think, the difference between the Anglophone existence and the Indian Bhasha existence, which has absolutely no...
Is world cinema versus Bollywood?
Yeah, exactly. No compunction about intensity. So I have the feeling that that journaling became the space where you could actually play out your Bollywood fantasies also, of bereftness and of sorrow and of heartbreak and loss, and anxieties and fears could all be put down there. So there was a sense, I think, of a way of feeling your way into yourself, right? And I think only when you have some place from which, that famous thing that Aristotle says, give me a place to stand and a big enough lever and I'll move the world, right? But you need that place. However small that place is, you still need some place to stand before you write. So that place, finding that place from which you can make your big play at immortality, which is what writing is about. Your big play at immortality. Finding that place is really the most challenging thing. And it may be actually what growing up is about. Finding the place from which you can stand. And then, finding a way to perceive the world will be a lifelong exercise. The lineaments will be set up fairly early. And except for a few people who have a road to Damascus experience, you're not going to change your mind that much at any point in time. But what should happen is inflections, negotiations, and modifications somewhere along the way. And those, in general, one hopes are gentling.
So I want to ask you about both the content and the form of the early writing that you did and how that evolved. And I'll begin with form, because I think what often happens with young writers is that you are just so much in love with this newfound power you have of the language, with the prose. I can do this, I can do that. We've all been through that phase as young writers. In fact, in the education of Yuri and Muzammil are having all these wordplay games, which is exactly that.
Yeah.
They're just delighting in their facility with the language. And initially, I guess that's what it is. And there is, I think, in the process of becoming a writer, this period where you have to learn to get past that, because that is part of a projection of what you want to be seen as. And to get to the real you, which I guess should be much easier if you're journaling because there's no audience at that moment, but to get to the real you, you also have to get past these pretensions, this overthinking it, this extra language. Like at one point in M in the Big Home, the narrator says about M's prose, about how effortless it was. That quote, I have discovered since that such effortlessness is not easy to achieve, and its weightlessness is in direct proportion to the effort put in. Stop quote, which is very profound. And while reading Murder in Mahim, which I loved so much, I was reading it simultaneously, mindlessly and mindfully. So it is possible that, I could see the effortlessness and I was just loving it as a reader for that reason. But anyway, that aside, how did that finding of a voice kind of evolve? Because especially when you're journaling, there are no readers, there is no feedback, there is no need to impress. So What was that journey as a writer like? Were there writers who you admired, whose form you would take on? Is it something that would shift from period to period? Maybe you have a Dostoevsky phase and then a Joyce phase and whatever. And how did it gradually, like, how did the you that is you begin to form as a writer in terms of the
I
form?
think one of the things that also, I think in my experience, there was an audience, which was I would read back my own stuff. And I was fairly critical of myself. So, and I was also in the habit of editing my journals. So, in the early days, my father would give us those standard, page a day diaries with half a page for Saturday and Sunday. Because I suppose they were really constructed for working people, those diaries. And I found those very constricting. So eventually I started using just notebooks, like 300-page notebooks, which I found much more useful. And I began the process of also reading the yesterdays, and sometimes 3 or 4 days back, and editing, and sometimes just tearing out the pages and rewriting them because I didn't like So there was all of it. There was the critic, there was the audience, there was the standards I expected of myself, and I was fairly harsh on myself. So I think that was a early training in how much the feeling that raw inspiration will carry you. It was enough to just. The early poems were like that. I mean, when I wrote poems, I thought if they come under pressure, and because the words are knocking at the door and pushing their way in, this must be poetry. This must be the real stuff. When you read them out, the first time I ever read a poem out, I think it was at a Nissim Ezekiel workshop in college, and I felt nude. I really felt naked. The only way I could get through it was to actually pretend that I was somebody else and I was reading a poem by somebody else. Just some kind of act of ventriloquism had to be conjured up. And I thought the psychological effort for that was so high. In that moment, I thought he has to like this poem because of what this cost me. Just because of what this cost me. And he didn't like the poem. He never said he didn't like a poem. But what he did was he would not respond to the poem. And he'd say, next, please. And that meant, this is not a poem, try again. Which was fine. It was a civil way of going about it, but it was very hurtful. I mean, it hurt me at that time. I don't say he was hurtful because he was not. So that hurt me at that moment. But I realized that as I was going home and I was journaling, I journaled that particular incident about 7 times, because the first one was very raw and it was, sort of like full of the rage that I felt. And I wrote out the poem there. And as I wrote out the poem, to say, Nissim Ezekiel did not like this poem that I wrote. And I was copying out the poem from the text. And I realized, no, 1 minute. I need to edit this poem. This is not working the way I thought it was working. And I started editing it. Then I was caught with that moment of, this is not true. I can't edit this poem now. I have to if this is a journal entry, I have to show that poem as it was. And I'm putting it down and writing the poem as it was and saying, but actually, I think it could be better like this. And I was writing it down again and thinking, okay, then how wrong is Nissim? If I can't be comfortable with this poem, that is, but I thought, no. And all this, like I started writing this again, that, but on the whole, I think I made some changes, but it was roughly the same poem. And I'm arguing myself into a corner, realizing that if you've changed a few words, it's not the same poem, but it is fundamentally the same. And then I had this long argument with myself about, say I have a haircut tomorrow. Does that make me a different person? Certainly not. And this was a haircut for the poem. And I didn't like that as a metaphor, so I'm starting again. Again, the poem is changing. And I discovered in that moment the processes of rewriting. Just the process of rewriting. That was literally the magic that was going to change my poems. And the next poem that I read at the next week's workshop, because Nitsim had a 3 or 4 session workshop. The third was a very boring session on form, and not on form, but on scansion and, meter and things like that, which I sat through, but I wasn't particularly keen on. I actually worked on the poem several drafts. And when Nissim heard it, he said, "Ah," and he nodded. And then he asked me a few questions about the poem because he was responding. I calmed down a lot and I felt very, very reassured that the poem was actually working. And then as he was leaving, he turned and he said, I edit the PEN journal. Would you like to submit that poem for the PEN journal? And I said, no.
Why did you say no? How could you say no?
You're 17 or something. You're just like a stupid idiot brat. But what exactly, on the way home, I kept thinking to myself, you said no? You said no when Nissim Ezekiel wanted you to. I couldn't believe it. And I kept saying to myself, no, but and then I realized, okay, went home and journaled this in again to try and understand why I had said no. And I came to the really damning conclusion that I wanted to serve him back for having hurt me in that first week with not liking my first poem.
Oh my God.
I wanted to show him that you think you want this poem, you didn't like my first poem, I'm not going to give you this poem. It was as childish as that. So that I have to eat humble pie and I have to go back and I have to say, Mr. Ezekiel, I'm really sorry. I said no. Do you think you might want to publish that poem again? And I kept diddling over this. I would go up to his office at the university or at the I think it was at the university at the time, and I wouldn't have the nerve to go in. And then a month passed and by. Then, college catches up with you and there are so many other things that you're doing and I forgot about it. And then many years later, I met him again. A couple of years later, I met him again. And I went with a couple of poems and I said, can I take some time and, read? And he said, right now, read them out. I was really shocked. This was the man who'd invented modernism in Indian English at any rate. He was like one of the greats already. But he had time for you to listen to you. It was, I think, only Bombay produced this magic. That there was, Nissim, Adil, Yunus, Dom, all of them sitting around and all with some time for you. Dom needed you to be a drinker. He needed you to come and have a drink with him in the evening and read a poem. And he needed you to be, of the odd and spender, using poetry with the full sense of its great reserves of music, of Anglophone music. He needed that out of you. Adil was much more open to the possibilities that even non-English speaking Englishes, could bring to the table. Yunus was a lot more unavailable, and I think, but she was kind of, in a sense, defending her space in a way. And also she was Xavier's and we were Elphinstone, so there was that old rivalry going on. Though by then Xavier's was kicking Elphinstone all around the courtyard. So, but they were there, and one of the great things, I was researching this sculptor called Pilu Pochkhanawala, whom I want to write about at some future point, because I just think she's another forgotten figure. And my first encounter with modern art was Pilu Pochkhanawala when the buses that we took as children were normally the 1 Limited, 4 Limited, which went down that straight spine road from Dadar TT Khodadad Circle right up to Flora Fountain, that road. But on special days, we took the 80s, 83, 84, 86, which went across by the sea. And so the flashes of the sea, which was very lovely. And, in the the sea water would come in and the rainwater was coming in and you were drenched. It was lovely. So the 83, 86 was great, lovely bus rides. And when you came to Haji Ali Circle, there was a huge springing thing, which was Pilu Pochkhanawala's, I think it was called Spring or Tension or something like that. It was one of her sculptures, which was on public display. And sometime in the 80s, I don't know when it was, the BMC decided that they would take it down and scrap it. Okay. And that was, it was a bad moment in our history. And then in the process of researching many things about Pilu Pochkhanawala, I discovered that the first time Arvind Krishna Mehrotra heard Nissim Ezekiel reading poems was when heard Nissim Ezekiel reading Adil Jassawala's poems out was at a evening salon at Pilu Pochkhanawala's house.
My God.
I just so love this idea of these multiple things happening all together. A great friendship between Arvind Krishna Mehrotra and Adil Jassawala springing up. Clearinghouse coming out of that. Pilu Pochkhanawala's intervention in this. Nissim reading the poems of a young man who's in England because, he thinks they're great poems and everyone should read them. How much generosity of spirit is on display there? None of these. There's a Parsi, a Jew, a Hindu. I'm just like, it's made for Amar Akbar Anthony. It's made for that mythic, wonderful, inclusive city that we all had once. I think it was such a great story when I read it. And so there, I think it was some of the magic of this whole encounter between Jerry Pinto in his small way, the city, its histories, its geography, all of it plays into this magic when you hear that kind of story.
If ever a film is made on that period, that would make a lovely starting scene where you have a close-up of a diary and you slowly pull back and it's Nissim reading Adil's poems with all these other people around him. And what a scene that would be, boss. So,
really, no?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So tell me something. When you are, of course, you demonstrated so well here how journaling can help you understand yourself better in terms of just taking that first poem back and figuring that shit out, beginning to rewrite it, and then later next week figuring out that this is why I said no. And, so that writing is such a great process of self-discovery. What I'm also curious about is that when you are sort of editing your poem, doing that rewriting, what are your metrics? Because when I think about prose, for example, my metrics are kind of clear in my head. I want to make it more vivid for the reader. I would like, verbs and nouns to do all the work and, all of that, the standard stuff. But with poetry, while I love a lot of poetry, while I hold it really dear, I haven't been, maybe because I haven't studied it deeply enough, but I'm never sure of what the metrics are. Like if I try writing poetry, I'm never sure of whether it's good or not. I just feel that I don't have a way of so as a young person, when you are doing that, how do you know what is working, what is not working? Maybe what you think is a metric for better poetry might just be a fashion of a time or something that is part of one genre that you're into right now, but it may not necessarily be bad per se. How does that work?
Okay, just little go back in history again because you have this fondness for those details. Back in the day, a group of poets, R. Raj Rao, Menka Shivdasani, I think Akil Contractor, Dinyar Godrej, these were the 3 or 4 names that I remember, started something called the Poetry Circle. I think what their feeling was that when you said that you were a poet in public, generally people weren't very, very receptive. They would say things like, oh yeah, I used to read poetry in college. I wrote poetry in college. I don't have time for it now. So they wanted a protected space where poetry mattered. And not only did poetry matter, but it mattered to the point that a comma could be discussed for an hour and no one would think it was a wasted hour. Okay, which in the rest of the world, it would probably be seen as just navel gazing or whatever else people want to say. So they started the Poetry Circle, and then when a few years later I heard about it and joined it. And at that place, I discovered 2 voices that would be very important to me, but would be completely different from mine. So one was Ranjit Hoskote's voice and one was Arundhati Subramaniam's voice. They're both completely different poets, but for some reason the 3 of us had in some ways something to say to each other. It was not about our poetry, but it was about our ability to listen. Like when you read a Ranjit Hoskote poem, most of the time I feel I have just witnessed a beautiful and very strange word artifact from another civilization that has plonked itself down in front of me in my quotidian life. And I need to wait and experience this. I will not be able to understand it or deconstruct it very easily, but it is of great value here. And Arundhati's poetry, while not being like Ranjit's poetry, has levels and shades that she brings her femininity and her experience of the spiritual too, which I again will, as a beginner in all these worlds or as an outsider to femininity, I will need to work with to discover. So the three of us were very different in our approaches, but we formed something like it was like having bouncing boards, which were very valuable. I think in some ways they became two not voices inside my, but dwarpalas. They became the dwarpalas, and most of the time I would read the poems to them and imagine what their responses would be. Do I sound like my... Okay, so the first metric for my poems is, does this sound like me? It's as simple as that. Very often, I think when you're actually making a poem and you're working on the poem, a part of you wants to bring in something that will stun the reader with one's erudition, say. Like you want to say, I don't know, the coelacanth in me, because you know what a coelacanth is, say. Or you want to say, it's sesquipedalianism, something like that. You want like something that shines out and says, I am more knowledgeable than you. It's as simple as that. Now, often that will not survive the first draft. It will not, because the cant of it is so clear when you're reading it the first time. But if you do not allow yourself to be canting, and you do not allow yourself to let go and write out your worst self on the page, that need to impress other people, it's not also going to be an honest poem. So the first draft will have a lot of that. The second draft will be about, the first and major question is, does this sound like me? The third question, after you've got to a point where the poem sounds like you at any rate, it doesn't sound like Jerry's trying to be someone bigger than he is. So, does it have any... Can I rewrite it as prose and see if it works? If it works as prose, that's fine. But it is prose. It is not a poem then. Okay, so I leave it as prose. But if it is resisting the transformation to prose, if it goes back into the poem, then and this exercise of working with prose is very good for line lengths. Okay, and then I read it aloud. When you read it aloud, it is incredible, and you think this is the fourth draft. This is it. I'm here. I've got it. No, the reading aloud becomes the music of the poem. Now, words set to music, we have so many different definitions of what poetry is, the right words in the right order, all that, we know, and we don't know. We don't know shit. We don't know anything about actually what is a poem. So thankfully, again, as I said, as a practitioner, you don't have to know what it is. You have to make it. And someone else has to know what it is, right? That's what literature teachers do. Good for them. Hey, take it and deconstruct. Have yourself a blast. Okay? You go back to trying to find where the music was. Now, in that rewriting, there's one last moment, which is, what was the original impulse of this poem? I think there's a lovely line that Arundhati has, which is said, the poem that blinks at you like a newborn kitten off a page. It's that you want to go back to that sense of that birth moment that erupted inside your brain, where it's all synapse and electricity and just like fluid. Everything's fluid. You want to go back, and this thing on the page is so clumsy compared to that moment, but has it captured some sense of that original moment? That's my fourth metric. Okay, I don't know if that answered the question, but that's the process.
No, it's really fascinating. And I like my responses to poet, like the first time I read The Red Wheelbarrow, for example, I was like, what the fuck is this? But today, every time I read it, it almost makes me cry, because it is just so beautiful and there's so much going on. And in the show notes, I'll post, Mary Oliver's analysis of that. And, perhaps, some of the magic will be kind of imparted by that. And now, the thing is, earlier you spoke about how It's sometimes an interesting practice to copy something by hand because it gives you a sense of the artisanship of someone's art, right? And my sense increasingly is that the distinction that we make between craft and art is a distinction that is based on our own ignorance. Actually, if you look at how certain words in a certain order make certain neurons in the brain fire in a particular way and make us feel a particular emotion for reasons we cannot possibly express because we don't know all of this. But if there was an omniscient being, to them there would be no art, everything would be craft. You know, Beethoven would not be creating art because there would in that be the
Arey wah.
inevitability that
That's
is.
quite well, lovely, beautifully said. Yeah.
Thanks, but yeah, that the
I love that if there was an omniscient being, it would all be craft. Ah, beautiful. Yeah.
yeah. So
You pinch that from someone, or is that a Verma thought?
it's actually a Verma cliche.
Very
It's,
good.
it's
Oh, I
yeah,
see. Okay.
yeah. I mean,
Arey wah.
I've spoken about it a couple of times.
Okay,
I
no,
think,
but it's beautiful. I haven't heard it before, and I really like it.
yeah,
I might use it myself with due, of course, credit. Huh?
yeah, and I think so. What's happening with poetry is that kind of a mystical experience where a red wheelbarrow can make me cry, but I have no freaking idea why. And if I say this to anybody who doesn't read poetry, they'll be like, "What? Why? Are you
Yeah.
crazy?" Right? But even that mystical experience can be explained, but that explanation is beyond all of us. And in the meantime, we have a full field of people, a profession of people whose job it is to somehow create explanations for what the hell is going on. And my question, of course, is about academia. Like, I think the quickest way to make someone stop loving literature is to make them do a literature course, right? Where it seems that in a lot of academia, particularly in the humanities, where the fields have gone just miles away from what is happening in the real world. So, so I respect the practitioners. I will read a Martin Amis writing The War on Cliche and see what he has to say. But a random university professor saying that, oh, Dead Poet Society was about repressed homoeroticism. And I'm like, sir, please. So what is kind of your sense of this in the sense that you are a practitioner? At the same time, you're also a writer about writing, a critic sometimes, you're writing about other people's work. So it also then becomes your job to make sense of what can perhaps not really be made
Yeah,
sense of.
yeah.
So what are your thoughts about academia and then your own
In the
sense making
perfect
role?
world, we would have different people doing different things, and we'd all stick to our little, I think maybe that was what the caste society thought about. But in an imperfect world, we slip and slide and we fracture and we end up doing things that we may not be even equipped to do. So no one, I think, is equipped to write poetry. So therefore, really everyone is equipped to write poetry, and you must want to, and then you must want to do it well. All those are the essential steps. Now, as far as like the fact that the poet is also sometimes the critic. So there are many ways in which one is the critic. One could be a reviewer at one level. One could be the writer of the blurb at another level. One's the writer of the foreword at a third level. The writer of the afterword. All these various roles are response roles, like actually responding to poetry. If you are saying something that is pleasant in general, if you're writing the blurb, you're generally saying something that is pleasant, you will pass, right? Except that very often your friends are going to come up to you and say, what were you thinking writing a blurb for that book? Okay, because, that's another level of it. So I think over the years, I've come to the conclusion that the best responses come out of the reader. Okay, the reader of poetry who brings an attentiveness to reading, like you saying that the red wheelbarrow makes you cry is a very good, tight, critical response to the poem. It is sometimes, I think, almost all that you need. Okay, because there's all the elements there. And when you said, I feel like crying and I don't even freaking know why, right? That also encompasses the mystery of poetry and the mystery of your response to it. Does that mean that I would say that we don't need this broken down? I don't know that we it isn't something that I'm drawn to. I don't really enjoy reading analyses of poetry. I don't think I've read any with any thorough, careful, except for, say, for instance, as you said, like a poet writing about poetry is very valuable to me. So I have Seamus Heaney, that sort of thing. As for the writers academia becomes, I think, a self-serving kind of ecosystem, and all the symbiotes are so well settled into their relationship with each other that nothing is ever going to disturb that. So I feel that it is incumbent upon us not to let it disturb us either. So sometimes very big, startling revelations can be made by academia as well. But in the sphere of poetry especially, where a lot of it is about magic, this attempt to reduce magic to the formula, or to say that, hey guys, this was the sleight of hand behind the magic trick, is actually bound to fail. It doesn't matter that they try, because eventually for instance, the example that you gave of Dead Poets Society being repressed homoeroticism or whatever that person said, one thing is to dismiss it out of hand because you didn't see it. The second is to see Dead Poets Society again through that lens and judge whether this is true or false. And maybe the third is just to see it again and just let the magic wash over you again if you loved the film in the first place. It's as simple as that. I mean, kutte bhonkte hain, karwan chala jata hai, right? The caravan of poetry is still on its way. And the academics will say what they say. I suppose it's a way of making a living.
Like you correctly pointed out earlier, people respond to art in the same art in different inexplicable ways. Like perhaps your student's takeaway was about the deodorant or whatever, but that's just like perhaps one extreme example of it. And I sometimes wonder that, whenever somebody asks me for feedback now on something that they have done, I'll put 1,000 caveats. Like first I'll evaluate if I should, if it will be taken in good faith the way I'm offering it. But I'll offer 1,000 caveats because I think an opinion is just usually an opinion. And I was struck by, and we'll talk about M and the Big Home in some detail later because I want to, but I was struck by this aspect of it, which you mentioned, where you spoke about how many words you wrote to be able to distill the book down to what it was. Or you said in an interview, I think, quote, I learned that I am a really bad writer, but I also learned that I was a good editor. For this book, I wrote about 65,000 words, but before that, I had to write 7 lakh words before I could choose those 65,000 words which would work. What worked in my favor was that because I wrote those initial 7 lakh words, I had 65,000 words already in existence. Stop quote. And later in an interview to the New York Times, you spoke about how, right from the time you were a kid, you were writing drafts of that book. You eventually wrote the book which we read after you were 40, but before that, you wrote one draft was like a Rushdie novel, another was more like Amitav Ghosh, and it was decades, and you had 7.5 lakh words, which is 3 times War and Peace. It was all handwritten, and you write, quote, I reread it and it was bilge. I was actually weeping at the point, stop quote. And the question that struck me, and an almost sacrilegious question, is that, are you sure it was bilge?
Oh, it's still around. I can show it to you.
No, in a sense.
At some point, if you should be interested, I mean, it's still around. I do not throw away the handwritten drafts ever. I'll tell you what I think was wrong with it. I think what was wrong with it was, one, it was self-indulgent, and in the sense that it was poor little me. Okay? At the second level, I think it was also that the presiding influence, I think, was G.V. Desani, which was like, use the big spade and throw all the details in, like everything, right? The third problem, I think, with it was that it was really offensively over-explained. Okay, and I think that that in some ways, that desire to explain everything may have come out of the fact that I've spent so many years as a teacher. You want to be very clear that you are getting the point across, and so you are saying it in as many ways possible so that it will not be misconstrued. And of course, every way can be misconstrued. So those are false reasons. So finally, I think bilge may be a very strong word, but I could see a lot of it was acceptably literary fiction. And I didn't want to write acceptably literary fiction. I wanted to write really good literary fiction. So when you're seeing that you're doing just about as good a job as most published, see, people say to me often, I read that book and then I thought I can write like this. And you're saying, why would you set your standard there then? Right? So that you can write, this rubbish even I can write. Why would you set your standard there? How is that even a logical thing to say? Why would you add more rubbish to the world? So I'm not saying, I feel that none of it was really awful stuff, but it was pedestrianly, ordinarily, recognizably a novel. Okay? I mean, none of it was stuff. And I didn't want to write a recognizable novel. I wanted to write something else.
Yeah, no, my question is not even about the book per se.
Huh.
Like, I love the book so much as it is that I don't think I would now accept any other version because I would be just biased for it as it is, and I hold all those values dear. But it's sort of a larger thought about a couple of things. One is that, as you have pointed out elsewhere, that a book is a collection of words until the moment it reaches readers and they respond to it, which is the point at which it becomes a novel, and they will respond to it differently every time. So you don't know, you're not in control, you're not as much in control of that necessarily, because people respond in different ways. And so it's entirely possible that to a different version, people respond differently, and
Totally.
all those are counterfactuals that we don't have. And the other aspect of that, which is a conundrum I can't figure out, and perhaps you can help me think aloud on it, is that one of the things that I've realized about the creator economy is that what is important is that you keep producing. Right? In the same way that, we both agree, and it's a common thing, that you have to keep writing. Except when you say keep writing, you're polishing the craft, but you're not publishing. Whereas in the creator economy, the motto would be just keep putting stuff out, don't look back, keep moving ahead. Because what happens is only constant iteration leads to excellence. You keep doing it again and again, those gems will emerge. You can't decide this is a gem, that is not a gem. Even with the seen and the unseen, people have responded to episodes in unusual ways I did not expect. There's some episodes which I didn't think were great, though I have to say I'm favorably disposed to everything I do because of the intensity I put in, and the guests are so great. But there'll be some episodes I'll think, this I like it, but it won't be popular, and suddenly it's a super hit. And there'll be something else which is incredibly close to my heart, but people just won't respond that way. And one is not. So the credo there is you keep producing, you keep putting stuff out, you keep doing it. But when it comes to being a novelist, for example, you could be polishing something for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and you're not putting all of it out. You might write your 800,000 words and bring out 70,000, right? And this is something that I can't resolve. I'm not arguing for one or the other. I see exactly what you're doing, that to write those good, perfect 70,000 words, you have to do the exercise of writing, 800,000. But at the same time, what creators in other fields like YouTubers or podcasters or whatever, what works there is that don't be self-conscious, keep putting stuff out, and gems will emerge and you won't even know it yourself.
I don't think there's anything wrong in that. I mean, can't see the flaw in that argument, as it were. But I think eventually everybody gets choices about how they operate, right? I mean, and so if someone were to come up to me tomorrow and say, Jerry, you just okay, let's look at the time of Graham Greene and Somerset Maugham and I don't know, Aldous Huxley, all of them. They produced a novel every year or 2 years, tuck, 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 stuck. It was like clock ticking. Many of them were actually on the clock, like they would have like a 3 novels for the next 3 years contract and these many pounds a month given to them so that they turned out those novels, and they did some very fine work against all that. No issues. I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying is that eventually you get what your job is to find out how you do your stuff, right? And when you learned how you do your stuff, that's how you should. I think it is very good to try and experiment and push your boundaries and get out of your comfort zone and see whether other things work for you or not. But you don't have to inflict all of it on an unsuspecting public. You have to be a little respectful of their time. I think the biggest non-renewable resource, the most valuable non-renewable resource is time, right? So when I'm saying I would like you to read this novel, I should be fairly sure that it should be worth your time. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't just. So this scattershot creator economy that you're talking about, which is put it out and you don't know what's going to be good, you don't know what's going to be bad. I have the feeling that it is anxiety driven. Okay, that the way to deal with the constant anxiety of inventing universes, because that's what you're doing when you're writing a book. And who needs another book? Who needs another universe? Is this even worth anybody's time? Is to say, put it out now. And if 200 people say like or put hearts or say ooh or whatever whatever emoticon is the emoticon of choice of approval, that's given you some validation. Move on to the next one. If that's the way you choose to live, sure.
I actually think it's not that. Like for all the good creators, there isn't that anxiety. There is the recognition that just continuously producing makes you much better at what you do. Like, for example, when I put something out every week, I'm absolutely sure that if I was to say, let me plan one great episode for 1 year and do it, that one great episode would not even be as good as a median episode if I do it the entire year round. Because what is happening the entire year round is just by doing it again and again, I'm getting better at it. And it's also forcing me to think about my craft and see elements of it which otherwise I would not even know I have to think about if I was just planning one episode every month or one episode every year or whatever. So I think the serious creators who are really going out there and getting better all the time are not even doing it from that sense of chasing validation, which is in fact quite contrary.
Sure.
The serious creators know that validation can be a trap. That if you chase validation, you lose your soul. Then it's a race to the bottom. Yeah. But it's just about you also discover yourself faster. You grow your craft faster. And it's probably a false dichotomy because there is a place for both of these.
I agree with you entirely. See, I think where, for instance, you have something to do like you're doing, or the column that I'm doing for the Hindustan Times called Jaywalking, where I go on a walk every week. Just doing it regularly, you discover what you can do, what you can't do. You get better at it, undeniably so. I'm also saying that there are certain things that need a little more baking time. Like a poem is not going to be, I don't think you should put out a poem every day. Or, okay, you could take up one of those challenges and say a poem every day. But within that metric, within that rubric of saying this is a poem every day, there's a certain leeway that is allowed. You say, okay, great. You're doing this, great. We are with you on that one. And with a podcast like yours, which requires an immense amount of preparation. Like you do a lot of reading, you've read practically everything I've written, Shanta's written. That's a lot of reading to do. Once you're doing your work, I got no issues with it. I only feel that if it is like put it out as on some kind of treadmill, that's not going to be good for you.
I think mindless production wouldn't work for audiences also. Audiences would not go for that.
Yeah. So, but on the other hand, for a while they might be with you. For a while, even if you're doing a kind of, say, a comic, you're making jokes. People like to laugh. They want to laugh because I think the rise of stand-up comedy is goes in tandem with the rise of anxiety. So you need to go somewhere where you're guaranteed a laugh. And therefore, the anger of the heckler, when they're not presented with laughter, but they're presented with something that will make them laugh thoughtfully and will make them interrogate their biases, it often makes them very angry. And that's where the heckler arises from, because you're actually going there to say, hey, make me laugh. I need to chill out. I need this time off. So you can fall, I think. So no, by no means would I disagree with you at all on any of this. I think the more learn in the world of creation, doing is learning. Right? So a workshop like yours with prompts, with encouragement, with sharing of wisdom is great. It's a great idea to do it. But otherwise, the workshop can be your workshop. You can just sit down and read 2 hours every day, read mindfully, read mindlessly, and write 500 words every day, and do this for the next, as long as you're comfortable, and you'll get a workshop. The point is, most people need the discipline of having paid some money, right? So that now you need to get some value out of it. So therefore you will follow the prompt. So therefore you will work on it. So therefore you will have something to push you into doing it, which is also not a bad thing, because we live really frantic lives now. Just keeping up is a chore. It's kind of like how, if you subscribe to the New Yorker, for instance, it just becomes kind of like a pile of unread New Yorkers baying at you. Someone wrote this great piece. Someone wrote this great poem. Someone wrote this long piece on this. You will understand completely the history of Nicaragua and its present situation on page 47 to 98 of this issue. And you're looking at all of it and thinking, even you are pressurizing me now. And then there's the bookshelf, and there is the music, and there is all the relationships and the work and everything that we've got to do. So I think when I say that you need to cut time out of this and work solemnly and respectfully of yourself. Okay, so if you can bring, I think, production, the line between production and overproduction is self-respect. Once you've drawn that line and you've said, this is the line I don't cross. Like for you could tomorrow walk into a studio with someone cold and you could pull off a 3-hour podcast without them knowing that you hadn't read a line of their work, but you wouldn't do it. Now that I think is solid. That once you have established what your parameters are, you don't step out of them and do things that would make you think less of yourself. Then as much production as you can. So last year I had 4 books out, right? I had one Indian Christmas, the Book of New Beginnings, The Education of Yuri, and Citizen Gallery. Many people came up to me and said prolific. And prolific is often a delicate insult somewhere in there. And a few lines later comes churning it out. And I always stop them there and say, okay, I know you probably don't mean to sound rude, but churning it out is rude. I don't churn. It just happens that these 4 books, which all of them were in preparation for many years, happened to come out at the same time last year. Okay, but Citizen Gallery took me 10 years. Education took me, since the time I finished writing I've been writing The Education of Yuri. Look, it's a lot of work that went into them. They happen to come out at the same time. And I'm not fetishizing time either. It's not a good judge. You could write a book every year like Green did and still turn out Istanbul Train 1 year and Burnt Out Case another year and Brighton Rock a third year. Like, what was he eating, right?
Whatever works for anyone.
Yeah, whatever works for anyone. But the central thing is, you don't put it out until, okay, my way of reading it is, every piece of writing I do is my ambassador. It carries my name. You've met me, we get on well, we like each other. 99% of my readers will not meet me, despite all the literary festivals' attempts at making us kind of public figures, which they're never going to do. They won't meet me. What they'll know is my name. I want the name to carry that possibility that they say, oh, I read him last time and it wasn't a bad experience. I might as well try it again this time. That's what I'm saying. After that, like, the more you do it, the better you get. Undeniably, undoubtedly, but don't inflict the failed experiments on people, is what I'm saying.
No, agree entirely. And to anyone who said you were churning them out, I would say, look, okay, last year you were 55. Each of those books took you 55 years to write. That is the bottom line. I mean, if you don't know, if you think that, ऐसे ही हो गया 3 महीने में लिख दिया भाई ने, वैसा नहीं होता यार. It's yeah. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll come back with the AC on because I can't see you sweat like this anymore. So. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm chatting with the generous Jerry Pinto. We kept the AC on for some time and then Jerry said, okay, you know what, turn it off and then we'll turn it on if required. And we're going to continue tomorrow. So this will stretch out very well. Before we get to talking about sort of your first job and your entry into journalism and all of that, what I'm also curious about is how your conception as a writer is growing at that point. Like in The Education of Yuri talks about how he wants to be a poet and all of that. And there is this thing that you say in that where you're describing how he suddenly realizes he wants to write poetry. And at the same time, you have this line, with that came the horrible emptiness of wanting to write and having nothing to say. Stop quote, which is, I think, something that the young would always have in common. I remember certainly in my case, I had this deep desire to write, but like I hadn't lived life. And Amitabh Kumar also once said that when you're in your 20s, writing is equal to waiting. And elsewhere, you wrote, Yuri Thinking Aloud, and he's saying, I wish I could write poetry. What will I write about? There was a horror in that about. I declare war on about, right? And so tell me a little bit about what that period was like. That around what time did you get that conception of yourself as someone who wants to write in a serious way? And like earlier, we spoke about the forms of writing, finding your voice and all of that. So this is kind of about the content, that what do you then write about? Like one thing you're doing in your journal is, of course, you're turning your gaze inwards, which, by the way, I would not take for granted at all, because most people don't do it in their lifetime, that self-reflection,
Yeah.
So that's incredibly valuable. But how is your journey as a writer in terms of what you want to write about? What do you see yourself writing? Do you want to be a novelist? Do you want to be a poet? Take me through some of that.
I think, there is some material left of what I wrote when I was as a child. And I did preserve it. I did hold on to it. Which indicates to me a little that there was some notion that I felt that there was something to do with words that might have something to do with me. But the idea that one could actually write seemed very, very alien. It seemed like if you looked at Dom Morais, for instance, his father was Frank Morais. His father was already like a very noted editor. He'd been to Oxford. He had this pedigree that just seemed impeccable. And what pedigree did one have? One had Elphinstone College and Victoria High School and Mahim. And none of that seemed to compute, right? It didn't seem to add up to what a writer was supposed to be in this world, in that world that we lived in. So I think there was there was a yearning somewhere that I wanted to write, but also a sad resolve that it was not going to be possible, and I would have to find another way to express myself. Both my mother and my father seem to have been writers in a way. I found that my father had made extensive notes towards a kind of philosophy of life that he was writing. I found that my mother wrote in constantly and filled books with her writing. So I thought I was just one of a bunch of unpublished writers who worked in the family. I have an aunt who writes regularly long letters, which are ways in which she expresses herself. And obviously, if someone would encourage her, so I actually brought out a little book of her writing, just so that we did about 25 copies, so that she'd feel better about it. I think. So I had absolutely no hope of being a writer. Around that time, I was also earning for the family. I was working for the family. So there was no way I could accept. I finished my LLB, for instance. I did a law degree. And when I went to interview at a law firm, they said that they would be happy to hire me because I stood sixth in the university or some such ridiculous thing. And however, I would have to pay them sum, I think about ₹1,00,000, and out of that, they would pay me out of the interest of that.
What?
Yeah.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's bizarre. And I said, but I don't have ₹1,00,000. And the man across the desk said, Mr. Pinto, I think you should borrow it. So I was thinking, I want to work and earn money, and you want to put me into debt. And he said, within 5 years' time, ₹1,00,000 will mean nothing to you. You'll be doing so well, you won't even think about it. Trust me, do this. And again, I just thought, there is something fundamentally wrong about this whole offer. I'm not doing it, and I refused to do it, and I walked away, and I continued teaching mathematics. I might have been teaching mathematics at the age of 56 also, but then fate intervened. A friend of mine, his wife would often, when I was talking to them, would say, you should write, it's such fun, you make me laugh, and very few people make me laugh, so I would like you to write. And then one day she said to me, I've been asking you for all these years to write, and you've never written, and I'm not going to ask you again if you don't write. We'll talk because we are friends, but I'm not going to mention this because this seems like a lost cause. And I got really sort of vaguely frightened by that because I saw a door closing somewhere. I said, okay, but I have a problem with the ego. I just was inventing this super spotlight. I don't think I can bear rejection slips and, that sort of thing. And everyone tells you that they papered their walls with rejection slips and stuff. She said, okay, I'll make you a deal. I'll take your writing to the newspapers. You won't have to go and face rejection. I'll go and take them. So I said, I said, I can't type. So she said, I'll type them for you. So she typed, she edited, she chose, and she took, I think, 14 off to Midday at that time, which had some, a column for funny writers. And 12 of them got published. So if it had not been for Rashmi Palkiwala, I would not have become a writer. Absolutely not. I would have continued teaching mathematics happily. So I often feel that there were two really important women who came into my life at different times. One was Rashmi at that point, and the other was Shanta, who made me a translator, whose faith in me made me a translator. I would not have become a translator otherwise. I always say that there was that moment when I said, do you think I could translate Cobalt Blue? And her answer was you, with an exclamation mark. She could have said you with a question mark. You. And I would have not translated. So I think that it taught me something about being a teacher and believing in your students, so that exclamation mark that you become in their life becomes something that pushes them onwards, because maximum they can fail. That's all that can happen, right? I could have been a bad translator. Cobalt Blue might have been a dreadful work. Then all she had to do was say Jerry M. And she was very, very good. One of the finest things about Shanta is ability to give you trenchant criticism while not making you feel bad about it. It's really a highly developed skill with her. So he can tell you the truth about what you're working on, but you don't go away feeling savaged like you feel with many other people. So that I think, So Rashmi at that point and Shanta at that point, the two of them kind of like one made me a writer, the other made me a translator. But still at that point, the high achievement was getting a byline in the Times of India. I have to tell you, Amit, I was really, really happy with seeing my name in print. I like, I don't know, it was just sheer delight. I used to look forward to the times when, I knew that there was a byline the next day. I just loved it. And then the day wasn't, a day without a byline was like a dark, dull day when I was just like going through the motions of tuitions, etc., etc. So I really discovered that I enjoyed writing. And at that point in time, no way would I have thought that there was a book possible. And the only dream I had was the dream of a poetry book. But that was a dream, like, I suppose, the way, I suppose boys dream of being race car drivers or piloting aircrafts or saving the world from extraterrestrials. It was that far off as a dream. It didn't seem like a possibility because, again, publishing was so small in India. I'm talking about, this is the time when the Horizon had Jaico. There wasn't much, actually. Penguin hadn't started work here. So if you had to get a book published, you had to be Nayantara Sehgal or Kamala Markandeya or Anita Desai. You had to have like a white Western publisher. Khushwant Singh also. But those were the people who could get books out, not average Johnnies like us. I think Urvashi Butalia once pointed out to me how all the possibilities that opened out happened when India ran out of the foreign exchange to buy books. And the government suspended the exemption that was given to books. Okay. And so suddenly Western publishers were unwilling to send books to India because anyway, we had to remember, the rupee was maintained at some fake price against the dollar at some 35. And it was all just completely chaotic, right? So suddenly the bookshops had big gaps on their shelves and Penguin India and Kali for Women could put their books out there. Suddenly there was a demand for them. So, you see economics in this kind of like raw fashion impacting aesthetics. And I remember the early years of the Penguin India books thinking I will buy every one of these books just because, hey, these are like our names, Padmaja Hejmadi, Nisha Dakunya. Who are these people? How wonderful that these books are coming out. They are our names. And of course, like today, you wouldn't be able to follow one publisher and buy all their books. But hey, that's so good. That's such a wonderful thing. A lot of rubbish coming out also, but a lot of great stuff coming out. So at that point in time, it seemed like a very small elite club. And when you met these people, like I was a journalist by then, right? So I met Nisha Dakunya. She had a beautiful mansion on Pedder Road where she sat among, thousands of books arranged on wooden shelves and offered me tea in fine china and talked about Henry James. And I thought, well, yeah, this makes sense. I can see why someone would publish your book, right? With a Lalita Lajmi cover, etc., etc. I understood that and I thought, this is not my game. I'm never going to get into the door. And then came the horror. Okay. The great Dharam Sankat happened. Shobha De wrote a book called Surviving Men. It was, one of a Shobha De book, which, was standard, like very polemical and funny and whatever. And now this is a story that Anil Dharkar told me. I don't know if it can possibly even be true. Anil Dharkar, Mark Tully, David Devida and Shobha, they were sitting around a table. And Shobha, they said, you should do a follow-up to Surviving Men. It should be called Surviving Women. And she said, who would do it? And all four of them agreed that it should be me. Okay. Now, why all four? I think it was probably Shobha who said maybe Jerry should do it, or one of them said it, and everyone said yes. But I thought the story was nice. All of them agreed I should do it. And out of the blue, some young woman from Penguin wrote me this thing saying, Shobha De's book has come out. We thought you'd be a good choice for Surviving Women. Would you like to do it? And I thought, are you mad? I like women. I enjoy having women friends. It's the kind of book that will piss off all my women friends. I'm never going to have a conversation with any one of them again. Not worth it. I thought, it's a book. It's my name on the spine. It's that holy grail that I've wanted all along. But of course, the next question is this the book you want, Jerry? Is this the first book you want? And I remember that night, as if by chance, I was reading a set of Chesterton essays. And one of the lines there said, "Show them your lear before you show them your fool." And I thought, oh my God, like literature has told me, don't do this. Okay, you need to show your layer first. And of course, at that point, I was already still writing M in the Big Who in a different form. So I thought, okay, my first book should be M in the Big Who. This should not be my first book. And I wrote back to her and I said, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to do this book. And the chapter closed. Okay, and then that was the end of it. And there was a pang of regret here and there, feeling. Oddly enough, she quit Penguin about a month later and never filed my letter in response back in her file. Okay. So when her file was handed over to Ravi Singh, who had just joined Penguin at that point, he was handed a file with one letter in it, which was her letter to me saying, would you please like to write this book? So he wrote me a fresh letter saying, do you think you're still interested? And I thought, okay, second chance. Like someone else is starting this. Maybe I should think about this. Right? I wrote back saying, if you come to Bombay, we could discuss this. And he said, yeah, I'm coming. He said, I'm coming on so-and-so date, and when could we meet? So I said, yeah, fine. And I thought I'll give him 15 minutes and, I'll settle this matter once and for all in my head. And by then I'll have an answer for him. And I was veering towards no even as that answer. And then I saw Ravi Singh coming down the hallway at the time. It was a big barn of a hall on the 4th floor. And I looked across the thing and I thought, friend. Okay, this is a friend. This is going to be one of my friends. And I've always been instinctive like that. I mean, I know on the spot. I've made a couple of mistakes, I have to say. People whom I've thought, oh God, no, have become my friends. But other than that, I'm happy with my instincts. So I walked down to meet him. I said, this is a terrible place to meet. We can't meet here. I want to show you Bombay. Chal. And it wasn't his first time in Bombay, of course, but I took him to the bookshops. I took him to eat samosa bhel. I took him to eat tel podi. I took him to like strange places. And about 5 hours later, he said, I have other people to meet as well. Okay, are you doing that book? And I just thought, okay, for you, I'll do the book. It's all right. And I said, okay, I'll do it. And he sent me a contract and I signed it with feeling greatly disturbed. But I still did it. And then I hit on what I thought was a great idea. Not implicating the self. I would do a series of long, intense interviews with men. Choose a man who has just had a bad divorce and talk about being divorced. Choose a man who's, had multiple affairs with women, like that kind of thing, and put them all together and write an introduction and just I'm not here. That's all of them. And I thought I'd sold myself the Studs-Terkel model that, this is about narratives and whatnot. I sent it off to him and Ravi wrote back saying, yeah, very nice. I'm glad you did all this work, but this is not what we want. I want you to be in the book and you have to make it funny, not like this. Rewrite. And I was really hopping mad because by then I was a fairly well-known journalist and he's saying, rewrite? I mean, I wasn't getting rewrites from my editors. But then I sort of decided to rewrite and I hit on a strategy to defang all my women friends, which is I gave them the manuscript before it was published and asked them to write me a letter back. Okay, giving their objections to the book. So all of them did it and I put it all together and sent it off. I saved my friendships and I got my first book out. The first review that came out. Okay. No. Okay. So when this book went out, I think in an attempt to publicize it, it was Ravi's first book as an editor. He sent it to Nilanjana to read in manuscript fashion. And Nilanjana was also coming to Bombay. And again, I looked down the hall and I saw Nilanjana coming and I thought, friend. And again, I whisked her out of the building and we went all over the city and, enjoyed the bookshops. And Nilanjana just gloms to bookshops. And so we went into all the crowded spaces and whatnot. And we had great fun. And she wrote a nice piece in Business Standard, I think, where she had a long-running column where she said, guaranteed to raise feminist and hackles and, everybody's hackles alike and stuff like that. And it you sort of moved. So I developed another friendship out of out of surviving women, and a woman friend, which was even better. And then the book came out, and I moved on. And at that point in time, Ravi came back to Bombay, and he said, "Would you consider writing a novel?" And I said, like, really? Of course I would consider writing a novel. I have considered all my life writing a novel. But I also want to do poetry. And he said, of course, Penguin doesn't do poetry. They never. At that time, Dom was the consulting editor to Penguin's poetry list. And they had a series called Gemini.
Yeah, I think Jeet Thail and Vijay Nambisan were one pair.
Set, and one set was C.P. Surendran and Jayatirtha Rao,
Yeah.
who always people would always come up to me and say, "Are you Jerry Rao?" And I would have to explain that is a very high-paid city banker, and this is a low-paid journalist called Jerry Pinto. It's even a different religion, okay? Anyway, so they brought out these two books. So I was hoping that I would feature in the third. So I went and met Dom, and he looked at the poetry, and nothing ever came of it because they just killed Gemini also. They never had a third version. So we signed up. In that year, I signed up for M in the Big Whom. It's called A Novel. Okay. And I got paid the princely amount of 5,000 rupees. But even then, that seemed like a substantial thing. I think my salary at that point was about 23,000 rupees. So 5,000.
This would be around 2,000 or something.
Yeah, around that time. So it was fine. It was perfectly acceptable. And really, I don't, this is the thing I think that publishing has relied on, that nobody looks to publishing to pay the bills. Publishing books. Okay, we expect that we will have day jobs. We expect that we will write our little hearts out in the night. We expect that they will pay us, not much. And all that is fine. And I think maybe the economics of publishing in India is actually that way. It isn't like that they can pay you terribly much more unless you're going to write one of those trashy bestsellers or something like that. No problem. I have no issues with that. Anyway, so I think the second book that came out was Asylum, the poems. That was... Okay, here's the truth about Asylum, okay? Because I feel that I think your podcast is valuable because it is genuine detail, okay? So there is no point telling lies. And because that just muddies the water. At that point, there was in the poetry circle, which I talked about, there was one of our members was a chap called Prabhanjan Mishra, who seemed to know everybody in every sphere of life. Because I think he was a government bureaucrat of some kind. And he came to us and he said, Allied is publishing books of poetry. So maybe you want to go and meet them. They've just published my book. So I trundled off to Allied very happily to ask them about this book of poetry and whatnot. And they said 10,000 rupees.
Ouch.
Yeah. So I went to be very disheartened. I wanted to call Prabhanjan and say, did you pay 10,000? And I thought, no, that's not fair. His book is out and what he wanted to do with it, he did. Now you have to decide for yourself. And my way of deciding for myself is to take a long walk, basically to walk home from VT, like to walk from VT to Mahim and to focus your attention on the subject at hand, then to drop it for a while, then to focus again on it to see if any new things come up. And by the end, I got home and I was saying, no, this is not the way to publish a first book of poetry. Let it go. The next morning, I found myself writing a letter saying, yeah, I'm happy to pay 10,000 rupees. When can we start on this project? And I started on the project. Baiju Parthan did the cover for me, which I liked very much. They did a fine job of the book coming out. They did no distribution because Allied was basically a textbook publisher and redistributor, I think. They did a lot of Indian student editions of Western textbooks, etc., etc. So this was not something that they wanted to do. They just thought that, okay, let's give it a shot. And I was therefore in charge of the distribution, the sales, everything. I didn't mind. It was my first book, my first book of poetry. I was happy to do it that way. And I did sell it. And towards the end, I began to think, okay, after this, there will be no copies left. because did a print run of about, I think, 1,000. So there are 1,000 copies out in the market. And I began to see how fragile the ecosystem of poetry was. And then I remembered wanting to buy Kamala Das and knowing why there was no Kamala Das out in the market. And all the years that I walked around the bookshops and the second-hand bookshops, there was no Kamala Das until the time that I think Minu Choi died. Now, Minu Choi was a very sweet, small-made man who had vitiligo, and he was a photographer, so he would he would sit in Samovar taking pictures. I don't know where those pictures went, because he took pictures of all of us for years. And that's another archive, and he was one of the Tan Choi. Remember there's a sari called the Tan Choi sari. And this is based on the fact that there were 3 Choi brothers who brought that sari, that silk the Chinese silk to India. So it was called Tan Choi in their name. So he was a descendant of that family. When he died, about a few years ago, his poetry collection ended up on the road, and I bought the majority of it, just as a salam to him. But there wasn't any poetry available, and I could see now why it wasn't available, because of these limited runs, no reprints, etc., etc. So that's how the second book came out. But in all this, there was the sense that this is your shot. It's not happening again. And when that Asylum came out, and I was very happy, also a little dejected that I had paid for it, in a way that, and I was at pains all the time whenever I did poetry readings and all, to tell people I had paid for it, so that they should not think that it had passed through some huge screening process and, gone through the gatekeeping of publishing, etc., etc. I would say, I paid for this book, and, I'm happy for you to buy it if you like it. I don't even know why I did that, but I felt that was my ethical stand about having paid for it, to keep saying that I had paid for it. And of course, I don't have any, I have 2 copies maybe of that print run. The rest have all gone out into the world. So each time there was that sense that, surviving women happened because Shobha De wrote Surviving Men. Otherwise, that wouldn't have happened. And Asylum happened because I had 10,000 rupees spare to give Allied Press, and so otherwise that wouldn't have happened. So I seemed like an otherwise writer, that it was all going to be otherwise. And then the third book came, and this was another very peculiar thing. I think the first of those books was, of the city anthologies, was Improbable City or something like that, the name, on Delhi, edited by Khushwant Singh. The honest truth is that Khushwant Singh probably had approval on it, but that the work was done by Ravi Singh and many of the other editors at Penguin all working together, and Khushwant also would suggest some pieces and all. That's how those books were done. And he asked me whether I would like to do the Bombay book. And again, it seemed like, otherwise, if it had not been for Khushwant Singh doing that one. So I said, of course, I'd like to do it. And then, oddly enough, a month later, Naresh Fernandez, who was in America, wrote to me and said that he had been asked to do a Bombay book as well. So I thought, okay, there's one way to do this is to call Ravi and say, what the fuck is going on? Why did you... Sorry, what? Is that allowed?
Yeah, of course.
What is going on? Why? And the other way to do it is to say, hey, let's combine forces. So I wrote to Naresh and said, why don't we do it together? Because I have also been asked. And Naresh said, yeah, that sounds like a plan. By this time, he had come back to India from working in the Wall Street Journal and other such great successes. And we settled down together. There was a fundamental disagreement in our attitudes. Mine was like, I wanted history, I wanted narratives, and he wanted hardcore new journalism, right? So you'll see that about 50% of the pieces are like my choices, there's J. Jacinta Cunha writing in the 19th century that Bombay is as beautiful as Paris. And there's I think André Gide talking about Elephanta, those things. And there's his pieces, his famous jazz piece, morning you play different, evening you play different. And then there was the Paromita Vora piece. Okay. Now, I wanted to get on with my life and I wanted to close the doors on this anthology and finish it. And Naresh kept saying, no, Paromita Vora is writing, Paromita Vora is writing, Paromita Vora is writing. And I kept saying, really? Do we have to wait all this time? I'm just tired of this. What benefit can it bring? Forget it. Okay. But he hung on. He's a loyal friend in that sense. He kept saying, no, we've got to wait. We've got to wait. Finally, one day he rang up. I think I was working at Man's World at the time. He rang up and he said, Paro's piece is in. So I said, what? Because there's a but in your voice. He said, it's fabulous, but it's very long. So I said, how long is it? He said, 10,000 words. I said, you're kidding. Our outside limit for people was 5,000 words. You don't do 10,000 words. He said, just read it, Pinto. So I said, okay, send it to me. And I started reading it and I fell into that piece. And I rang Paro up immediately and I said, all is forgiven. I mean, I've been cursing you under my breath because, you've been delaying this book and I wanted it out of the door. But this is fabulous. But take it away from us. Double it up. Triple it. Make it into a short novel. This is Oprah Winfrey territory. Oprah was big at that time, like Oprah was doing books and all. I said, this is the kind of book that will get Oprah's eye. It is so good. We'll manage without it. And I sincerely meant it. I really wanted the piece. I thought it unbalances the book. I don't mind an unbalanced book. Okay. But this is a great piece. But I wanted her to do a big. She said, that's very sweet and so kind and all, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's at the piece and I think I'd like you to have it. So we put it in. And the rest is history. Even today, when anyone's buying it and at this thing, I'll say, hey, keep that piece for the last, okay? That's the good piece in the book. That you keep that one for the last. They look at me slightly puzzled because maybe not everybody keeps the best for the last. I mean, that's my way of eating food also. Like one piece of something good has to be at the end. Yeah. So I just had I learned from Naresh the trust in waiting, like waiting for people to fetch up with what they need to write at when they need to write it. That was one big learning there. Sorry, am I going on too long?
No, nothing is too long.
Okay.
So, yeah, this is for posterity. No, I mean, I've done episodes with both Urvashi Butalia and Paramita Vora, and all of these are news to me. The Urvashi's revelation about the economics and this great anecdote about Paro. Kind of.
I think Paro is a great writer.
Yeah.
And I wish she would write more. So I think I've seen like 2 or 3 pieces by her. All of which have been great. And of course, she's a filmmaker and a great film.
And her columns are great.
Her columns are great. Yeah. And her columns are great as well. But I'm saying I just wish she would write, like, she would. I think there are stories inside Paro which are bubbling to come out. And there's so much that she's doing that she's not writing those stories. But, we can't live other people's lives. I keep telling myself that.
Maybe she'll listen to this and do something about that. And I'm also, like one theme that I kind of keep exploring in all of my shows, and in this case you brought it up, is just the role of contingency in our lives. Like you pointed about Rashmi taking you towards writing, Shanta taking you towards translating with that masterful exclamation mark. Really? Right?
Yeah. Totally.
And all her writing is just so immaculate and just, it takes something special to even do this exclamation mark, I think.
No, and also because it's an exclamation mark from her.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel context. Like, on my back, there is an exclamation mark by Shanta. Who dares stand now? Like, I'm here, I'm coming. It's very empowering.
Yeah. And all these otherwise moments. Here's a question that came up, that one of the lessons I have learned in my life is that you will go through life thinking of stuff as big deal. That it will be a big deal when I do this. It will be a big deal. It will be a big deal when my book is out. It will be a big deal when I win this award and blah, blah, blah. And whatever happens, and some of that shit happens, and it's never a big deal. It's a whimper.
Yeah.
It's you've thrown a stone into the ocean and it's like skipped a couple of times and then it's gone forever.
Even by the time I won the Wyndham Campbell, I had served on juries for awards.
That's a freaking big deal, though. That was a lot of money.
Yeah. But I had served on juries for awards, and I have often known that the winner of the award is sometimes the default choice to break the impasse between the
two other people.
Two other people. Like everyone just says, okay, please, y'all stop fighting. We'll give it to a third person. I believe very strongly that M in the Big Home was something that I'm proud of, and I stand by. I stand by it, and I believe it's a great piece of writing. Even if I say so myself, I do believe that. But I also know how awards are given. Okay. So as you said, it's not a big deal when it happens. You're happy it happened. You're grateful it happened. But you know that it is contingent. It is really contingent. If that woman had not quit, if that Ravi Singh had not joined, if that letter had not been filed, anything could have happened. Why would he have come to meet someone who said no? He wouldn't have come.
Yeah, but the award is not the Wyndham Campbell Prize. The award is a book existing.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you got that done, and I agree with you. It's a great book. It's a lovely book. In fact, after I had bought my first copy, a friend of mine gifted me a copy which is on the shelf somewhere over there, with a handwritten note, because it meant so much to him that he just felt that he has to share it with as many people as he can. So it's a book that's really resonated in that sense. So I want to in along this theme of what you thought was a big deal not mattering, I want to also ask you about the things that we want. Like one book that I've often mentioned on the show, which I read last year and made an impression on me in conceptual terms, is this book by Luke Burgess called Wanting. And Burgess was a disciple of the philosopher René Girard. And René Girard, a few decades ago, was asked to teach a course on literature, even though he's a philosopher. And it wasn't his subject, but he agreed because he needed the money. And as he developed a reading list and went through all the great books, he came to the conclusion that in all of those books that he read, everybody the protagonist who wanted something wanted it because somebody else wanted it. It wasn't intrinsic, and therefore he came up with the term mimetic desire for it. And from Burgess, I learned the frame of thick and thin desires. Now, mimetic desires is you want something because somebody else wants it. And the frame of thick and thin desires is that thin desires are desires which don't emanate from within you. But, like I might, for example, want a Mercedes because status and all of that. Or if I'm a young person growing up in India, I might say that, okay, I should get married and have kids just because that's expected. That's a thing, not thinking about whether I really want it. And those are thin desires. Like, I think validation often is a sort of thin desire. And the thick desires is stuff that's deep within, but often so submerged you may not know it yourself. But those are sort of thick desires. And for a writer, wanting to be a writer can be a combination of a thin and a thick desire. The thin desire can be ki, I'll win awards, I'll be cool, I'll wear these fancy glasses, and
get invited to literary festivals. Which
seems to happen to you a lot. And the thick desire could just be that I have stories to tell. I want to tell stories and blah, 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 all of that. And looking back on my life, I can see those thin desires in retrospect, where I can look back and say that I don't even know why I was chasing that. And in some cases, I might have gotten there, but found that, as we just discussed, what seemed a big deal wasn't really a big deal. And in some cases, I never got there, and thank God I didn't. And that process about wanting. So I'll ask you to look back on the things that you have wanted in your life. Like that whole thing, Surviving Women book will come out, your initial thing, book will come out, it'll have my name on it. That's kind of thin, I guess. Even that quote about show them your leer before you show them your fool is also kind of thin. It's driven by vanity, right? So what are the thin desires that you have that you can recognize in retrospect? And today, when you kind of look at life, what are the thick desires? And I realize that your thick desires will no longer be goals, but just perhaps ways of living or ways of being, maybe just being mindful or whatever. How does it all play out for you?
This is a lovely question, and seriously, I'm beginning to feel naked again. Okay, to answer it, I will have to be naked, but let me try. There's no harm in being naked. To begin with, I think the thin desires are almost all the fleshly desires. Like I wanted, for instance, I wanted to be a foreign returned. In the sense, I wanted to have gone off to Oxford or Cambridge or Harvard or Stanford or wherever and come back with that degree in hand. To say to people that, I matter, right? when I peeled that away, when you peeled that and looked at it, you saw that it was actually about your inadequacy. That this was going to be some way of throwing a rock into that abyss of insecurity. And now you know that it is a fairly deep abyss. One rock is not going to fill it. So that turned out to be a thin desire. I was saying to myself that it was about the liberty to do physics and philosophy in the same course, or it was about ranging freely and thinking freely, which the Indian system did not allow you to do because we were into, giving you a model and asking you to replicate it regularly. I mean, even experiments in the science laboratory, you knew what your answer had to be. You knew what the, say, refractive index of water is, and you found that and presented it to your teacher. It was really like it makes a joke of experiments. Anyway, so I kept saying this to myself, but the actual thin desire was I would like to be able to hide behind my degree from Oxford. I wanted to be a published author for the same reason, and there is the rub. I wanted to be published author, right? But I think actually my thick desire was self-expression, was something inside that. And I think this is actually the universal desire that we all have to be attended to. So the delight everybody has on your podcast, Amit, is that you bring such attentive readings to their work. So it is almost like an absolute joy to engage with you, because you've engaged with me. You've engaged with me like completely, and you're bringing really interesting questions to the table. So that, I think, is the thick desire that almost fuels all of us and explains the great success of social media. That everybody, as you said, gets a chance at self-expression. Everybody gets a chance to be someone who is producing opinion. Okay? And all the bad things that come with it also, and all the good things that come with it also. Like nothing's free. No such thing as a free lunch, and no such thing as a totally good lunch. It's always going to be like that. So I think that is a really thick desire. The other, I think, is, it's going to sound very sad, but more and more I think that if the writing does not come from a good place, then even if it is good writing, it fails. Okay? So, and that place is the rag and bone shop of the heart, that flow, which is really filled with the broken down remnants of everything that you used to be. Because I think we are in the process of constantly recycling ourselves. The things that come up and get worked on and fall back into the heart and come up again and are worked on in a different way. So that often you recognize an old desire in a new form. And you think to yourself, like, really, I can't possibly be going around this again. And I remember my friend H. Masood Taj once said something very interesting to me. He said, yes, in the Indian, we were talking about time as at that time we thought it was such a new idea, time as a cycle and time as an arrow and such lovely ideas, all 1980s. And he said, yeah, but you have to consider cyclical time as spiral time. So you may find yourself in the same place, but you're at a certain other level. So the same place but a different level means there is some change even in that. So you don't look on it as completely like you're stuck in the same place. You're not. So I've always held on to that as something that makes sense to me. So the rest, I think, it would be lovely, really lovely, and this may be a thick desire, because it's an impossible desire, to have companionship along the way of writing. But it is fundamentally a lonely way. This is the great attraction of it also. Because, in all the times when there have been collaborative things that I have done, it has been at some cost to collaborate. You're actually working very hard at saying, don't be stupid. Okay. You're trying not to say that. You're trying to say, okay, I'm trying to understand what you're getting at here. But you're just wondering why people are like that. And of course, there is collaboration in writing. I'm not denying that. But much of your work is done on your own. So you're not as abraded as, say, if you're a filmmaker. And, you have 70 voices shouting in your ears all the time. So I think it would be lovely to have companionship, but this is the fundamental constraint. You want companionship on your own terms. You don't want companionship on mutually set terms. And so therefore that's something that you sort of begin to understand is not going to be something that will happen in this lifetime or at this stage of your evolution. Maybe a little later you'll be able to find that. I'm often very impressed by dual writers. You were talking about those brothers, or say Kalpish Ratna, Kalpana Swaminathan and Ishrat Syed, who work together seamlessly, effortlessly, book after book.
Syoval and Balu, that great series.
Yes, that great, and to write like that level of detective fiction together, whoa, such an achievement. So those are things that I think it must be nice to have that kind of companionship, but it would, I think, also have some downsides to it, which I think, maybe Goskini and Uderzo would tell us if they were around.
So I want to, you mentioned broken down remnants of what you used to be, and I want to talk about memory a little bit. Like one of the mind-blowing realizations about memory that I learned while, researching for an episode that I did with Achal Malhotra, and that I keep bringing up because it just blows me away when I think about it, is that the nature of memory is such that when something happens for the first time and we remember it, we are remembering the event. But the next time we remember it, we are remembering the remembering of the event, and so on in this game of Chinese.
And each time that protein is changing, no?
Each time it's changing. Yeah. And what you said about spiral time is also this. You are in the same place, but you're not quite in the same place. So like a spiral sort of memory loop, as it were. And a lot of your writing, in a sense, is about memory. Like at one point, for example, in M in the Big Home, the narrator's musing about M's memory of Burma, and you think aloud, was this how people remembered things in patches and images, or was this the repression of a painful memory? And then with regard to her memories leaving Burma, there is that thing about how they threw a piano off the ship, and then you realize that many people have that memory of throwing a piano off the ship, and like how many pianos were there. And then at one point you write, quote, the pianos were a metaphor, a tribal way of expressing loss. It did not matter if the pianos were real or had never existed. The story was their farewell to Rangoon. Stop quote. And at another point you wrote something which spoke to me in a different context, where of that of a chocolate wrapper inside a book, again something that M is doing, and I think these are her words in the book, where she writes, quote, no, not as a bookmark, as remembrance, that should you never get chocolate again, you would know that you had once eaten this bar. Yeah. And that struck me because I remember, my father had Parkinson's when he passed away, and I remember his memory was fading in the middle. Typically like memory, how it is sharp at the edges. You remember what happened 10 minutes ago, you remember what happened when you were 10 years old, but it fades in the middle. And at one point he asked me, like, tell me something about your childhood because I don't remember, right? Which is, of course, very poignant, and it got me to thinking in that selfish way in which we make everything about ourselves. It got me to thinking that one day that will happen to me. If I live long enough, it's a law of truly, if the sample size of my life is long enough, one day it will happen to me that I will forget. And then perhaps I will need that chocolate wrapper in a book to kind of remember. And what you said earlier in the conversation struck me, because you said that a lot of the stuff you made that effort of remembering, and therefore things came to you when you were actually writing. And I know you must have thought a lot about this, about your sort of engagement with memory, with the act of remembering, because every act of remembering, in a sense, is also an act of storytelling, an act of construction, correct, an act of trying to make sense of what is fundamentally senseless, and the book is brutal because the book, like for me, it would have been incomplete if not for that chapter called Disgusting Bitch, which
Yeah.
I totally get, where you're looking inwards at your own sort of, or the narrator is looking inwards at his own sort of ugly behavior, and there's no putting a sheen to it. There's no victimhood. This is just the messiness of human nature and all of that. What was it like to sit down and try to remember that just that whole process?
See, I think one of the reasons why I made it into a novel eventually is because uh, when remembering became very sharp, I have many people have told me that I have a very good memory, and I think I remember very clearly only where there is an emotional component, where there is a strong emotional connect with that moment or with the person. So I'm often surprised when people feel, and people often feel overwhelmed by the fact that I remember these things and that you remember the name of my aunt who came and saw me that day or whatever it is. Because I think it's like a kind of a compliment. I care about you, therefore I remember these things about you. So having a good memory and having those journals is like a two-edged sword because there is no escape from them, but it is a gift because all of it is there. You just have to go and look at it. The looking can be sharp and painful. So sometimes I would have to say to myself, Jerry, this is about the Mendes family. It is not about your family. Write the page, write that page. But there is, in writing Disgusting Bitch, it was, I think, something that you grit your teeth and do because it is finally self-implication. It is saying that this is not easy. And it's not just not easy, it's easy maybe even to get through if you allow yourself the wrong responses. Right? So one response is to walk away. You walk away from the situation as so many men do, and which is why we have that constant trope of the man who walks away suddenly, Ashad ka ek din kind of thing. Because I think in every man's head, the messiness of the family situation makes you think, if I just left, something would be recovered in me. It may well be like that. So I don't know. But when you stay, inevitably, something will go very badly wrong. And you will call your mother a disgusting bitch. And, precipitate another attack that will need her to go to hospital. But you live with that. And then the value of that memory, the value of going back to that place of hurt and that memory is that many people come and tell you that this mattered to me that you said it. This was because that's what I did. That's what I felt at the same time. And it mattered that you said it. So, as I said, no, the reader makes it a book. So the reader response is like central in that chapter that, that this was a lot of, there's a lot of just energy and fun and celebration. There's also like moments when things could get really bleak. So going back was not easy, but it had to be done in a way.
When we live our lives, and I hold myself culpable in this also, and perhaps as a human condition, and all of us are like this.
Do you journal?
Not. I want to, but I don't really.
Okay, but I wish you would.
I will. So, yeah. So, one thing that I think all of us are culpable of, it's part of the human condition, is that it's the whole main character syndrome, as it were, in the sense that it's like we live life as if there's a play and we're the main character and everyone else is a side character, if not a prop entirely, right? So we are always in that. And I think what happens sometimes with the act of memory, when you force yourself to be harsh, when it's not convenient, when you're looking back at, stuff like this, is that you you're not the main character anymore. You might have lived through a particular point in time where you were the main character and you reacted accordingly. I have also been harsh with my parents at different times, and of course, there's nothing to do about that regret, and which is possibly why that kind of spoke to me. And you were the main character then, and then you look back and you say, like, what the fuck? I'm nothing. It's just so, you kind of get that sort of picture. Now, one of the things that I try to do, and it's theoretical and it would be nice to do, is if you can live your life as if you're not the main character, right? But it's very hard to do because I think our default mode is you're the main character, everything else is instrumental. You could be in a video game where you're the player and everything else is sort of there. And that also, thinking aloud, might explain why so many men, like you said, might want to walk away. Because what they are walking away for, what they want to walk away from, is to maintain their main characterness rather than subsume it to a role that they suddenly have to play, where, which intrudes upon, or which they consider unfair, that, why is this happening to me, and so on and so forth. Especially for someone who's, withdrawn and introverted, as I have been, that whole Sartre saying, hell is other people. It's sort of a temptation. But as a writer, and as someone who has journaled from a very young age, as you have, as a writer who's written about other people and possibly, done the self-reflection and looked at other people and seen them make mistakes partly because they think they are the main character, how has your gaze evolved through all of this in
I'd
terms
just
of...
like to say one thing about your process, if I may. I think one of the most important things that you're doing in decentering yourself from the main character is to listen. And as soon as you listen, in some senses, you're giving the other person primacy, even in your auditory space, and you listen with a peculiar intensity, which means that you're there and you're engaged, right? And so that is very, very I think it's a great exercise in decentering, that you're listening carefully and attentively at all times. And I think that to make that into a weekly habit, literally, is a huge thing.
But there's also, because we delude ourselves all the time, right? Even if that is my conscious intention, it could just be self-aggrandizement. Like when you walk out of here and this episode is done, I could think, yaar, I got a great episode with Jerry, and there is that ego there is that self-aggrandizement, and how it's hard to disentangle. Like one thing that I realize is that we should never pretend that we're telling the truth to ourselves. It's
totally. But okay, this is it. I mean, I think fundamentally, I believe there is no such thing as the pure motive. There are always mixed motives. Okay. But in that mix, if the majority of the mix is good, then that actually excuses the minority of this. I don't think there has ever been a human being. I have a cousin whose favorite line is, I don't have 25 paise worth of pride, he says, okay, with such pride that everybody looks at each other and kind of like, rolls their eyes, but that's his belief in himself. Now, should I puncture that by saying, how much pride do you have when you say that? Or should I just recognize it, smile internally a little and move on? That's my call, right? So I think in general, we're never going to actually be free of the desire to be in the spotlight, right? But there are two things at work here. One is, I think what my friend Arundhati Subramaniam calls adakkam, which is the word that Tamil used to mean the self-withdrawal, in which, you come in and you say to your mother, maybe I stood first in class, and your mother says, oh yes, and wonderful, and has the dhobi come? So your achievement is put in place. You're not supposed to put yourself forward. Now, that can have certain damaging impact on, if you suddenly find yourself in the middle of self-promotional people who think that your withdrawal is well, that's your choice. You don't want a spotlight. Hey, give me the spotlight. I'm enjoying this, right? So, and there is also the point at which you devalue everything so systematically that you're devaluing yourself also. So that comes with that one. And the other one is the hey, I listen beautifully, man. Right? So, and I get these great podcasts, man. Now, if there is a 10% possibility that 10% of your motive is that, it's forgivable. But to be able to recognize it and to laugh at it and to forgive yourself, this is what the bouquet of humanity is about. It's like, we're never going to be saints. Thank heavens. It would be a very boring world. But we can sort of strive for self-awareness and say, okay, you know why you did that, right?
Do you think the process of writing, like if I think of a series, and this is very simplistic, but if I think of a series of Jerry Pintos as a kind of a Russian doll, a Matryoshka, one inside the other, and outside you have layers, and inside there is something. And the question there is, of course, the self is contingent because we're all shaped by A, genes, and B, circumstances, and nature and nurture come together, and whatever, all that is fine. But there is perhaps somewhere down a hypothetical core Jerry looking out at all of these layers. Do you think writing has helped you peel back some of those layers, take off some of those outer skins, as it were?
I think so. I think, I think no act of writing is anything but an act of self-revelation. Okay. And this is even the ghatia writing, the bad writing is also an act of self-revelation. So you're revealing yourself, whether you like it or not, it is happening. Okay. If you have a certain degree of self-awareness, one of the things that you can see happening in front of you is your worst possible self is also laying itself out on the page, right? Now, some of the excitement of creating an interesting work is to let that bad self out onto the page as well, okay? But often one manicures it. You want to be as evil, but you want to be evil within the acceptable limits. But those limits are so flexible. In the 19th century, you could use the N word without thinking about it if you were a white writer. Today, you just not. But every black writer can. And that's just one simple example. The word Harijan in the 1940s, when upper castes used it, was a way of them virtue signaling that the fact that they were on the right side of the equation. Today, it would seem really offensive and
Condescending.
condescending. And the shifting of those names is the right of, I have the right to be named the way I want to be named. Right? So we can't take that right away and say, but yesterday you said that you wanted to be called this. Today, why are you saying that? That's just ridiculous. That's us playing the ease card over the hurt card. It doesn't work that way. So we leave it at that. But I'm saying each time you choose to lay out a word or two, you're going to reveal some of yourself. You have to get used to that. That moment when I read out that first poem, okay, it just gets easier and easier after that, because you realize that even when you're writing something as simple as an argumentative piece for the newspaper that is going to have validity for about half an hour before it moves into history, you're still revealing something of yourself. Even if you choose to play a role, the choices of choosing that role is again revelatory.
I'm not actually speaking so much about the choice of revealing that side of you.
Yeah.
I'm speaking about changing because you saw that side of you and you hadn't noticed it before, and it was kind of normalized. And has that sort of...
I think, there are many parts to the self that you recognize as being things that need work. And in bad fiction, it just takes that recognition for you to change that part of yourself, and it happens. Actually, I don't think it happens that way. Like, for instance, say, I believe that every man has a hidden patriarch inside him. However feminist he tries to be, he has a hidden patriarch. So my sister is nearly 60 years old, but if she says she's going to come home late, I'm immediately thinking, who are you going with? What are you doing? Well, it's just, and I have to talk that patriarch down off his pedestal and say, hey, okay, I know what you're feeling, I know why you're feeling it, don't go there, right? It's that kind of thing. There's an old-fashioned man inside me who, when someone requests pronouns which I don't think are the right pronoun, I want to respond, but again I have to talk to myself and say, hey, you don't get a say in their pronouns. You get a say in your pronoun. You stick with that and be happy. But many people don't seem to want to do this work, because this is work and it is important work in a certain way. I think the conversations you have with yourself are seriously always going to be the most important or among the most important conversations you have. But most people, I think, are very happy with this. For instance, one of the things that I kept hearing forever was Bombay versus Mumbai. There was a Bombay, and that Bombay was and this Mumbai is and I keep thinking, what is this exactly about? Is this about privilege? That the old Bombay privileged a certain Anglophone elite, and the new Mumbai privileges or is trying to privilege a new set of elites, and you're feeling challenged, right? And I don't have to take sides. I can watch and listen to both sides of the equation, but I don't have to take sides in that debate. So I often feel that that recognition of a prejudice or a way of thinking that you're not comfortable with is a first step, but those grooves are very deep. So to step out of the groove requires almost near constant policing, and then you have to be open to that correction, and we are not. We hate being corrected.
On that note, I think I've kept you without AC for a long enough time, and you've been kind enough to agree to come back tomorrow. So let's take a break for the day, and there is still so much I want to talk to you about, so we'll address that tomorrow. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. This is day 2 with Jerry Pinto, where we get back to talking about your life, Jerry. So thank you for coming back again.
My pleasure in that.
There's this saying that I think, there's this famous line in literature, which I think is a false line, which is the Anna Karenina line about happy families all being alike and unhappy families being unhappy in different ways.
I'm told that Tolstoy never wrote that.
Oh.
Yeah, Constance Garnett thought that it was a good way to start a book.
Ouch.
And she added it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Imagine, like, the most famous of Tolstoy's lines is not a Tolstoy line at all.
Wow, that's tragic. That's like, that's the opposite of what I guess Gordon Lish would do, carve What a thing to do. Wow, okay. But that, I mean, whoever's line it is, separating line from artist, as it were, it strikes me in a sense as false, that I think, certain strains of unhappiness come about for such similar reasons, that's why literature sort of hits so many of us, right? We read something and there is that spark of recognition, and that can really affect people, as M and the Big Home did. So, since you have been so naked in your book, in a sense, even though it's fiction, I think I should also kind of talk about something I haven't really spoken about before. My mother died in 2008. But before that, from perhaps the 90s, she began to have different kinds of delusions. And at first, one would not see them as delusions. It was just a very overt religiosity. extreme religious, very elaborate prayer room and all of that stuff. But later on, it was all about how ghosts are talking to her. She wrote an entire book, which was a transliteration of Tagore's poems, guided by Tagore himself, who was sitting with her and guiding her through that. And she became convinced that she was an enlightened soul and there were spirits out to harm her. And at one point, she had these severe pains. And she said, there are spirits inside me. I must do tapasya to get them out. And those pains weren't spirits. It was pancreatic cancer, detected too late. Shortly after detection, then she kind of went. And your book, I realize, was less a book perhaps about the mental illness and the mother, but more a book about how the protagonist is dealing with it. The love and the conflicts and all of that. Like for a significant period of that time before it got worse, and it got worse gradually, I didn't give it that term. Like even today, like no one in my family ever acknowledged that. I could see it by the end, but no one acknowledged that there was a problem at all. And for me, all that I noticed is that, oh my God, she's become such an unpleasant person, and she isn't what she used to be, and all of that. And it's interesting, and I think right towards the end, she, one could sense a fragility that had returned. Maybe somewhere in there, there was there was a part of her which could go outside of it and see what was happening. And I think throughout that period, I was, in a sense, clueless. I couldn't step out of my own body and really figure out what's going on, even at a point where I sort of knew it was mental illness. And, one imagines things like, oh, everybody else's family is so happy. My family is dysfunctional, right? And the point is, that's not true. You know, that nobody from the outside sees this stuff.
Absolutely.
You kind of have to sort of live with it and figure shit out, and I guess that's why your book struck such a wide chord among so many people. There's no such term as wide chord. What am I even doing? I'm not picturing a piano with two hands like spread out madly, octopusian hands playing a wide chord. So tell me a little bit about your sort of coming to terms with it, because the book is written at a point where I'm guessing has gone through so many rewrites and all that, that it is processed. But in the middle of it, and which is why I love that chapter where you get angry with her. I love that, I should say your narrator, and where your narrator's confusion and doubts and just that basic primal stress of, when I go home today, who will open the door, is so powerful. So, to take you outside of the book and leave that aside, tell me a bit more about, this aspect of your childhood.
I think let's just start with something you said, which I thought was very interesting. And thank you for sharing that. I'm really honored in a way. And I think it's kind of like one of the things that I think M and the Big Whom did was to catalyze this kind of conversation, to make it possible. And to make it, I don't think this kind of conversation will ever be easy, but to make it a little less of an effort, because the ground has in some ways been broken. But something that you said was very interesting, and I often feel when you're asking a question that I should say, stop now, I want to talk about that. But you go on and then I see where you're heading, so I follow you. But this one very interesting line, which I insist I will go back to, was, I could not step out of my body, you said. And I think it's very important. It's a very important and beautiful line, because it talks about empathy in a certain way. But more than empathy, I think the physicality of what people are going through is often also so powerful that you might need another body in order to be able to understand it. And especially across a gender divide, especially across an age divide, and especially across all the barriers that family puts up, and the abyss of love as well. Because, I think underneath the anger and the hurt and the just incomprehension, dude, what happened to my mother? That's the question that you must have been asking, because this seems like late onset. I think I feel that that for all of us, dealing with someone who has a different mind at that point in time, or is neurodivergent, or whatever you want to call it, is really about witness. There is nothing else that you can do. Uh, you know, in most cases, I feel that when we talk about illness to other people, a certain competitive spirit enters the proceedings, so that, you say, uh, yes, I know, I understand, because when I had this pain, 10 years ago, I was completely flat out and I needed to take so many analgesics or whatever it is.
It's all main character energy.
Yeah, exactly. The main character feeling that, suddenly I'm being sidelined in my own show. So I feel that coming to terms with someone who's mentally ill requires you to allow the oxygen to be sucked out of the room by that person's, sometimes not even by the person, but by the person's manifestation of illness. So I often felt as a young person growing up that one way to deal with it was to try and say, okay, it's the mania speaking, it's not my mother. It's the madness speaking, it's not my mother. But you didn't know where the line was to be drawn, because if there was a big and tremendous compliment being paid one day, you'll make a wonderful writer. You think, who is speaking now? You learn to mistrust also the good stuff that's coming out of that. So it becomes a difficult. It's a constant negotiation. It's a very tiring negotiation, because you're never in a place where you can relax and accept what is happening at its face value. And so much of what we do through the day is just that, is face value stuff. And I think this may well be the problem, because we have been taught in India that we do not have to actually say, we should not say no. We should never say no. And when we say yes, we actually mean no. So, the result is complicated maneuvers have to be made to make the person admit that they are saying no. So even if it is something else, to give you a stupid example, it's your carpenter who's redoing your space, and you say, will this be done by Diwali? And he says yes, because he can't say no. So you say, okay, how much time will it take to get the wood? And he says about 2 weeks. And you say, how much time will the karigari take? And he says, this much. Setting it up and polishing. But that's already Christmas. He says, now you've come to the point. But he's told you're the Sahab. And if you want it by Diwali, he has to say yes to Diwali. This is the problem, I think, with all of us. We are so intent on second guessing the interlocutor's preferences that we never actually answer a question. We choose the answer which we think that the person would like. I think it's really at the bottom of so much of the messes that we are confronted with in every life. Just the standard male-female thing where the male says, can I go out drinking with my buddies tonight? And the female says, of course you can. And, of course, but if you want to. And it's like, so you don't want me to? No, I don't not want you to. You must decide. And all of this seems to play with everybody guessing each other. You have to guess these things. So I don't know whether that's very healthy. So sometimes, it's very odd. We have the word mufat, when you say it about somebody, it is very respectful in a way. But it's also there's a kind of wondering at how someone can be like that. So there's a hint of disrespect as well. It's not all entirely, it's kind of, my goodness, how outspoken this person is. And I would never be that way because I was brought up better. This is the kind of subtext of this whole thing. And a mental illness can give you a pass. It can give you allowance to cut through the bullshit and to say your mind, to speak your mind without filters. This can be savage at a certain point in time. And therefore, again, you're asking yourself, am I hurt because this is the truth? Or am I hurt because this is part of the mental illness? So it can be very wearing. that sort of thing. When you have an added component of, say, the religious sphere, and you may not, and presumably Amit Varma, the atheist, was not particularly receptive to the idea that the gods were speaking, or and then the mix up between God and ghost, and you feel these are categories that need to be separated, but they can't often. So I completely understand that it must have been a time that stressed everybody out. To add to that, then comes the physical illness. It's like, that's savage. That's really savage. I think it is. It's And this, I agree with you. This is what most families go through, but we are somehow so stuck in a Suraj Barjatya, Yash Chopra mode of presentation of the family, that we want a happy, complacent unit to be presented, back to the world. We all be together for each other, and we look out unitedly at the world. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because we are so afraid of the ordinariness of uniqueness. The phrase unique, the word unique itself is ridiculous. We are all unique. So there is no unique, right? So, uniqueness is so ordinary that it is a challenge all the time, because you're not bringing up carbon copies of yourself. You're not bringing home a carbon copy of yourself or your mother. Nothing is ever going to be replicated, and therefore yesterday's learnings have to be refreshed and renewed for today, and may even have to be reinvented entirely. And that's the cost of being human, I think.
And you mentioned the Suraj Barjatya film, and it strikes me that many men would be happy being the man in a Suraj Barjatya film.
Oh, yeah.
But for women, it's a completely different thing. Like, I was struck by M's words where in the book where the narrator and his sister ask her if she wanted children. And she says, quote, "Oh God, no, I saw what children do. They turn a good, respectable woman into a mother." I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Perfect. Yeah.
I didn't want to be a madha. I didn't want to be turned inside out. I didn't want to have my world shifted so that I was no longer the center of it. This is what you have to be careful about, Azu, which is what she called the girl in the book. It never happens to men. They just sow the seed and hand out the cigars when you've pushed a football through your vag. For the next 100 years of your life, you're stuck with being someone whose definition isn't even herself. You are now someone's mother, right? Stop quote. And this is, again, being a mother for so many women, for so many girls, must be like a thin desire. It's what you're supposed to be. And you'll see little children at gatherings and you'll be like, oh, how cute, I'll be a mother. And it seems like so romantic and nice. It is horrible. Like, I was recording an episode with Mrinal Pandey, and Mrinalji was talking about how she and a bunch of her women friends got together one day, and somebody pointed out this thing in the news of a mother who had killed her own child. And the first reaction was, how could she possibly do that? And then one by one, every one of them admitted that they also had thought about it at some point in time. To be a woman in India, in a sense, you are asked to eviscerate your soul. Men are not asked to do that.
Not at all.
Men can get by, but women are asked to eviscerate their soul. And I imagine that could so easily exacerbate any other problem that there is. Like, then, of course, you fucking need escape. You need release, it's, you can find it in religion. You can find it in your, two things where I think that it's dangerous to speak in absolute terms because it's not absolute. And one of them is delusions, where we can look at a person who might believe that ghosts are talking to her or whatever and say that person is delusional. But the truth is, to get by in the complexity of the world and the unfaceable truth of our mortality, we all, in a sense, choose some delusion or the other, even if that delusion is to be in the present, even if that delusion is a version of the world that allows us to come to peace with it. And it might not be something overt, but is there. And the other thing that I think about that we, not something different, but something that arises out of this, is that you can look at a mentally ill person and say that I should be empathetic because it's a disease. It's, chemicals have gone wrong, part of whatever, there's a reason for this, and this is not that person's fault. But the point is that for each and every one of us, chemicals go wrong. Character and personality are contingent, right? Chris Cornell took pills for some random thing, felt suicidal, killed himself. It was a pills that changed something. Phineas Gage had a rod go through his brain, and that famous story, became a completely different person. And so, it's again like yesterday we were talking about probability and saying that everything in the past we look at it as 100% or 0%, whereas the world is probabilistic. And similarly, I think that there is complexity here in the sense that everybody is mentally not quite there. Everybody is kind of making these compromises. And yet, we can be empathetic towards someone in our family or a character in a book who is clearly
easier
off.
character in the
Much
book,
easier, much easier, yeah. Or someone in your family after the fact when it's too late, perhaps. But you're severely judgmental of everybody around you because you are main character and they are just bad people.
And I think it is really about, at the end of the day, it's how much they discomfit us. This is the central thing. If the person is, for many people, mental illness is spectacle, right? So they watch it, and it is almost as if it is entertainment. So I remember there used to be a girl called, her name was Sulakshana, I think. So she was called Sulu, and then from that she began to be called Silly because she was developmentally challenged, and she lived across the road. My mother and she had a good rapport. They smiled and waved and chatted to each other, and no one knew what they was. My mother was speaking English, Sulu was speaking Kannada, I think, and nobody knew what there was. Neither of them knew what the other was saying, but they were fine. But as soon as Silly appeared in the veranda, a lot of people would come out, and they would sort of like, the older ladies would be cleaning some rice or shelling peas and watching her. She had a little imaginary world of her own. So she danced, she sang, she talked to people, etc., etc. And this was just spectacle for them. Silly was doing her thing, literally. And I think even when you have someone who's got a problem or whatever kind. I remember there was a young reporter who it was just in the Times, who it was discovered could not take a pee if there was someone else in the toilet. Okay. This apparently later I discovered is one of homeopathy's symptoms.
Oh, good Lord.
It's in the Materia Medica. It's like,
Good Lord.
It's wild. So it became almost like a challenge to keep him out of the toilet. For many of the young men in the office, they just like, as soon as they could see him heading towards the salute, they'd go and
Wow.
just to see how long he could actually hold out without actually peeing. And I think he never actually peed in public with anybody else. So I don't know whether everybody gave him kidney disease, or some kind of UTI because he was holding it back all the time. So that's one level of it where you make it into spectacle. The second is when it actually, I think, interrupts or disrupts your life. And then it's really not, it's that not on, this is not on, this is not the behavior. This is not expected of you. And, this is a X setting. And that X setting can be, this is a professional setting and you can't behave like this. This is a family gathering and you can't behave like this. So where do you go to behave like that? This is a question because you can't do it either way. Presumably only the mental hospital. To the, the Thane mental hospitals or the psychiatric wards the psychiatric wards in India are such catch-all places. So the anorexic is lying next to the drug addict, who's lying next to the recovering alcoholic, because if you are found to be an alcoholic, the government has an sort of understanding policy in the sense that you have to go and get rehab and show the paper that you've got rehab, that you've spent 21 days in a ward, and then you can return to work, because this happened with an uncle of mine. And my uncle had to go and, do his 21 days in the hospital. When I visited him there, I was visiting the same ward that my mother used to be in, the same kind of place. And he kept saying, I don't belong here. This is not the place. So I said, yes, but the only other places for rehab are out of your budget. Like, you can't afford that on a teacher's salary. So will you please just sit here and get this done, and so you can go back to work. And of course he went back to work, and of course he relapsed in 10 days. Natural, those are things that happen when rehab is mandated on you. So the therapeutic setting of the mental hospital is simply not conducive to therapeutic. I mean, that word is just wrong there. It's just like completely outrage. I mean, the young psychiatric, I mean, most of the work, the heavy lifting on the ward is done by the nurses, the ward boys, and by the psychiatric social workers. The psychiatrist is a visiting superstar who comes in and says, "How are you feeling?" Person manages a fine, continue the medication, next visit. Next bed, next bed, next bed. It's just like that. And where's the manic depressive? Oh, okay. Is that the one? Okay, over there. So people are not even known by their names. They are known by their diagnoses. The whole of it, I see all that is happening. I mean, a lot of conversations about mental health, a lot of openness about mental health, young people talking frequently and sometimes a little possessively about their mental health issues. I see all this as very, 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 very hopeful. But we have huge amounts of work to do, because I think, where is the barefoot psychologist? Where is the barefoot psychiatrist in the village? If you have, and so in the village, it is always possession. It's always possession. When I translated Baluta, there's a case study. He gives you almost like a short case study. Young woman who got married, her husband left her, went to the city in the normal way of things, and then apparently news came back that he was living with another woman there, and that this was, he had no intention of ever coming back to this woman. So she then began to wonder about offering herself sexually to people, etc. And so then she was beaten and, exorcised, and the spirit was driven out of her for a while, but then it came back again. Now, I have a young friend whose father did exactly that. He left the family and went to the city and married another woman, and that other woman, being sort of I think, like, I'm not really interested in motherhood, she got pregnant. She came and delivered the child to my friend's mother and said, "Look after her," and went back to the city with the man and continued to live her life happily. My friend was brought up with this other with his half sister, and grew very fond of her. They have a very good relationship. Their mother has a good relationship with them. So mother was not really interested in the husband, as long as the money kept coming and it did. From the city, it came regularly. That was all that was required. So these two such divergent stories, one where there's a complete breakdown, a social, a mental breakdown, and a threat, because an available young woman who's wandering about offering herself sexually to people is a threat to the whole of the patriarchy, right? So that's Baluta's story, and here's the story my friend is of the same community, the Mahars. The same story plays out completely differently here, right? And so I think often, what would have happened if that woman had someone she could talk to, the one who broke down? If she had someone who would sit her down and say, "Okay, listen, this is pretty bad, but maybe there's a way out. Just let's talk about it." I don't know. So I think we have such a fear of the word, of the spoken word, and of its power, that we tend to stop off the words. Don't talk about that now. Why bring that up? That's all old history. Let it go now. It's okay. It's over and finished. He's dead. If the perpetrator is dead, we won't invite that uncle over again. We just keep on silencing people, and the result is more and more distress, more and more distress that erupts over these things.
One of my episodes which has really resonated the most with people is an episode called "The Loneliness of the Indian Man" with Nikhil Taneja. So we speak a lot about mental health in that. So I'll put that in the show notes. So I'm sure listeners have probably already heard it. It's a 7-hour episode. Here's another thought, and again I'm thinking aloud. It's commonly, I think, understood by anyone who thinks about it for 30 seconds that schools are so great not because they educate children but because they're a daycare center, right? So you can't tackle it. You want to be a parent and with all the benefits and all that, but you can't actually look after them the whole freaking day, so they're out of the way, they're gone, right? And in a similar sense, it strikes me that it could be the case that when somebody is a little off, like institutions like these, then also become a convenience in the sense that with this Suraj Barjatia main character and energy, all of us want to kind of live that facade, live that dream. As long as everyone else around us is corresponding to the part that they're supposed to play. But if they deviate from that, or if it becomes difficult for us, like having children on our hands all day, what do we do? So, school is one solution, and something like this is one solution. And it strikes me that when there is extreme variance, like perhaps during COVID when the kids are home all day, or when you have a mentally ill parent, for example, then it strikes me that you can no longer maintain the facade that I'm a good son and this is a mother and this is. You can't maintain the facade, but you have to come to terms in a sense with the truth of it, and come to terms in a sense with the way that you feel about it, which can be so conflicting because the one temptation could be to just go in denial yourself and look at it as a spectacle and oh, it's just a disease and whatever. Or you can start to question where your own feelings on the matter, which are changing all the time, where do they arise from? What does it say about you? What does it say about us? So the book is so profound because it kind of covers all of this territory, perhaps not overtly, but it covers all of this territory. But that's a book, that's a writing of it in hindsight. In the living of the time, like, how was it for you? Like, were you able to take that step out of your own body, as it were, to go back to the phrase and see what is happening and figure out a strategy of dealing with it and yourself and all of that? Or
I think one did it from time to time. It would, to, I suppose, be fair to that young Jerry Pinto also. He had a life to live as well. He was not seeing himself as a carer for his mother. He had his dreams and his plans and his ideas. But there were times when he had to come back to the house. I must say that that Jerry Pinto, from the age of 14, who started working, was also running away from the house. But if you are running away to earn money, it's very respectable.
you can rationalize it.
Yeah, you can rationalize it because I'm a working person now, and I need to be going and doing this. And at one point, my mother said, "But for how much money are you going? What are you earning?" And that was also a kind of blow. But now I think, again, to focus on the time that one was back home. Say one got home by about 8 o'clock on some days and 10 o'clock on other days. And then one had to confront this. And most of the time there was minor annoyance, okay, with epic rage and flashes in between, deep self-pity, trenches, and also that the general feeling that of resignation. More than anything else, there was a grey resignation sometimes. That was the worst of it, because that was sort of terrifying, as though this is never going to end. This is always going to be this way. And of course, I knew that she was 30 years older than me, so obviously at some point she was going to die. But, and I would say sometimes, why don't you just go and, you keep wanting to kill yourself, why don't you just die? The rage would be so much that you'd say that. And she'd say, "Not on your life. I'm not doing that. Not letting you go so easily." Strange things like that. And then 3 months later, we'd be begging her not to. To just hold on for another day. Don't do this. Who is this person who can have these two moods? One mood to say, just go die somewhere. And the other mood to say, no, hold on. I'm with you. We are all here for you. And it doesn't even sound reasonable, or rational. So while I agree with you when you say that we almost all of us in some ways suffering, I don't remember who said it. Man has called himself a rational animal in a characteristic fit of self promotion or something like that. A very nice line. But I'm saying I think the rational self is the self we would like to be all the time. And the irrational self is a response to the fact that love and hate and anger just mess with your reason, right, all the time. And they are our normal state. I think what makes us human is the fact that we have all these complex and strange emotions. I look at the emoticon range. I keep thinking, keep trying, guys. You'll get there. As you get there, we'll have another set of emotions and feelings and whatnot. So often I think when I'm writing something, should I send an emoticon? Because it seems like a way of, like, everybody seems to be. And then I can't figure the exact one I want. Even the smileys, the ordinary smileys, you want the one that where like a tears coming out of the eye with so much laughter, the nasty one. So I just give it up because I can't find an emoticon that actually represents my state. Okay, so and in some ways I think this is inevitable also, because we are so manifestly different from each other that even when I say I'm feeling a little lost this morning, I have no assurance that you know what I mean. And that when you are feeling a little lost in the morning, if you ever were to say that to me, whether it would be a reflection of what I was feeling or it would be another feeling altogether. What is our lostness? Our lostness is completely different. But we actually push that aside. We push that aside and we say, okay, I'm sharing in the tonality of this, and I think I know what this tonality is. And from that stems the response. And that, I think, is kind of the role of empathy. That empathy has to transcend understanding. Understanding forces us to be the hyper-rational human beings that of the Western imagination, in a way. When you say rational, it is a rational decision. It may be the wrong decision also. It may be rational, but it may be wrong. I think that's also a possible.
We were talking yesterday about writers churning out books, and I thought of George Simenon, one of my favorite writers who wrote like 400 books. And he had this lovely quote which reflects what you're saying, that the biggest tragedy in the world, and he said it was a central theme of all his books, the biggest tragedy in the world is that no two people can ever understand each other or talk to each other and get across what they're feeling. So exactly the same thing about kind of being lost. And I think that's partly a tragedy of language. I think in the same way that we are so different and unique, we are also in another sense exactly the same. That that feeling of lostness is something you will feel and I will feel, but we may have different words for it or different ways of dealing with it. I don't think there's anything called the rational man. I think there's something called the rationalizing man. Like, have you heard of Michael Gazzaniga and his the split brain epilepsy experiments? I'll just put a link to that in the show notes to not have to explain it now. Another sort of fascinating part of M and the Big Home which spoke to me was when you talk about sort of the facades that we put on for each other's sake. Like at one point about M, the narrator writes, she makes it worse by smiling bravely, by telling you to go on, to leave her there. The man with the broken leg on the Arctic expedition who says, come back for me, it's my best chance, because the lie allows everyone to believe that they are not abandoning him to die. Stop quote. And later you speak about how the narrator speaks about how when M is in hospital, he goes and he sits with her, and his words now quote, my motives were mixed. I wanted to help, but I had also written the stage directions for myself. Enter son, stage left. He looks at her for a moment and then goes and sits by her side. He takes her hand in his and offers her what consolation he can. For a while, her hand lay limp in mine, and she stopped twitching, and she stopped gasping, and she looked at me, and she rearranged her face into a smile. But this was her, my sensitive and civilized mother, allowing herself to be part of my script. And so we did not sit like that for long, because she was acknowledging the gesture of being comforted by pretending to be comforted. The effort was too great, and finally she took her hand away and said, "Go, Baba, go do your work," and then exhaled her relief. And the great tragedy here, and the great, M's tragedy in so much of the book, is that there is a part of her which is outside of her and can see this and knows what is happening, and knows and understands and feels empathy for the little kid. Like, even when she's in the middle of this kind of fit where the narrator calls her a disgusting bitch, she registers, she holds it. It's like, something that is said in the real world in one kind of rasa, but it's constantly coming back in, tell me about the non mentally ill mother. Like, what was she like otherwise? Like, you've got a very, I mean, the love story between sort of M and the Big Whom when they are young is again so beautiful. It's a lovely story on its own, and it tells you so much about the times and the people. But otherwise, what was that relationship like? What was it? Did you have to, like, I think at one point with my mother, communication became difficult. She wasn't always in that state, but communication became difficult. There was a little bit of a distance, with both my parents for different reasons. And I can see that as a way of coping. And again, like you're saying, if I'm in my 20s and I'm like ultra rationalist and I'm like, atheist and whatever, and here's someone telling me that spirits talk to me and I'm an enlightened soul, my natural arrogance will make me react to it in a way that then makes sort of communication in a different kind of space almost impossible. So,
See, I think it is, you put it very well. This problem, I think, requires a certain bracketing of ourselves also. When you enter into communication with somebody else. Okay, so right now I have a cousin who gets direct dictation from Jesus. Right? And Jesus dictates, and he fills book after book after book with this writing. And once in a while he will say to me, you're a writer and I'm not a writer, but look at how much I've done. And at other times he will suggest that I should go through this and see. So I did go through the thing, and my feeling was, if Jesus is saying these things these days, he's rather boring now. He wasn't this boring 2000 years ago. He's quite boring now. But another part of me says, you have no idea whether this is happening or not. Actually, really, you cannot tell whether, Jesus just wants to dictate to this guy. If there is someone, this is actually happening. So there is no way to there is no wish in my heart to puncture this. But 20 years ago, I would have been out for him. I would have certainly been out for him. I would have said, doesn't Jesus know how to spell spiritual? Well, can't he correct your spelling here? Why do you spell it SPRITUAL just because you say spiritual? One is a stupid shit at a certain point in time. Right now, I'm comfortable with dealing with this. I only feel that there is an element again there is a great silence around this automatic writing. The family is very uncomfortable with it and doesn't want to acknowledge it, doesn't want to acknowledge that anything is wrong. And otherwise, the cousin is functional. He does his stuff. Is one in hindsight, right? One will say, if something happens in the future, one will say something like, I knew all along because this was happening, right? But what did you do? Nothing. You allowed the holding pattern to stay because it was really not discomforting anybody, right? There's nothing other than this need to have like 4 or 5 hours a day or 3 or 4 hours a day, or when there's work, a couple of hours a day to do his writing. That's all he's asking of the universe. It's a small ask, right? So my thing is, we are constantly watching for signs of that will damage the picture. If the signs won't damage the picture, then we are fine. So it is really not even about, you were talking about how one examines the self, and the self is a moving target. And so that examination literally becomes constant, and you're examining the self in relationship to the other, that is the ailing parent or the ailing family member. I think also there is one eye is on how does this all look to the outside world. Okay, that awareness of the outside world is the greatest pressure, because the outside world is a panopticon. Everybody's seeing everything in our imagination. Whereas, quite frankly, most people are not interested. So again, they've got other things to do. But we are so concerned with this image of what it will be like, what it will be seen like, that we kind of ignore just the human need that is present at that moment. What is the human need? A lot of this is about loneliness also. That we are all so alone in general, that we bump into the walls of our loneliness and hurt ourselves. And being with someone requires also a lot of work. And sometimes we're not willing to do that work. But we want to be with someone. We don't want to be alone, but we would like it on our own terms. Not going to happen.
Does the recognition of the loneliness help? Like, of course, one kind of recognition is, I think, one of your characters, either Yuri or the narrator of him, writes this early thing, I think, when they're 13 or something, saying, I'm alone, I will always be alone, and blah, blah, blah.
Yuri does that, yeah.
Yeah, Yuri does that, which at a banal level is, of course, true of everyone, right? So, and that's one kind of acknowledgement of aloneness, but that is tinged with self-pity, which is always an act of ego, and you're not really examining yourself and so on. But the other is when you kind of come to terms with that, does it then make it easier to sort of deal with it?
I think it makes it easier to deal with it once you give up the special pleading for yourself, and you give up this sense of exceptionalism. Like, everybody's got this problem, but mine is specially terrible because. So if you just acknowledge that everybody is alone and we all live in this cell called the self, and we're desperately building these fragile bridges between each other and trying to make connections. Some people do better than others. This is true always. Though I often suspect at some cost, it's a high psychic cost to be very well connected and very well loved and very well. Very few people, I think, can be confident, self-sufficient, and widely and naturally and organically linked in a way. So that's a difficult task, and it requires a certain amount of work on the self that has to be done regularly, which I think, again, we'd like to magic we'd like to magic the tribe into happening. I think all of us go out into the world with this sense that I was born into the wrong family. These are not my peeps. None of them, not my immediate family, but my extended family, there were not too many readers. There were not too many people who were, sort of interested in the kind of things I was interested in. So going out into the world meant I want to find people for whom it matters. Books matter. Words matter. It's not just about communication, but doing it right. It's not just that art was serious business and required you to put some energy and effort into understanding it. This is not my family. So I went out to find that tribe. And of course you begin to put that tribe together, and around your 20s the tribe dissolves again, because one's gone off to America to study and the others moved cities and someone's got married and the tribe is dissolving again, and you realize that you'll never actually put it together. You can only sort of work with the human material that is available, because sometimes you're not going to be available also. So I think my tribe, my gang, all these things are so important to us. And this, when people say I'm going to have a night out with the boys, or I'm going out with my girl gang, it is a really special thing that happens maybe once every year. Which is why I think things like book clubs work. Because then there's a regularity, there's something that you have to talk about, there's something that so you meet and you do that. And that becomes kind of like a pattern. And slowly it settles into other heads around you that night is your night. So you can go off and sit and talk about other things or even about books. So I think this is it's a lot of the new patterns that we are seeing. Almost every one of social media tries to build a community. They say community. The rise of Pinterest and Reddit and Quora and all these things are just more and more attempts to say, look, you can find a tribe. Look, it's okay to find a tribe. And social media's attempt to denature its denaturedness. To say like, yeah, there's no connection. This person who's calling, whose moniker says they're sexy at 29 might well be 55 and not sexy to you, but still you might have community here. It requires some suspension of disbelief, which is why routinely people who have met online will tell you how unwilling they were to meet offline, just because they didn't want the illusion punctured. I think you in the face-to-face, there's always going to be that revelation where as you're speaking, you're watching the person's face change, and you can then even modify what you are saying and change it to restore the face of the other person to the status quo ante, whatever. If there was receptivity and that it's shading out, you can try and change what you're saying. But once you've hit send, okay, you're committed. You're in that, you've sent that message out. Difficult to unsay, or difficult even to modify, perhaps. And I think it's very odd how it seems as if, because there's no presence, listening becomes very difficult. Like, even in the sense, listening, actively reading the whole comment. If you send a long comment in the middle of a conversation, you're trying to explain a position, you will find that the response almost always takes off from either the first words of the comment or the last word. The middle has just been left out.
Or some random key phrase which is recontextualized.
Exactly. And when you say this, I hope you are aware, and that person has just got off to another tangent. So it's. I wish we would teach, so many classes teach public speaking. No one teaches public listening.
That's such a beautiful quote.
I wish they would. That you're supposed to actually be listening to people. I've now sat on literary panels where people look at their mobile phones on stage.
Wow.
Yeah, sitting next to me. And you're thinking, okay, just because the person is not asking you a question or someone else is speaking on the stage doesn't give you a pass to do this. You've asked these 250 people who are sitting in the audience to take some time out of their lives to listen to you. You won't even stop to listen to the next person. How does that work? And the inevitable offender is an Indian. I have never seen a Lebanese person or a Congolese person whip out their phone when they're sitting on stage and start sending text messages or, checking. And once I sort of pulled back and looked over, the person next to me was on Facebook.
Okay, so not even looking at notes or something.
Yeah, not looking at notes, certainly not, queuing up or typing up something to respond to or something. Just on Facebook because, hey, someone else is speaking.
I have a slight counterpoint to, I agree with everything you say. This is how a lot of the internet is and how a lot of communities, quote unquote, are. But there's also a beautiful positive side to it that I have perhaps, in a sense, I have witnessed in the context of friendships where, I did an episode with Abhinandan Sekri where he said, I haven't made a single friend after 25. And I was like, all my friends are after 25 because it's after 25 that the internet kind of really came into my life, and I was able to form those communities of choice rather than communities of circumstance, to find people interested in the vague things I might be interested in, and even perhaps to be better formed myself as a result of everything that I find. So that's one aspect of it. And the other aspect is that, since I started teaching my course, everyone who does my course and becomes part of this larger clear writing community that we have a WhatsApp group which is full up, and a second WhatsApp group because they have this limit of 512 people. So one group doesn't suffice. And I think that, that's a good space where everyone's happy for everybody else. And importantly, that people have met, they want to meet regular offline meets. And so many of them say that the community does mean something for them. I told them I was going to chat with you for this, and hazard links and quotes and how much your book moved them and how much this interview moved them, and all of that was kind of flooding through. So a really engaged bunch of people, obviously self-selected, but nevertheless. So I think that's there. Like I can...
No. I think especially for your kind, Amit, okay, which is... you've said introverted yourself. So I'm only relying on what you've said about yourself. That introverted, working with being sort of not quite the norm, while being the norm. So privileged background, sort of like, I don't think anyone ever in your family would question the possibility that you should go to college, or no one would say, don't be reading, My family, a lot of many of my elder relatives would tell me that my mother's mental problem came out of too much reading.
Oh God.
Because she was reading all the time, and that, you're in another world all the time, and it ruins your head, and you're thinking, no, actually it makes your head. Or maybe that was just her lifeline also, just to keep you all at bay. But I'm saying for a certain kind of person, the internet is almost like it was a gift to introverts, because you can modify and manage the imposition, the sweaty imposition of humanity, which for outgoing people, for people who have been told that they are charming and so have become charming, may not work as well. So I think certainly the internet has so much. It, in fact, has become so omnipresent, so totally available to us, and so it's penetrated our lives so much that we forget that 80% of it is really just helping us all the time. I get to your house on Google Maps now. I just follow it blindly, and I'm here. I look up and think, oh my goodness, here we are. And earlier it would have been, Bhai Sahab, rukiye to the auto. You'd be asking along the way, etc. So many different things, booking the tickets, Fan Kog exhibition is coming, in immersive exhibition. You've done it all on the net. So because I think it's almost like the 90 things that every day the internet allows you to do, right, are so now part and parcel of our everyday existence that the 10 horrors of the internet suddenly become really huge in front of you. But if it were all to go, we'd be back. We'd have to rebuild 70% of our civilization, I think. Really, I don't know how people would communicate. Like, imagine now typing out and running to the Times of India building and handing in your copy, and someone else typing it out there. It's and then someone putting the type onto. It's just not possible. I mean, we're going to have to invest a lot in keeping it going.
No, that's one thing I think about a lot, and I manage to be mindful of that. All these wonders of modern technology we take for granted. Like Arthur C. Clarke once said that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Like, dude, the life that we are living 30 years ago, it's like freaking magic. It's unimaginable.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I've lived through the time when you booked a trunk call.
Yeah.
Because your father was very ill and you needed to tell his brother in America, you could not just pick up the phone and do it. You had to call up someone and say, please, Bhai Sahab bahut बीमार hai, please, आप कुछ कीजिए ना, please. Compassionate grounds they used to
for a trunk call.
Yeah, for a trunk call. And then you sat by the phone and you waited for the phone to ring, and they would say, putting your call through now, hello, you would be shouting, and then time up 3 minutes. Do you want to continue? Suddenly someone would interpose. WhatsApp, FaceTime, I mean,
Yeah.
Zoom. It's just incredible how much, we could possibly be doing and don't.
Just the magic of the internet. Like anyone who grew up in the 90s will realize the early days of dial up internet where you have downloaded Samantha Fox's face and then there's a disconnection and you're hearing that sound and waiting for the rest of it to happen. And all
Yeah.
the while you're saying, I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
This is magic. This is.
Absolutely. I remember early days, the split screen, like we had that white and the black and green, the green. And I remember sitting in someone's office in TIFR and talking to my friend in Cambridge, and actually there were two split screens, and I was emailing him from here and he was emailing answers. It was real time. And at one point, I remember writing, Rahul, is that really you? This is so magical already. Perhaps it could be somebody else. Perhaps it could be this machine doing this. I didn't know. I had to just make sure that it was Rahul Srivastava who's actually in Cambridge, Jerry Pinto actually in Colaba and talking to each other at that point in time. How interesting. And we've one email that goes into spam can set us off.
One of the interesting things about this change that has happened in our generation is that our digital footprint now is vast. There are many, many selfies of me, more than the world needs for sure. But when it comes to an earlier generation, there is very little. And I got to thinking about this after my dad passed, and I was trying to kind of mop up memories, looking for photographs, looking for whatever I could get. And there's a lovely passage in The Education of Yuri where you write, Yuri had a single photograph of his parents, a black and white picture which hung in his bedroom. It was a wedding portrait, he in black, she in white, against a backdrop of stage clouds. They looked into the camera, unsmiling and serious, and Yuri often wondered whether it was a premonition. He had studied the photograph for years. He tried to imagine his mother smiling or laughing or walking in a garden, his father moving, turning, lifting something, but they remained just as he saw them, static images emptied of life. When he tried to make them speak, their mouths strange, clumsy lines. We loved you, son, or we are praying for you, son. He turned away in horror, then no, his beginnings could not be so embarrassing. Stop quote. And the context for this, of course, is his parents died right after, when he was just a child, so he has no memory of them. But I came across this interesting photograph, which I'll look at once in a while, which is my parents and me, and they are in their early 40s, and they're younger than I am today. Right?
Yeah.
And I try to kind of imagine ki kya tha, what was the interior life, what was going on in there. And I subsequently discovered correspondence between them when they weren't getting along, which indicates that in different tragic ways they were both imprisoned by just the whole thing. Perhaps my mother also was imprisoned by motherhood, and I never asked her that, but I'm sure that could have been a part of it. But what it kind of made me do after they were gone is, look at them not in as a single point somewhere where this is my father, this is my mother, and you always think of it like that. You always think of your father as 30 years older than you. But there's a time when he's younger than me and he's fucking insecure and he doesn't want this shit and he doesn't like where he is. And he's writing that stuff in his diary, and I have that diary and I can read that, the first thing that comes to my mind is his writing when he was young is as bad as mine when I was young. So, were you is that something that you experienced with them or after them? Like, could you, for example, the big home in the book comes across as such a lovely man, but such a lovely man defined by the central tragedy that is in the book and defined by that, shaped by that. And it could be that that's the side that was relevant to the book, so it's there. But it could also be that one big thing just becomes so big that he just, in response to that, he becomes something and he doesn't become anything else.
Yeah. I think the one of the things that often when people spoke of my father to me, they would often talk about his sacrifice. And once I remember going home and telling him, and I was angry and I shouted about your sacrifice or something. And he said, have you ever heard me talk about a sacrifice? So then I was thrown back on myself and I had to think about it, and I said no. So he said, what I did at any time, I did because I wanted to. So you also, he told me, if you ever want to go, you go, right? And you do what you want to do, but be sure you know what you want to do. Think about it first. And I used to have this, I sorted that out in my head. And I remember by the morning thinking, yes, I have a choice. I can go, I can leave this situation, and I will be guilty that I left. Or I can stay in this situation and I will be bitter that I stayed and I didn't go abroad to study or whatever. This, for a while, is that kind of bitter vetch that a 15-year-old likes to drink, because this is how you think of yourself as becoming an adult, because you face the truth of life. I've realized since then that you don't need to choose these two. You can stay and not necessarily be bitter. You can stay and say, there are certain things that are happening here which would not have happened if I had gone abroad. And whatever might have happened again is so probabilistic that it doesn't matter. I might have been desperately unhappy. It doesn't matter whether it was or it wasn't. It did happen or it didn't. This is what I chose. And I chose also not to be bitter about it. But looking at the big whom, especially the figure of the big whom, being defined by this moment in his life, that the woman he loves turns out to have a mental illness, and he chooses not to stop loving her, or he chooses perhaps not to change the behavior of a man in love while not being in love. Because at some level he became a carer. And a carer's relationship to the cared is one of... there has to be some warmth, some human warmth for it to be viable. But it doesn't necessarily conform to that romantic notion of love that the two of them probably shared, because they were big readers. So they probably read their share of books which told them what love was supposed to feel like. And that I often think about, the pollution of literature in our emotional lives, because we often find ourselves saying, am I as desperate in this moment as Emma Bovary was? Is this as much disenchantment and disconnection from the world as Marceau has felt at that point? You're constantly looking at yourself through the lens of the refracting lens of literature, and perhaps the portrait that you're seeing of yourself is not quite accurate. I'm sure they both had an idea of what love constituted. I'm sure they both had an idea what marriage constituted. The early phase was they were an upwardly mobile couple. She was doing well. He was, he got his degree. He was also earning well as an engineer, and went abroad and to East Europe. And there are pictures. One more picture of the two of them is when she's garlanding him at the airport, as he's going off to this long tour of Eastern Europe, because presumably there was some tie-up between the government, and Eastern Europe was easier to. So there is her garlanding him, and the garland has obviously been provided by one of the Hindu friends that came along, because I don't think our tradition we would have garlanded. But it looks very strangely like an Indian couple getting married at the airport with Air India behind them. Except that the woman is wearing a dress and not a sari. So it's just like the constant state of their being your parents, that constancy, is challenged by the fact that they had other lives, sexual lives, for instance. I think the reason why young people find it so difficult to believe that, they weren't products of immaculate conception is because then you have to imagine your parents in a state of rut. And this is not something you want. You just don't want to confront that idea that your parents might have sex lives. So the intellectual life, I think, is easier to understand as long as that intellectual life is slightly acceptable. I mean, it's not like your dad's a neo-Nazi and your mother's a, I don't know, doing home science. Not to diss home science, but we have hierarchies in our head. So if your mother was reading, you find in your diary that your mother's reading Turgenev, that's nice. That's a mental life that you want her to have. But if you find your mother's written a extensive paragraph on how lovely Barbara Cartland novels are, you're not going to be very happy with it. So I'm thinking we are naturally unforgiving of our parents. We are naturally snobbish with our parents. And we always, I think, one of the most, it seems a universal thing is like to turn one's gaze upon the parent and say, are you really my parents? Or did you pick me up from like the real parents who must be much more intelligent than you are and much more. Like, I mean, you're grimy. You're just like grimy middle class Bombay parents, and I belong somewhere bigger. It's because I think maybe you're just preparing yourself to open out, that you want to imagine bigger antecedents for yourself. And then in much later life, you think, my goodness, it is your parents were your gift. Because a lot of even the rebellion or even the becoming of Amit Verma from the Mrs. and Mr. and Mrs. Verma is a reaction that you had to them. So I think a lot of that has to do with many of my tribe, I must say, are looked upon by their parents with slight bewilderment. Like, what is it exactly you are doing? Could you tell me again? Is what the parents seem to feel.
Yeah, and this reminds me of the lovely poem by A.K. Ramanujan, Self-Portrait, where he writes, I resemble everyone but myself, and sometimes see in shop windows, despite the well-known laws of optics, the portrait of a stranger, date unknown, often signed in a corner by my father.
Such a brilliant line. Huh?
Such a great poem. And so let's sort of talk about the reception to the book, because the writing of the book is sort of one process, and it's happened, and you're coming to terms with stuff, and you're in a sense learning how to write a novel, and all of that is happening, and it's great, and we'll go back to the writing process also after this. But then the reception happens where time after time you speak of reading groups almost as encounter groups, where you are met both with a little bit of hostility, but also a lot of that, this book really spoke to me, and a lot of stories coming at you, so much so that eventually you end up sort of compiling a book of light, which is a lovely book again of other people writing about their similar sort of grief. And I love this sort of metaphor in it about how to deal with grief. So I'll just read this paragraph out, where you say, the only thing I can offer as some kind of answer is an image. You are on a long hike and your haversack is cutting into your shoulders. You ease your thumbs under the straps, peel the straps away, and move them to another spot. For a moment, there is a huge feeling of relief, a rush of physical well-being at having eased the load. But soon the pressure begins somewhere else and the weight begins to tear down again. That doesn't mean it's something you live with every moment of your life. You can often set down your bag and dance, and then it's as if you soar. The burden will be back on your shoulder again, but for now you soar. But one thing I think I can go out on a limb and say, it doesn't get any easier or more bearable from not talking about it. Stop quote. And yet I think in the responses that you would have got, and which would again be a self-selected group because they are choosing to respond, but there would have been that sense of A, relief and acknowledgement at just having read the story, and B, also relief and release at being able to tell their story now. So, tell me about your experience of like coming across those kind of stories and how the book took on that life.
I think one of the about 20% of the responses have been, I have your book now, but I won't read it right now. Will you please, I can't talk about why I'm not reading it right now, but I can't read it right now. And I'd say, don't worry, the book will find you at the time that you need it, because you will find the book when you need it. So don't Don't get hassled about it. And then a few years later, sometimes some of them would write back and say, do you remember I said that I couldn't read it, but I just read it and it was a great experience and I feel I should have read it earlier. And the response again to that is, you read it when you needed it. Don't worry. At that point and then they say, I can't imagine why I didn't want to read it. I thought it would depress me more, but it didn't depress me. It elevated me. It exhilarated me. But why did she have to die in the end? So very strange questions, as if, and you say, whatever else is happening is wonderful, but the cumulative effect of the book is also the fact that the door opens for everyone, and a huge, with the erasure of M, a huge emptiness comes in. But that emptiness will allow these three people to rediscover themselves and redefine themselves. It was probably important for me to do it in the book. That's not the way how it broke down in real life. In real life, my father died first. My mother continued for another 9 or 10 years. They were terrible years for all of us. And to have actually set those years down would have been to disrupt M's character, which I think I had built quite well up to that. So M is as much real as she is fiction. It is also a work of fiction. I keep trying to remind people, and I try to remind myself that also, because I read it once again many years later, and I thought, well done, Jerry, nice book, in that sense. But what relationship did it have to the life that you led? Really. And clearly it did have some relationship, but any life is deeper than a book. However lightly and cheerfully and nonchalantly you choose to live your life, it is going to be deeper than Turgenev. It is, because that's what life is like. So when people respond to the book, I'm always honored, because I feel, okay. There have been people who have said that I was terribly depressed. Recently, I was sitting in a corner somewhere in Ahmedabad, and a woman came up and said, "Your book scarred me," and I thought that was very strong. So I said, I really am sorry that it scarred you, but at any time, the good thing about a book is you can put it down, close it, and walk away. She said, no, I couldn't do that either. But I read it through, and I was terribly hurt by it. The legal side of my head said volenti non fit injuria from the law, the legal maxim. The human part of me said, I want to apologize again and again. I don't know what else to say. And the slightly cynical part said, are you sure you mean scarred? Are you sure you just don't mean that this disturbed you highly? And that is what literature is supposed to do. Its function is all, as you said, mindless reading is great. And sort of like bad literature is also great for you. And sometimes there's just genre fiction is brilliant. If it's well done, nothing like it. Simenon, Woodhouse, these are masters. Christie, masters of craft. You know what you're getting, but you love it. And you can do it again and again. This is rare and brilliant also. I'm completely in accord with you on those matters. But there is also a section of books that you are going to handle with care, because they're going to, like Clockwork Orange, for instance, for me, highly disturbing. For a couple of days after that, I just had to, I could not read anything else. I just wanted to keep on writing down what I thought about violence, and why towards the end of A Clockwork Orange, I wanted that young man to be able to go back and beat up some old people. And I was jealous to my bones that Anthony Burgess could have done this to me. This seemed like such an act of literary magnificence. I think I had the same response to Lolita. How do you construct something so compelling? Every time I read my book collection, Lolita comes up, and I think, okay, it is time to say, okay, that was something that you read at a certain point in time and it struck you and then I start reading it again and I think, oh, no, I can see what he's doing. This is also, it is strong stuff. It's really strong stuff, but it is important in a way, so he's survived the purge so far, Nabokov.
Have you read Ryu Murakami? Not Haruki, Ryu Murakami.
Yeah.
Yeah, Piercing, for example.
Yeah. Monstrous, almost. Monstrous. I think there was another woman called Patricia, forgotten her name. Highsmith.
Ripley.
Yeah, Ripley's. Yeah. And beyond the Ripleys also. I think the Ripleys were sort of like, what I would say, they were highly talented Ripleys. And once she'd done the first Ripley, I can imagine her not thinking, he's too good to let him go. Yeah. But the other Patricia Highsmiths, dark, curled into each other's Patricia, where, and you are actually reading the dark and curling in. The tone is extreme liberation, very elegantly, like, it's just magic. So I think literature is not supposed to always be a zone of comfort. It can be and it should be, and we should all read comforting books from time to time. But we also need to understand that there are times when you will be forced to re-examine what you've been thinking, and the ones that force you to re-examine what you think is the given, right, are the ones that are sometimes the most important. So in the responses, the fact that many people have said things like, it's almost what I was going through. It's almost what I went through. I can't believe you said this. You said all the things that I wanted to say, but I couldn't. They're very, very satisfying because they, just before the Big Home came out, I was lying in bed and thinking, okay, this must be a big one. This is an important book for me. And I thought, why didn't I make them Hindus? Middle class Hindus. Who is going to respond to Roman Catholic Goans? I mean, when I go to Delhi, no one knows the name Pinto. I become Pinto.
Oh.
Yeah, Pinto Ji is what I am called. Okay? Because that's the name that they've heard. They just think that, I'm Bablu Pinto. I'm Pinto Ji.
You don't look like a Pinto.
But presumably, I just think they're flailing. They've never heard that. D'Souza, they say. D'Souza, when D'Souza's turn up. Bombay, Madras, Calcutta, Pintos are like, everyone knows a Pinto. And people will ask you, are you related to Ferdinand Pinto? That kind of thing. But Delhi, not much. So I kept thinking, but something broke through. Something just broke through and people got it. From all communities and all kinds of people have been saying this to me. So I think, so Kiran Nagarkar was the one person who came up to me and said, very good, extremely good. When are you going to tell the truth? So I said, Kiran, as far as I could, that's the literary truth. He said, yes, but there's a truth beyond it. I suspect it. Please write that down. I'm waiting for that one. So I thought, yeah, I think one of those great, clever French philosophers said that the role of the writer is literally the sieve, right? We choose out of all that experiences, we shake out and we keep what we think is valuable. So I thought that's what I had done. But obviously, Kiran was pointing to a larger enterprise, perhaps, like, the autobiography, this is what it was like. This is what actually happened. This is not fiction now. I'm not ever... I would never deny myself like anything. I would never say, I'm never going to be able to do that, or I will not do that. But right now, I can't see it on the horizon. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it was interesting, and I can't imagine what he meant by that. I loved the book as it was, but this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday about, you have the 800,000 words and you distill these 65,000 from it. But maybe in a different time, in a different place, in a different frame of mind, it's another 65 or it's 55 of these and 10 of something else. So you write something else and it becomes something else. I think where you write and when you write can kind of make a difference. And I was struck by that lovely line about how every life is deeper than a book, and I think you like saying Turgenev because it just sounds so great. And that reminds me of what Borges says about the perfect map of the world would have to be as big as the world itself.
Absolutely.
And it would immediately be inaccurate because the world is changing.
Correct. And I think the dictionary that could contain and name every single emotion that one human being felt would be larger than the world.
Exactly.
Yeah. So because I think when you say to someone, "Are you sad?" they say, "Yeah, but," or they say, "Yeah," which means, yeah, that word is very close, but there's shades of other things in here. And I don't have a word. You don't have a word. Language doesn't have a word for my deep, unique feeling at this point. And I don't know whether 5 minutes later it'll be different. And I'll just be sad. But that kind of like reluctant admission is not because I think many people don't want to say that they're feeling sad. They want to say, I need another word. Can you find me another word that says this, all this that I'm feeling?
And perhaps even noticing that you're sad, the act of noticing changes the nature of the sadness. Maybe even makes it a kind of happiness because we all revel in sort of
the uncertainty principle of human emotion.
No, so a couple of days someone remarked, a fan of the show, but someone remarked that, your episode with Shanta Gokhale is 8 hours long. So I said, listen, it's 8 and something. I gave an hour for every decade of her life. And I think is ridiculously inadequate. So what are you talking about? Do not complain about the length,
And what a life, that life.
What a life, really. And there's so much we didn't cover. Like she's written that great book, Playwright at the Center, History of Marathi Theatre. We didn't speak about that at all. Maybe some other day. We'll go in for a lunch break, but since you mentioned sadness, there's this lovely poem by you from one of your children's books, so I'll just read that out because it's so sweet. It's okay to feel sad from time to time. It's okay to feel blue. It's not a crime. Why not have a little cry, cuddled up in bed, or let go and really bawl fit to wake the dead? It works for me, and I'm quite old. It will for you, so I've been told.
Let's hope it does.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs ₹10,000 plus GST or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Jerry Pinto. He hasn't left, thankfully. Such legendary patience. So, let's talk about the process of writing. At one point, you talk about how I forget where I read you saying this, perhaps an interview or whatever, but you mentioned how Coleridge was writing his Kubla Khan, and then someone knocked on the door and he could not continue because his magical flow was broken and he had to absolutely stop over there. But at another place, you've drawn what I find is a lovely analogy with cooking, where you wrote, in the context of writer's block, that writers should not speak of writer's block any more than cooks speak of cook's block. Like no cook will enter a kitchen and say कि यार प्याज में आज वाइब नहीं था या मटर से फील नहीं आई. You just get it done, and this is sort of what I keep reminding myself and my writing students and whatever, that in life you will always have that trade-off between getting it done and getting it right. And when you sit down to write, just get it done. The only way you get it right is by getting it done again and again. At least the first draft, it doesn't matter what it is. No one else is reading it. It's like that old anxiety you spoke about before the break of what does the world think of me?
Yeah.
Everybody's got their heads up their own ass. No one gives a shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So tell me about your sort of processes of writing and how you arrived at it,
Yeah. I think I started as a journalist, right? I mean, so it was uh, a very clear set of rules. By Thursday at 8 p.m., 700 words on subject X. Please deliver and please have sufficient words inside inverted commas. That was like the whole of the brief. Okay. It was easy to do that, mainly because I think I'm interested in people fundamentally. I didn't make myself interested in people, I'm interested in them. And so if someone said, I remember once Mr. Anil Tharkar was the editor, and he said, my friend Perky Mirchandani has come down from Australia. He's the head of some section of Australian Broadcasting Corporation, go and interview him. So I turned right around and went out. Those were the days before Google, so I couldn't Google him or find out anything about him. But I sat down and I said, Mr. Mirchandani, I'm here completely cold, right? I don't know anything about you, but let's just chat. And I came back with the 800 words and the inverted commas. And Mr. Dharkar, later when I left, I was told by the others irritably that he said, that's a journalist, that's a real journalist. So I thought, no, that's a journalist that's something you've inflicted on a journalist. You sent him out cold, but he came back with the story. That's about all I thought. And for the longest time, there wasn't that much happening in my world that made me feel that one needed to do anything more than this. Right? I mean, I told you that the byline was a great excitement. So the fact that my name was appearing in the Times of India, in Illustrated Weekly, in Femina, and all these, in the Indian Express, Midday, all these places made me very happy. And sometimes I wondered whether I was really worried about what I had written or whether it was just the byline. But slowly one made a lot of very good friends, and I think all my friends challenged me. Naresh Fernandez with rigor, Arundhati with the kind of insistence on the undercurrents of a writing, of subtexts, Ranjit with just being Ranjit and knowing practically everything. Like all of you, Amit, Verma, Girish, Shahane, Ranjit Hoskote, I just keep thinking, how do they know as much as they know? Then I reassure myself that when I'm talking, I'm controlling the discourse, then I probably sound like I know, like shitloads as well.
See, I can answer for one of them, that Amit is winging it, and we'll discuss that also. But Girish and Ranjit are truly amazing.
Yeah, anyway. So we all, I think in some senses, anyway. So these were people who actually kind of... they forced me into another level of discourse. I mean, they challenged me in some ways. And the fact that Girish was reading everything that I was writing was very terrifying at a certain level. Because come Monday, and if I bumped into him, he had something to say about a piece that I'd written for the Free Press Journal. Right? And he read me in the Free Press Journal. This is pre-Google. So I, in that sense, I felt the pressure of their eyes on me, and it was very, very salutary pressure. I enjoyed it tremendously, and I benefited from it terrifically. I remember once asking Naresh for something, just a detail, and I got a book. He sent me a book on the subject. I think it was about coffee or something. I called him up and said, you're a coffee drinker. I'm working on the story on coffee. He said, I'm sending a book on coffee houses in the 19th century in America. I'm just writing a piece. Just tell me about your coffee drinking habits. But no, I got it. And of course I read it. And of course it was very helpful. And it changed what I was writing. So that kind of like generosity of spirit also was very beautiful. And, calling up people and saying, hey, Jerry Pinto wants to talk to you. I don't know if you know him, but he's a good guy. He's my friend. They did this for me. And that was also very helpful. But the journalism, I had largely come to the point where I could do it without tremendous strain or pressure or anything. And it was my 10,000 hours, I suppose, in a way, because I was doing a piece a day. It was part of the way my economy was. We had nurses for my mother. I had to pay for the nurses. The journalism paid for the nurses. The mathematics tuitions paid for the rest of the running expenses of the house. So I worked all out, and but when it came to writing, okay, so the story is this. At one point, I thought I would like to write a book. I would like to give some time to M and the Big Whom. And I had been discussing this with Naresh, with Girish, with Ranjit, with Arundhati, with all of them, all the friends. And finally, Naresh said, okay, you're going to Jaipur this year. Helen had just come out. You're going to Jaipur this year, right? So he said, Suketu Mehta will be there and Salman will be there. So I'll tell Suketu to get you at a table with Salman and with David Godwin. And you have to tell a story, because I tell these baroque stories of my family and, the triplets who were joined at the head and appeared on Cow and Gate milk powder in Burma and things like that.
One of them gave her ear away, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, I said, that'll be very kind. So there was that table. I was there sitting, enjoying my drink. There was there was Suketu, there was David Godwin, there was Kiran Desai, there was and Salman at the same table. And at one point, Suketu, who had been diving deep on free alcohol, slammed the table and said, Jerry will now tell a story. And I thought, Suketu, not like this. This is not. But I thought, there is an old Konkani phrase called Katorre Bhaji, okay, which is cut those vegetables. And it comes from the Abe Faria, the one who invented hypnotism as a way of and who appears in the Count of Monte Cristo. And he's actually a Goan priest who was born, his father was a priest and his mother was a nun, but not quite as racy as it sounds. They had him, and when he was of a certain age, they decided that they would dissolve the marriage and one would become a priest and one would become a nun. But father and son, Abe Faria and his father, traveled to France and arrived there in the middle of the French Revolution. And then they go to Rome to talk to the Pope about the casteism and the racism of the Roman Catholic Church, which did not allow Indians to get any further than bishops, or to get they couldn't even become bishops. They could become Monsignor and then they peaked. So they wanted a change in that. So and at one point, the Abe Faria is actually going to deliver his first sermon in front of all the dignitaries of Portugal in Goa, and he freezes. And his father from beneath the pulpit says to him, Katorre Bhaji, which means cut those vegetables. What are you doing? It's just vegetables. Cut them. Do your job. If you're a cook, you have to cook. If you're a preacher in a pulpit, preach. And so he preaches. So I thought, Katorre Bhaji, and I told the story. And David Godwin made the exact response required. David Godwin said, if you ever write this book, I will represent you as an agent. Okay? So on the way home, I thought from Jaipur, it's all lined up now. You had Salman Rushdie laughing. He later said very sweetly in some conversation, he said, unless it's Jerry Pinto who can make reading the telephone directory sound amusing, otherwise I'm not going. He said something like that. So I was very chuffed by all of this. And I went home and I thought, okay, in some ways, this is like working out. Okay, right? You've got David Godwin lined up. You've told this story. You had them laughing. Now time is to Katorre Bhaji. In reality, now you've got to write that book. So I went and I told Naresh, who was my boss at the time and employed me at time out. I said, I'm quitting at the end of the month. And I have discovered this, Amit, that when I join a place, there's general jubilation. Hey, Jerry's coming. There'll be lots of ideas and lots of fun and lots of energy. When I leave the place, there's lots of relief.
Why?
I don't know, but I think one of the things that looking back at myself, I discovered that I have reformatory zeal. So when I enter an organization, I want to put it right. Okay? And the organization says, but you've been hired for a particular job. Why can't you just do that job, please? Why must you try and rewrite the entire organization? So I think that's the tucker becomes between the fact that I'm delivering on the job, which is fine, but I'm going beyond the brief and saying, hey, but this doesn't make sense to me. Why do you do it that way? Can't you try doing it this way? And everyone's thinking why don't you just pipe down and go back to your desk and write your pieces or whatever I'm supposed to be. So I left time out and I settled down to write. And it then occurred to me that I had no idea how I was going to make any money, right? So I talked to my sister, who's a librarian in Bombay University, and I said, I just want to not work and write this book. And she was very pragmatic. She said, yeah, but you can't then go out and keep buying books and taking taxis, which were my two large expenses for books and taxis. So I said, yeah, taxis I can give up easily, because if you have time, public transport will take you anywhere in Bombay. And actually, if you have no time, then taxis aren't going to get you there faster.
Trains are much faster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it's just that jump into a taxi and you think you'll get there fast. It's psychological more than anything else. And I said, I'll curtail the books. At least I'll buy saste mein books, things on the road. I won't go to any bookshops, and we'll manage. We managed fine. And it took me the next 3 or 4 years to sit down. And so I also thought, okay, a lot of people are going out of their way to allow this to happen, like my sister. So I've got to uphold my side of the bargain. My side of the bargain is I'm a writer and I want time to write. So I must write. Okay. I cannot use any excuse not to write. So the first 5 or 6 days that went really well. And then on the 7th day, I thought, hey, I have done it for 6 days running. And even God took a break on the 7th day. And then I thought, no, that's not how it is. So I decided, at that point, I made a pact with myself. I said, I will not brush my teeth. And I get up with very foul breath. So I will not brush my teeth until I've got my 1,000 words down on the page. I will simply not do it. And I just held to that for the next 3.5 years until I finished the book. And then, the story. I left it for a couple of months. Through this time, I was enjoying myself. As soon as I had finished my 1,000 words, I goofed off. I would lie on the floor in my boxers and I would watch world cinema on pirated DVDs. That's what I did. I enjoyed myself tremendously. And because cinema is something I truly love, but if I'm watching a Hindi film, I feel that there's a slightly analytical side of me that starts working. But world cinema, I was not going to ever review or write about. I could just be a consumer. So it was really, what do you call it?
Mindless.
Mindless, yeah. It was mindless viewing, but engaged because it was challenging and often like, wow, that was something else. My first Almodovar, my first Ozu, all these were really exciting. And then suddenly my sister started watching them with me. So we had to rewatch all the ones that I had done before, which was good fun. So then after about 6 months, I thought, now there are 7,000 words there and I've got to find the novel inside them. Actually, at that point, I was thinking that there were 3 or 4 novels in there. Like 3 or 4 good, solid novels must be in there. It was very, very, very shaming to discover that there was one novel in there. But it was M in the Big Room. So I didn't have a problem with that. But I cobbled it together from all that 700,000 words. That took another 3 or 4 months at least, and then I sent it off. So my process is really to write without control. I have nothing. There is no will-o'-the-wisp that I will not pursue. There is no character whom I will not delineate in laborious and painful detail. Like sometimes 9,000 words for a minor character, just setting up why she responds that way and then erasing it all in a later draft. But I just let myself go. I have no restraints. Okay. So I think Brendan Behan said, write like you're drunk, edit stone cold sober. Okay. So that's what I do. I write I pour the words out. It's just like, and every day I have a certain limit, a certain amount of words that I feel is part of my duty to that tag that I have claimed now for myself, writer. So I do those words. The complication arose when I started translating. Okay, because at one point I decided, okay, translating is also in some ways a work of writing, it's a work of creation. And then about 1 week of doing only translation as my 1,000 words a day. And I thought, no, Jerry, you're faking this. This is, it's not easy, it's different, but it's not you challenging yourself as a writer. This is you being a translator. You've got to learn to do the writing and then do the translation. And both have to happen. You cannot pretend one is the other. That's not serving anybody. Not actually, like, it was just okay. That's what I said to myself at the time. Then later, little self-reflection, and I thought, you know what's happening here, Jerry, is that you're feeling upstaged by the translation. Okay. This is now Sachin Kundalkar, because that's what I was
Cobalt
working on.
Blue,
Cobalt Blue. This is Cobalt Blue and Sachin Kundalkar. And whenever people talk about this, they will talk about Sachin Kundalkar's work. They will, enlightened reader, sensible reader, a mature reader will say something like, and Jerry's translation really helped because I can't read Marathi. But otherwise, when we read Marquez or when we read Tintin or we read Asterix and Obelix, we don't say anything about who the translators are. They did their work and they faded into the background. So I think it was an ego thing that made me double up, in the sense I had to have some time when I was translating, but I had to have some time when I was writing as well. That was very important. The only time I make an exception to the 1,000-word rule is if a poem happens. If a poem happens, even if it's a 30-word poem, and I can be fairly sure of it at the end of like the 7 or 8 hours that it sometimes takes to like just get it, the first draft right, then I knock off. I've done work for the day. I see that as solid work. But the other like large segment of time that I spend is with my teaching, the teaching with at SCM. When I joined the social communications media department at the Sophia Polytechnic, it was because Siddharth Bhatia had been given, I think, a posting in Johannesburg. And from Johannesburg, I think he went to Washington. And he could no longer teach this course that he had been teaching. And so they needed somebody to come in. So I came in, and I wasn't very much older than the young women that I was teaching. I must have been about 26. They were all in their early 20s. But we learned together. And what I did was I went to all my friends who'd been abroad, Samira Khan, Naresh Fernandez, whoever studied abroad, and I asked what worked, what didn't work in the way you were taught in Colombia. So I wanted to know. I felt that many of these young people would have been, like me, not been allowed to go abroad because, first of all, they were women, so their brothers probably went abroad. They were made to do a postgrad in India. And I wanted them to have as like sharp and transformative an education as Colombia can be. So I was told Naresh gave me the idea of beats. Where, everybody gets a beat in Colombia and you go out and produce stories from that. So I divided up the class and I took all my little South Bombay, babies from their cocoons and said, go to Panvel. For the next 6 weeks, every week you will do a story from Panvel and you will do them in these particular areas. And the last story will be a MLA MP interview of the area. That's where you've got to build up to. And all those problems and issues have to be presented to that MLA MP and he's got to tell you about it. It was great, and I was doing I thought a very good job. And, I think the mandate was about that they should do 8 assignments in journalism for the year. They were doing about 140. Yeah, and that means I was correcting 140 scripts as well, editing, etc., etc. When one day, on the way to, I was in the department and people were talking about gynamnesia, the erasure of women, the erasure of women's histories. And I felt a faint, sort of like, it's an irritation that you would never express openly, but I felt we were talking about this but not doing it. And between the department and the class, I got this bright idea that the way we could fight gynamnesia is to get each student to write a 5,000-word essay on her mother.
Wow.
Okay. And I went into class and I said, okay, this can't be next week's assignment. You will be doing next week's assignment, but 1 month from now, you will give me a 5,000-word assignment on your mother. You will not talk about mothers are there because God could not be everywhere. Don't burble at me. I want your mother front and center. I want her story. I want her friends. I want interviews with her friends, interviews with her, interviews with your father, with her mother, anyone who's available who can talk about your neighbors, your siblings. You bring it all to the and make a 5,000 word story. And suddenly occurred to me there were 40 in the class.
You would have to read all of them.
Yeah. 5,000 into 40 is 200,000 words, which is about the size of War and Peace. And the other commitment I had made, because Indian teachers, I have noticed, were very insistent that students deliver assignments on time, but would never give them back on time. Which was not fair. So I had told my students, you will not have to deliver an assignment to me if I have not delivered to you. So I will bring your assignments back. You will know what you did. You will know what you're not supposed to do the next time before you start, before you're writing that last draft of my next assignment. So that week used to be really mad. And then, but I loved it. And what I found was that the students hated it while they were doing it. Really just didn't want. But when they'd finished it, they were, one, triumphant. And second, for many of them, it was a transformative moment in their relationship with their mothers. So they heard stories that they sat and talked to their mothers. They made that mother sit down and tell them stories. And and one of them, was being harassed by her whole family to get married. She was already 27. She'd come late to this course. Her mother told her, how I married your father? Because I kept saying to myself, there's always divorce. There's always divorce. There's always... And she said to me, I adopted that principle. When they said to get married, I said, okay, I'll get married. There's always divorce. I thought, whatever works for you, move on. So it was wonderful. And then we opened the course to males because we found that the young women of the naughties did not do well or did not want to be in all women classes. They wanted men. So we opened a year to the admission process to men. Seems to have had mixed results because men can be dominating of the discourse, but we work on them with that. But what happened that year was we got a really bright group of students, and I was encouraged to expand the demand a little further, to push it a little further. And I started an assignment called Lives of the Women. Okay. Lives of the Poets had around that time come out. So I thought Lives of the Women. The students divided into about 4 groups. Each group would choose a woman. They would choose the woman. 1 year that we inflicted women on them, that we said, these are the people you should, it didn't work. They didn't finish the assignment, which was not nice. But I learned a lesson from that you've got to let them choose. So the first group that they chose was Shanta Gokhale. And it's really odd. Dolly Thakur, Meera Devi Dayal, and Jhelam Paranspe. They're very different women, but all I thought, okay, all of these will bring back stories. And we would work together, the group and I would work together to construct a 10,000 word essay on each woman. And we put it together. And at the end of the year, we'd have a book called Lives of the Women. Now, Lives of the Women is in 7th edition. Yeah. So we've had really interesting and exciting and different women. Sometimes it's a designer. Elsie Nanji was interviewed by 1 year. Sometimes it's the woman who set up Som, the restaurant in South Bombay across from Babulnath. So it's a variety. What I've learned is to respect the choices of the students, because once they've made the choice, the investment becomes much easier and they see it through. So I enjoyed doing that, but that means a lot of work also and a lot of hand-holding, because they often upset the person whom they're interviewing. They're young, so eventually they will turn up late, and they think 20 minutes late is not a problem. But
for us old fogies, it's intolerable.
If you tell me you're going to be late, you say, I'm running late, I'm fine. But tell me. And they didn't. And this was Shabana Azmi on the other side. She refused to be interviewed. She said, look, I mean, this is disrespectful. Please go home and don't bother to call me again. It's fine. I said, you've learned an invaluable lesson on punctuality. Just suck it up, totally suck it up. And they did and moved on. So I think, teaching was a very heavy investment profession for me, as I suspect it is for you with your. See, one doesn't start. One may have started it lightly as this idea that, wow, I'm being asked to teach. It must mean that I have something to give, and I'm mana hua shucks or whatever. But as soon as you begin to realize what the dynamic is, and that there is a terrible power structure at work here, you're working at dismantling that power structure. You're trying as honestly to dismantle it as possible. You're trying to rejig the class so that, we have every one of my classes starts with DJ time, which is 10 minutes. One student has to play DJ and everyone has to dance. Okay, just dance for 10 minutes because the class is 8 in the morning. Most of them are groggy with lack of sleep. They've dragged themselves to class and they just settle down and they just want to be tin pots for a little while, and I'm supposed to pour into their heads. So dancing is a good way to start off some energy. Yeah, 10 minutes of that, and then we have 10 minutes of I care about, which is you stand up and you talk about what you care about. So this year's topics have included when a stand-up comic makes fun of himself. How does his family respond? How does he respond? Because they're often mocking their families, their mothers, their children as well. And is it okay to mock children? I worry about this. And even if it's a baby, nice person. Another one talked about anemia because she'd suffered from it. It's good that 20 minutes is and the rest of the class, the 2 hours of the class is an AMA. Ask me anything. I will not set up the discourse value. I will not set up the trajectory. You know what class you're in. You ask me the question. So that's my way of shifting the power so that the dynamic isn't about what I know and what I can tell you, but you tell me. So one very sweet question that I haven't been able to answer yet last week, which a young man said, but this government, hasn't it done something good? Like in all this, hasn't it done something good? And I said, I will get back to you. And I've been trying to find like a list of the government's achievements. And there are things that have happened, which have happened naturally, I think, which were going to happen. And maybe it's just bias, my bias. But when I look at the government's claims of what they have done, I find them untenable. So but I'm still working on this.
It's a difficult question. I hope no one ever asks me that in an AMA. I mean, you can look at technical things and say ki Bankruptcy Act kiya, but the point is Bankruptcy Act was designed by friends of mine and it was in the thing for a long time before.
Yes, exactly. The digital, another friend of mine once said, because I started I decided to ask the hive mind. Ask a friend of mine who runs an agency, ask a friend of mine who runs a who actually but owns a mill. Ask a friend of mine who is a professional. Ask all these people and say, tell me if there's anything. One said, yes, he owns a little plantation outside Gujarat. And he said, there was a cyclone and the money for my insurance came straight into my account. I didn't have to ask anybody for it. Another one said my income tax refunds are now automatic because there's some guy in Chandigarh. Before it used to be like, you had to go and padav somebody, etc., etc. But all these are things that Sam Pitroda started. Yeah, the digital revolution started then, right there when it was possible to make anyone laugh by saying Rajiv Gandhi, 21st century computer. Because it seemed so unlikely that these computers would run everything. But those young men there knew that they were going to.
Well, I wouldn't give too much credit to them also.
No. I'm saying, I think any change in India can't be one government's doing.
It is so multifactorial that, you...
No. So I don't know whether this is all relevant, but I'm saying in the process of teaching also, because AMA requires me to be able to, because often there'll be a little puzzlement about an editorial that they've read in the morning, and why is someone so het up about something that seems so small and insignificant? Sometimes it is, how come this really big thing that happened has not been paid attention to? How come the Indian Express has carried this but no one else has carried it? Or how come scroll says, but no one else says? Or what exactly went down at the wire? Could you tell us? That I will never do. I will never tell anybody anything. But what I will say is, why don't you have a little presentation for me next week where you tell me what happened to the wire, research it and tell me. So you end up with a dialogue. With a dialogue model as a class. But that dialogue model takes a lot more work than just doing a syllabus.
No, I mean, you teach the year round. I just do like 4 webinars, and it's far less involvement. And I don't think I'd be a fraction as good as you if you were to do something like this. You mentioned what has this government done, and you mentioned your friend in Gujarat, right? And I thought about this interesting anecdote that I've repeated on the show 2-3 times, but I think I should tell you because it's about reading. I'd written a column in TOI about it also, about how a friend of Mr. Modi, who knew him in the aughties, circa 2006-2007, when he was CM of Gujarat, told me that she, along with 5 or 6 others who were in the friend category, not for work, not in politics, were hanging out with Modi at his house. And at one point, he started telling them a story about how when he was a boy, his mother was ill and she had fever. And she was feeling very hot suddenly, and she wanted, and he went to turn on the fan. And then he realized there's no electricity. And as Modi told these people this story, he started crying, right? So genuinely still hurt by it after all these years. And the point my friend was making, and she of course moved away from Modi and has nothing to do with him, but the point she was making was that his understanding of the world, because he's not someone who's read books, I mean, he wasn't privileged enough to read books, his understanding of the world is very experiential. He saw the importance of electricity. So when he became CM in Gujarat, he said, I will electrify every village, and apparently he did. He knew the importance of roads because they are under his feet, as it were. So pay attention to roads. And it is fine at a limited kind of level of local governance or whatever. But beyond a point, it doesn't work because you have to deal with the abstractions in the world, many of which, like the nature of language and society and markets, being more spontaneous order and not being able to be not directable top down. I'm mangling words, but they're all counterintuitive. And then the question arises that how does someone who has not had the privilege of being a voracious reader have, deal with this? And the two answers is, one is that you always keep reading, no matter how late you start. And the other one is that you have the humility to recognize the limits of your knowledge and you look for experts in each of these fields and then you trust them and you listen to them, which he did not do, which is a massive failing. His failing is not that he did not read, but that humility wasn't there. So, I thought of electricity and roads when you, with reference to that question in that limited context of Gujarat. And I thought you would like this anecdote. And the term I coined for him because of what my friend said about him being an experiential man was the Aankho Dekhi Prime Minister.
Right.
And I think this is the great thing about reading, that we make sense of the world by connecting dots. If we never read a book, we have a limited set of dots. But the more books we read, the more dots we have and the more high definition our picture, as it were.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, I was running my mind across the prime ministers to think of all. And maybe if Shastri had been around longer, he would have been an Aankho Dekhi prime minister as well. Because I don't think it was a privileged upbringing. But Nehru certainly was, and everybody who came after him, up to Manmohan Singh, was certainly like, Stephen's elite, so if not Oxbridge.
Yeah.
So there's that as
Shastri had great humility, though.
That's what I'm saying. So the ability to bring people together and to hold, I think, it does help if you've had a family, because you realize that it's difficult to be the dictator even of a family. Like if you've had like 2 young people and a wife or a spouse and a couple of others hanging around, which inevitably in an Indian situation you do, you realize that your power may be the power of the person who brings home the money.
That's a great point.
But everything is shifting otherwise, and so you then learn to share power, and otherwise you just like you find that it's all collapsing around.
So the prescription that comes from this is Aditya Nath ki shadi karwao. Right. That's that's where we've arrived at. So I'll go back to writing later, and I'll
Huh.
go back to other things I want to double click on. But since we are at journalism and teaching
Mm.
journalism, I want to I have a couple of questions about that as well. And one of them is this: that in the modern age, if someone is becoming a journalist, they can have a fair sense of best practices. They
Mm.
can see the best journalism across the world. They can go to, a
Yeah.
New Yorker and blah, blah, blah. And they can read books on journalism online. They can download them for free if they can't afford it. All of that is there. But when you're becoming a journalist in the 80s, for example, all you have to rely on to learn journalism is really the aankho dekhi stuff, the people around you and what they're telling you, and your immediate peers, where I think you seem to have gotten very lucky, but we'll talk about that also
Mm.
in terms of the company you were fortunate to keep. But to my understanding, there is no systematic institutional way of kind of teaching values, that this is how we approach subjects, this is how we talk to them, this is a kind of rigor required. Like you've spoken, and I think in the acknowledgements of a couple of your books, you've mentioned Naresh for bringing rigor to your writing. And I'm guessing part of that is the Columbia training. He's come from abroad and he's this thing. But in India, if you're like a local journalist, you join somewhere, there's no one really giving you those values. Everything is an instrumental thing कि यार थर्सडे को 800 वर्ड चाहिए, इन्वर्टेड कॉमा चाहिए, कुछ भी कर लेके आ. So how did you get your sense of journalistic values? Was it through friends like these? Were there stuff that you had to learn by doing and make your own mistakes? Tell me a little bit
I,
about how.
I'm glad you said values here because a lot about journalism now seems to be skills. People seem to be thinking about the skill more than the values. And I think skills are very important because a skillful journalist is a valuable asset. A skillful anything is a valuable asset. But a skillful journalist without values is dangerous, is really dangerous. And I think, okay, again, now values becomes a highly subjective and highly personalized thing because when we talk about the right values, we want the journalist to have our values. But I think when you have a journalist with values, if you are a engaged reader, you will tell the values. Very soon you will be able to tell what the values are. You may not be able to name them. You may not be able to say, oh, this must be a neo-capitalist, but right, neo-capitalist, but left-leaning liberal in the aesthetic sphere, but neo-capitalist in the economic sphere. You won't be able to go that far, but you just know, this is a match or that is not a match. But a lot of, because so much of journalism now is being truncated. It's being reduced to manageable bites. It's being reduced to need to know. It's being reduced to news you can use. As I hate that term, because all news is something you can use, and news you can use is not a subset of that. But anyway, never mind that. A little hobby horse that I could ride off into the sunset on. But I'm saying, I think since all these pressures are being put on young journalists, the sense of where do you stand in the universe and what are the lenses, because okay, when I think in the 1980s and 90s, one was reading Arun Shauri, for instance, or one was reading M.V. Kamath, or one was reading Darrell de Monte. You knew where they came from about 3 pieces in. Okay, you were very sure that there were some you would be able to have a conversation with and some you wouldn't. And I had put M.V. Kamath in the bracket of I would not be able to have a conversation with him. Then I met him and found him very charming, which is always how the human being kind of just throws everything off gear. And I met Shauri and found him challenging, which again is how things are thrown off gear. So I think the now when I read journalism, I'm at least Indian journalism, a lot of it, and a lot of the front page news, I'm horrified at how lacking in context everything seems to be. And I don't know whether it is because of the huge pressures. I'm sure there, newspapers have been probably cutting staff or putting people onto per piece. I don't know what other things must be going on inside newspapers. I shudder to think also. But the pressure of ads or the political pressures, all the pressures that newspapers are subject to, which makes one wonder how they're still around. At some level, it just seems incredible that you guys are still here. But I think it is. We are at another inflection point, and the journalist, as we knew her, is an endangered species. Is really an endangered species. The other thing that changed, I think, the other really drastic thing that changed was the fact that when we became journalists in the 1980s, there was a lot of power involved. Okay, people, if they whatever kind of journalist you were, and I was largely a journalist of the culture. I was not a news journalist there were much more defined sports journalist, news journalist, beat journalist. I was a journalist of the culture. But very often people would come up to you and say, please just talk to my landlord. Tell him that you're a journalist and see he'll change. He'll stop doing this to me. And you'd say, really? In one or two cases, I've actually gone and said, I'm a journalist. Why are you doing this to this woman? And that landlord has actually said, no. I'll tell you, today only I was going to solve it. And you're thinking, really? This actually works? This sort of thing works? It seemed like bad script writing, Or, please put this in the papers. You were told regularly. And now that everybody can put, just tweet and hashtag Ratan Tata. Because you were late for a flight on Vistara and, they didn't give you a seat. So hashtag Ratan Tata. Get real, no? But this is also, in some ways, journalists have been let off that hook, but their power has diminished and their real-time validity has diminished. So a lot of that is, I remember at one point, talking to Pradeep Guha of the Times of India and asking why journalists were paid so badly compared to the marketing staff. And he said the marketing staff take a lot of abuse every day from me for not meeting targets. And they take maa behan ki gali. So they get paid for that humiliation that is inflicted on them every day. And you guys are not paid because you get psychic gratification from the power that you have. Yeah.
There's the most bizarre explanation I can imagine. My goodness.
When a Bengali turns capitalist.
This is not a capitalist explanation also. There is a good capitalist explanation and it lies in supply demand and there's a social tragedy there that journalists are not valued enough. This is just BS, man.
But I also thought it was the corruptness of this argument was symptomatic of the whole Times of India. How it could actually think up these things.
No, I think he was bullshitting in the Harry Frankfurt sense, right? That मतलब जो भी निकल आया बोल दिया. I want to double click on a lot of things here because it's very fascinating. And the first of them is a general question of values, first in a broader context and then narrow it down to journalism. One of the things that has disillusioned me in the last few years is realizing that many people who claim to hold certain values actually were posturing and they only sort of cited those values as what they stood for because they wanted to be part of a tribe or it was convenient or whatever. And we have seen this in politics repeatedly. For example, the way the Republican Party was decimated in a sense by Trump, where Trump does not stand for any of the values of the Republican Party, the conservatism, the whole free trade thing. Yeah. In economics, he's like almost identical to Bernie Sanders, the complete opposite of what Republicans would be on family values. And yet, what we realized was that a lot of the stated values of the people who then suddenly turned around and became supporters of him were just stated values. There was something else going on in the background. And I've seen that in India as well, for example, where in 2014 when Modi won, there were a lot of sensible people I still respect, including Salman Soz, who was then in the Congress, who came on my show and said that even though I was in the Congress when Modi won, I was kind of hopeful because of the rhetoric about markets and everything, right? So there were a bunch of people who were cautiously optimistic that good things will happen in terms of markets, and he went the complete other way. He went the complete other way, complete statism, and yet, despite the fact that he went against the values they claim to, this thing, they became useful idiots in Lenin's famous phrase. I mean, I still remember when demonetization happened, and I, of course, wrote a bunch of pieces criticizing it, and I know for a fact that house intellectuals, as it were, quote unquote, were sent my piece and told to write against it. In some cases, I know reputed people whose books I have read, whom I have respected enormously, who knew demonetization was nonsense, but they wrote pieces supporting it. And that was disillusioning, and that made me think again about values in the public sphere, where my thinking now is ki boss, your actions have to speak. Words are cheap. Actions have to speak. Now, in the context of journalism, therefore, what I see is that there is this dichotomy that on the one hand, it's a business. कोई पैसा डाल रहा है, return on investment चाहिए, profit चाहिए. The question of newsworthy, however one defines it, is secondary to what is good content, right? And that is one imperative that's driving the machine. Another imperative is just a political imperative, that I may run a broadsheet newspaper, but I also have a chemical factory. If that is getting raided, I better be careful, right? Plus, there is, of course, the incentive that our money, the money you and I pay in taxes, is going into government advertising for all of these, and that's how the machine is run, right? And so that's one aspect of it, the rational aspect. But the other aspect is कि values है, truth to power करना है, truth का value है. It's an extension of my role as a citizen, if I want to be a journalist, to pursue that truth and to write about it. And we see independent people with not much to lose, and it's if you ain't got nothing, you got nothing to lose. So that's part of the game. So you'll have your alt news and your news minutes and news laundries of the world, kind of, and scroll, of course, going down that road where they are still fighting. But what does one do with this? Because you would want the next generation, you won't want all the people that you teach to go in there with those values. But the point is, if you enter the belly of the beast, it's going to swallow you up, right? Just the same way that politics corrodes character. You can get into politics with the best intentions, but the incentives will make you someone else because you got to do what you got to do. It's kind of the same here. And often it seems that then a journalist simultaneously, in this day and age, simultaneously becomes like an activist. And it should not be like that.
Sure. I completely agree, because that muddies the waters tremendously for journalists also. So fundamentally, I think, the terrible corrupting power of fear is what we are watching. Again, fear unrecognized is fear that cannot be diagnosed, and it cannot then be helped. Okay? So you think about like a young man from Kerala going to cover a story in Uttar Pradesh and being in jail for a year.
2 years, whatever.
And now when this is brought up in class, what answer do you give? Because we've been talking constitutionalism, we've been talking the protection of a beautiful constitution, we've been talking about Keshavananda Bharati, the case, the famous case, which is now again being questioned. We've been talking about a lot of these things as standards. So the only thing I can say is do it afraid. Okay? But what is even more important, I think, is where is the possibility that when you have a training, when you have an induction process, corporates will talk about values. When really the central value of a good corporate is make a lot of money. Right? And let's all figure this out. But they'll start by talking human values, and we also make steel, and the joy of working together is what we need to experience. The journalist sits down and opens a file and is told that this is what you've got to be doing from tomorrow. I don't know that the induction process is a systemic process. This is where HR is, that's where the toilet is, this is the canteen, you can get samosa for 20 paise on Thursday. This is the editor, that's the editor, this is the system, log in here, what is your invent a password while they're looking away. That kind of shit happens. No one says, okay, we are left-leaning liberal, but we are going to have a very strong conservative input. Don't get freaked by that because we've got to play both sides against the middle. No one actually ever says this. So the journalist is actually like tripping and falling and stumbling through, like even reading one issue of a newspaper these days can leave the journalist very confused about like, what are the values this paper espouses? And so the most you sort of like practical thing to do is to say my values then is what I will have to bring here. Now the problem is most of the time if you're in your early 20s, you haven't worked those out. You think you have, but you haven't worked those out, mainly because there's never been a temptation. No one has challenged you and asked you whether whether 2 lakhs a month will make you give up those values. So it's coming in the future. It's like about 6 months, not 6 months, 6 years down the line, there'll be a moment when, someone will be asking you whether you'd like to write a piece. I remember very beautiful pitches made to me. A very noted PR agency, the head of the PR agency, I had to do some story on Miss World and how the Miss World was being, it was in Bangalore that year, and there were lots of feminist activists who were out to get it and trying to stop it and whatnot. So I thought talking to the PR agency would be a good idea. So I rang up the PR agency, and when I was told that, when that young person was told that this is Jerry Pinto speaking, she said, hold on. I have a flag here that if you call, I have to send it off to the head of the company. So I thought, okay, maybe this is a big account. So he wants to make sure that all the PR is really controlled. So he came on the phone and he said, Mr. Pinto, how wonderful to talk to you. When can we go out for lunch? I said, no, I just need you. He said, I'll talk to you about that right now, but we must go out for lunch. So I said, okay. And there's a beautiful pitch was made about being a resource for the PR company, and how much. And he gave me names of other journalists who are also resources in other newspapers. And it wasn't, we would never require you to write anything that you were uncomfortable with. But we'd really be comfortable knowing that there's a resource inside where you are. Right? So that came about like 6 or 8 years into I must have been about 35 or 36. But it's coming, and what is your answer going to be to that? But more than that, I think the central problem is we don't tell our young people that that journalism is also going to be often very tough. It's going to be a challenge. Going to be a challenge to even to simply tell the story as you see it. Just as simply as that, as holding on to bare facts and saying what happened can be your biggest challenge. I think this is a huge failing in the entire industry. And you start a crime beat reporter off, and you don't have a sensitization program about how would you deal with a rape. Then how is that if it's a young man on the crime beat, and tomorrow the big story, and often I remember that when I joined the Times, it seemed that there was one crime reporter and maybe 1.5 crime reporter, because someone could be seconded in a big story. And a big story had to be like, Raman Raghav was the big story. Nothing was. But these days, a single middle-class girl gets raped, and there are 14 resources, as they are called, trained on getting stories around it, which means these are actually gladiatorial. Now it's a gladiatorial contest among the 14 young people to see who can dig up dirt. And the idea is dig up details. And whether those details compromise the survivors' Identity or not is of no consequence. You just go photograph buildings, schools, anything she studied here. These were her friends. Anything that you can get. And I think if you can't deal. Does anyone talk about the fact that bribery is not only the exchange of money, but when someone calls from a reputed company and says "Bhabi ja rahi hai Switzerland," it is a fully chartered flight. You won't mind sitting in economy, na? Would you like to go? That this is a bribe. I don't get it. I don't know how you can be talking about truth, and you can be talking about the reader comes first, and you can have these very high-minded slogans, and you never actually talk about practical ethics to anybody. I don't know how that works.
Do you in your classes?
Oh yes, all the time. Like we have a Gedanken each time. Like your best friend is working in a company which has been in the news recently. She invites you over to the office. There's a file on the table. If you read that file, you'll get some dope on what's happening in the story. Would you read the dope? When she steps out to go to the loo. Yes or no? And then discuss. So there is no leading on ethics. You can't lead, but you can smell. And I often believe, like with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, that they will not when they are discussing it together, that you will come to some conclusion that works for you and that works for your time and whatnot, and they generally do. Okay, so I'm saying, if you have to actually confront this possibility and talk about it and say, yeah, but the greater good, what is the greater good? What about my friend? And what about the possibility that she might lose her job? Or whatever comes to your mind and you're talking about it, you're actually trying to work out a solution to when it comes up. Yeah, I completely get that, the pressure of being in the real world and the pressure of a thought experiment are totally different things. Here you're just showing off, and maybe even just posturing a little. You know what the right answer is because you're saying, you've done enough moral science and religion classes. You've read enough of your holy books to know that, what the right answer is. But I'm still saying it works to say this is important to think about. That this is an important it's not just how many inverted commas, how many, whether you've got all the elements of the story in, whether you've answered all the questions, but you've also answered that central question, why am I doing this? As a journalist, why you are doing this is a hugely important thing.
I think another sort of aspect of this is that, look, when you present a problem in a classroom like this, and this is an excellent question, it's still laid out in front of you and you can make your choices and you can give reasoned arguments for either side, right? But what often happens in the field when you're doing stories is that there are dilemmas which aren't even dilemmas. For example, you might be doing a profile on someone and you might have decided in advance that you're going to destroy this person. And therefore, you might speak to 30 people and take the 5 people who say the worst things and ignore the other 25. And this is also an ethical problem. It's a journalist's right to shape the narrative, but these choices that you make matter. And there are reputed magazines, even in the left, who do exactly this, who are conducting regular hit jobs of this sort. And this is also wrong. And the thing is, here's where you can't expect the individual journalists, no matter what their training, to recognize what is going on when they know that their bosses want a story on this person who might be a clearly despicable person and clearly bad for society. But there is still nevertheless a right way of doing a story.
Correct.
And just as an aside, one thing that I often say is that one thing that I think journalists today should do, and data journalists like Rukmini and Pramit who have been on the show have actually done it, I think, is that whatever stories you do, whatever your notes for it are, whatever the material you gathered are, as long as you're not compromising sources, you put it out in a data dump and let the reader, then biases become obvious, other angles become obvious, but it's a public good to just have all of it out there. But that's besides the point. I don't think that'll happen though.
The other thing that really worries me is innumeracy in the newsroom. The inability to tell what numbers are actually doing.
Yeah.
And often the journalists have come from that. In the two cultures, there's as I said when I was talking about teaching, there's the ones who liked English, history, geography, French, and the ones who liked physics, chemistry, biology, maths. Now, those physics, chemistry, biology, maths, people have gone off to become engineers, doctors, or whatever else it is, or maybe even MBAs. Because a lot of engineers seem to become MBAs or, end up in my media class.
Mimetic desire.
Exactly, yeah. So that's all of them already dealt with. So it's these guys who are now coming along because they like to write, they like to create stories, they like to meet people. They said they were a people person, etc., etc., etc. They've come in there and they can't crack the numbers. They don't, and I don't think that they need to be kind of trying to solve Fermat's last theorem. I'm just saying that you should be able to tell. You should have some hold of economics. You should have some hold on statistics. You should be able to tell a little about, you should know what a billion and a million is. And should know that the billion is different on both sides of the sea, of the English-speaking sea, the pond. Yeah, so you need to, I think it's not a skill set that anyone worries about. So I often think a little training in basic math and mathematics and statistics would be very good for everybody.
No, as an aside, one of the side projects I keep thinking about is getting together with some people and putting together a core of basic life skills, which includes things like probabilistic thinking, basic statistics, Econ 101, communication basics. Just take
planning your money.
Yeah. Just, take 7-8 things which are fundamental, which you otherwise don't really learn, and put them together in a package, and then you at least have that. But to get back to
what is politeness?
What is social media people unko kya pata what are you talking what is it like to be a bat?
Granny was polite once in 1972.
Yeah. So my question here is this, that in this sort of environment, where are the editors? Because typically that kind of judgment, that if this is a story, this is a process, the means matter as much as the ends. This is, these are all the boxes you have to tick while doing the story, and blah, 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 blah. Do you think that there is also an editorial lacuna there which speaks to a certain poverty in the ecosystem? Like, my sense of the 80s and the 90s is, look, we can all take big names. Like I said, you were lucky with your friends, and Naresh, Girish, Ranjit, Arundhati, all of them, Shantaji, very lucky with them. But by and large, if you ignore the outliers, and that's just selection bias, the field seemed incredibly mediocre to me. It seemed that if you fail in everything else, you get into journalism.
I also have to say that all the editors are sitting doing podcasts right in front of me and right in front of you. So both of us at this age would have probably been very close to being editors. Naresh still is, but Girish, Ranjit and Arundhati certainly would have been assistant editors or above in some newspaper or the other. One would have been doing culture, one would have been doing economics and politics. And you can tell that they would have been there. We all stepped away. So in some senses, we left these people bereft.
But the truth is...
And nature, and I think even corporates abhor a vacuum. So they put in people whom they wanted to.
But my point is, you should never depend on individuals. You should have a system from which people come out and they get trained, and you should have 1,000 Ranjits and 1,000 Nareshes or mini Nareshes.
No, I'm saying, but the problem is there's no system also.
There's no system.
Okay, I'll think even more frightening, okay, not as frightening, but less frightening than that is the complete absence across the nation of any long-term, full-on course for publishing. So I feel when you hire an MA student from MA English, because they all MA English, right? They're MA English literature. What has their training been? Their training has been, a syllabus has been set up, and someone has walked into the class and said, here is a great book. Please now tell me why it is a great book while telling me what I told you about this great book. That's your job. As soon as you have finished that and you've added a quote by David Lodge and another quote from, say, Ania Lumba or whoever it is, you have done your job and you've come out. Now they come into the publishing industry. They sit behind a desk and 10 manuscripts are put in front of them, and someone says to them, what is the novel that we should publish now? How are they to tell? Okay, so basically the lineaments of the novel they should know, because they have read presumably several novels through the course of their BA and MA, but they haven't. They've read notes. The Indian student really is an animal in pursuit of last year's notes.
Wow, great. What a quote.
That's all they're interested in. I have a very telling anecdote. I have a very good friend whose daughter, who rang me up once and said, listen, I'm in a tight spot here because the daughter is doing a paper on Dalit autobiographies and can't find the notes for this. And I said, friend, send your daughter over and I will talk her through this. Dalit autobiographies, I had translated 3 by then, right? So who's in a better position? Just send her over and, she'll go back I'll do a download. I'm not going to make her read all 3 of them, but I'll just talk her through.
But she should read all 3 of them.
Of course she should, but, exam is 3 days from now. He said, oh, fabulous. That's just like, that's wonderful. Why don't you come over and we'll give you dinner, etc., etc. I said, no. My expertise, my time, my space. Send the daughter. About 2 hours later, he rang up and said, I don't know what to say. It's not what she wants. So I said, not what she wants means what? So he said, she wants notes. And then he got notes. I don't know where he got notes from, but he got notes. And she got through the exam. Now, I'm thinking this is the top 5% of the country, top 0.5% of the country. A highly privileged girl in a NAAC graded A+ university.
It is and it isn't. Because, I don't think 20 years later, she's someone like this. I mean, one hopes but individual in question evolves and whatever. But people like this don't go too far. Like what I see is, I see hunger coming from small towns.
Totally.
I see hunger coming from people with humble backgrounds. कि मुझे सीखना है. And there's a little bit of selection bias there also because they are the ones, you see the people who are stepping forward and saying कि दो, मैं सीखूंगा. I have no preconceptions. I have no biases. I'm just fucking hungry. I'll read those 3 novels in one night. Give it to me.
Yeah. I agree. I think so. But I just felt in my time, in that space, I would have known not to say I want notes. Even if I wanted just notes, okay? I would have known not to say it. And I would have said, okay, this is an opportunity, I should go.
So I did an episode on education, wildly popular with Karthik Muralitharan, and he gave me an insight that has stuck with me and is so true, which is that the Indian education system is optimized not for teaching but for sorting. Right? And you have your metrics for sorting, and the rational thing for anyone to do is to game those metrics. And one way of gaming those metrics is ki notes paro.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I just did a BA in English in Ferguson, Pune, but I never went to class, never studied. Day before each exam, I would get the notes. तो वो मतलब चल रहा है. But your learning is elsewhere.
Yeah, exactly. That learning is elsewhere is central. Is central to the whole of our discourse. So if learning is elsewhere, is it not odd to expect a system that will throw up editors? Because nobody is learning where they're supposed to be learning. They're learning elsewhere. So there is, and I feel that our absence of systems is accompanied with a dangerous self-regard for our jugaad. Because if you don't have a system, then you have a jugaad, right?
Hmm.
Huh? So now we are so proud that we do jugaad that we've constantly been ignoring the scut work that is required to build systems. It's really hard work to just keep building systems because they must be responsive. Otherwise, they become bureaucracies, and they become like, stultified red tapist bureaucracies. So if you want to build a system, you're constantly jiggering with it because the world is changing and the output of the system has to suit the world that is changed, right? So to get an editor of a certain quality or certain caliber means you've got to have a certain system that will produce 1,000 Nareshas and 1,000 Ranjits and 1,000 Girishas, yes, or mini versions of them even. But you've got to have that system. But tomorrow I can't imagine it, but you may not need Naresh, Girish and Ranjit. You may need other varietals of those. Now that system has to be responsive. We've not even built that system, never mind the responsiveness of that.
And I think, in a sense, my question itself, actually, now that I think about it, may be moot. For the same reason that I will say, I will disagree with you on the one point that you made about we need a publishing course. And I would say, no, we don't need a publishing course. And let me explain why. I think we don't need a publishing course because across industries, the mainstream is crumbling. And there will be a lag before something takes its place, but the mainstream is crumbling, right? I can say this in the context of media, entertainment, nation states, even perhaps in this globalized world, and so on and so forth. Now, in the 90s, for example, you had a few mainstream outlets for news. You had a broad consensus on the truth, little variations here and there, but a broad consensus on the truth. And there was a sense of certainty and surety that gave, but in a sense, great that it collapsed because there were a lot of negatives. You had to go through gatekeepers. You had, limiting viewpoints. You had limiting form. Technology changed all of that. Now, everyone has the tools of publishing. No one is restricted by form or the demands of the news cycle. So someone like me can do what I'm doing right now, what you and I are engaged in, and that's great. But what's also happened is that crumbling of the mainstream means there is no consensus on the truth. We are instead engaged in narrative battles. And a lot of people are therefore, you might continue buying physical newspapers out of inertia, though I stopped 2 years ago, but many people do. But that trust is gone. And people are finding their own sources wherever they want, sometimes with the full understanding that I don't really care about truth in the world. I want to be entertained, or I want to know, what is Kareena Kapoor's next film or whatever it is. And you go off in those directions. Now, for the creator economy, in that one limited context, again, if I zoom down, this is profoundly exciting. Because it means I don't have to go to some gatekeeper guy in a big company and tell him कि मैं 5 घंटे का podcast करूंगा, and he'll just laugh me out of the room and status quo bias and all of that. I don't have to think about form. Today I can do an 8-hour podcast, but tomorrow YouTube पे जाके I can do a 1-minute video. Whatever I feel suits the need, I can do all of that. I had a long episode on media with Samarth Bansal, who, very thoughtful, reflective journalist, episode 299. And that was also very revelatory about the rot that is in all the mainstream media institutions today. And even in a sense of publishing, for example, to get down to that specific thing and why I think a publishing course is a bad idea, because I think the publishing industry itself is changing in fundamental ways, because the way we discover content, the way we filter content, the way we consume content, the forms in which we consume content have changed completely. Like in one of your great Instagram videos, you were giving advice to writers and saying that don't be restricted by form, ki this is only a short story or this is only a whatever. And I keep saying that also in the context of how all forms of the past are a response to constraints. That a newspaper has to have so many stories and therefore each can be so long. That a 45-inch can only fit so much of music, and that's why the album length. Going back earlier, 3 minutes is the record because it's a physical response. It's a constraint because of a physical response, and those are today gone. And therefore, while writing a book was once a holy grail, like for people of yours and my generation, it is like kitab aa gayi, naam hai uspe.
Totally,
You made it.
Yeah.
That is it.
Yeah.
And that's not true today. I have to keep reminding myself that remove that hierarchy of arts from your head.
Right.
That, if you're creating in many forms. There was a time where the finest creative minds of our generation would have nothing else to do but write a book or, think about getting into Bollywood and being an apprentice to Subhash Ghai. But today, you can just make your own YouTube video, you can go and do all of this. So the relevance of that field itself has changed. Those institutions have changed. Now, I'm not saying nobody will read books. I'm not saying that there won't be large disseminators of information, but I'm just saying that the old structures are irrelevant, but there is a lag, and we don't know what new structures will come because it's an unknown. And I'm guessing you've thought about this at way more depth than I would have, being an
I
outsider.
completely agree with you. I think that's important, but I think that yours is the long-term view, mine is the short-term view. My
Yeah.
short-term view is that we are not. I mean, these Penguin Random Houses and Hachettes and
Yeah.
HarperCollinses are not going away in the next 20 years. After that, I think it'll be fun to just be watching. To just be watching how quickly everything will be changing. Oh, you're absolutely. Actually, now that I think about it, it sounds stupid to even have said this, because we don't know 3 months down the line what can happen. I mean, Amazon's decision to close Westland came out of the clear blue sky. It's like there was not a cloud on the horizon, and then there was suddenly an apocalyptic no that came out of some complete stranger's mouth. We don't even know who that stranger was. Forget about it. I'm saying, so you're right. To have a publishing course today that predicates itself on the existence of the majors would probably be a very short-sighted thing. You're quite right. It is probably better to have something that says, "Wanna be creative?" ? BA, wanna be creative ? And have 3 years of lots of creative inputs, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing listeners have learned, it's like the importance of exclamation marks and question marks. Question mark now and the exclamation mark, Shanta's exclamation mark to your translating journey. Let's go back to sort of your writing journey. And in one of your Instagram videos, you speak about dealing with criticism, where you say, quote, "To have a piece of your writing savaged is like having your soul savaged," right? And all of us writers, we put so much of ourselves into our writing that it's tied up with a sense of self, and it is natural to instinctively recoil. But like I keep telling my writing students, that you have to be so open to feedback and criticism, because somebody will look at Virat Kohli and think arrogant guy. And the point I make is, no, boss. In the field in which he excels, which is batting, he has extreme humility. You have to reach that level where he'll pay his 10,000 hours in the nets, focusing on what he's doing wrong to get to where he is. Now, I remember in the late 90s, I had a friend who was a journalist then and later became a celebrated novelist. I can tell you off list, so maybe you can guess. And we were really good friends. And I thought his approach to writing is kind of like mine. He just wants to improve and get better and all of that. And at one point, he had written a story in a major news magazine. And he said, "Why don't you tell me what you think?" So I said, "Are you sure?" So he said, yeah, tell me what you think of it. So unfortunately, I was very young and I didn't know how to, frame things properly. And, you begin with praise and then you go wherever. So the first thing I said, which alas is still true of a lot of what he does today, is that you seem to be privileging cleverness over insight. And he didn't speak to me for 6 months, right? And I understand that I was perhaps too harsh. And though this is the same friend who had told me around the same time that every time a friend of mine does well, a part of me dies. I still remember those lines and just being so horrified when I heard that and wondering, is he joking? I found that this is a difficult space to negotiate, because on the one hand, while I am always open and I'm at pains to tell people that yaar kuch bhi bola, I don't take anything personally, I have found that others are sensitive. So I was struck by what you said earlier about the importance of your friends, like a Girish who's read you in Free Press Journal somewhere, who's reading everything despite there being no internet. So human internet, human Google. And, and other friends like Naresh and Arundhati bringing their points of view to your work. How was that sort of dynamic? Because I assume that you are giving criticism to each other all the time. I also assume that the little group of you realize that you are actually much better writers than most other people around you. And this would also lead to a certain sense of arrogance. And, look at how, so-and-so on the next desk writes, I'm the cat's whiskers. Plus you are young, which is a time where the ego refuses to. So How was this dynamic like, and were you always like kind of open from the start, or did you kind of begin to get there? How did it come to your giving criticism, which is and I guess once you're teaching and you're with students, it's kind of okay because they've put you on a pedestal and you go out of your way to be kind. So I guess that takes care of itself. But otherwise, how is that
I
journey?
think, in the when it is inter pares, which is like between equals, when you're actually talking to each other, it is difficult to take criticism. It is as difficult to take criticism, but what makes it easier is the understanding that there is no devious agenda behind the criticism, right? There is no intention to hurt you. There is no intention to maul the work, which I think at that level, at the protectiveness that you feel about the work becomes paramount. Like, you feel protective, that you want to shield this poem or this piece of writing from the harsh critique of the world, but you have to send it out and let it take the burden of what has to be said. And then over time you begin to value really very deeply the space that is created, where you can say what you think, and you listen to what other people think. And okay, the other thing is that a critique of any kind, right, despite the fact that English teachers would like to believe otherwise, is a subjective response. So when you're receiving the critique, your responsibility is also to then look at it from your point of view. So, say I've written a poem. Okay, let me give you an example, actual example. Arundhati had a poem in which the end of the poem was to something that said lines to the effect, to write a poem was also an act of faith. And I said, shouldn't that be is also an act of faith? And she said, no, I wanted to say was an act of faith. And I thought, okay, 1 minute. Aren't we still all placing our faith in words? And I wanted to say this, and I realized, okay, wherever she's coming from, it's the past tense for her. It is going to be the present tense for me, but it is the past tense for her. And the poem went into its published form, its public form, with a past tense in it. My objections were almost moral, that we need to say, as poets, we need to affirm our faith in poetry and in words. But she wasn't feeling that need at that point in time, so it was all right for her to say it. So this is one example of an exchange that one might have with the poet. And you also have to get used to the fact that your point of view, when you offer the critique, may be wrong for the other person. So if you could be wrong when you're responding, they could be wrong when they're responding. So when the critique arrives, your knee-jerk response is generally to say, yeah, I get what you're saying. But you also required to stand your ground often and say, no, I think I need to say it this way. But this selfhood, this confidence is hard won. It needs to be built one encounter at a time. And therefore, I think because we met for a period of 10 years in the poetry circle, not Girish and not Naresh, but certainly Ranjit, Arundhati and I, we met over 10 years. That assurance became more and more solid. That one, we shared terms in a certain way. And second, that there was a understanding that of the aesthetic, a shared aesthetic in a certain way. And the third, that there was no devious agenda that was being brought to the table, that it was only about seeing if one could help shape the poem a little better. And that, I think, was what eventually got spread across other things as well. The first thing, I think, is when you sniff out the other critique and you see whether hanging around it there is something other than just this need, this working with words, this encounter with language. And if there is something other than that, and often it's an intuitive sense that you have of it, then you can reject the critique. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. Let's talk about writing for children. which I'm really fascinated by because, and you've done it in different forms, poetry, a little bit of prose with illustrations and so on. And it's all enjoyable, and it seems, like earlier when I think I quoted you yesterday from one of your characters saying in a book that weightlessness also takes so much effort, right? Just
Yeah.
nothing seems, if something seems effortless, it obviously almost certainly
Yeah.
isn't. And your writing for children has that spare, simple, clear quality to it, perhaps, everything distilled, just
Yeah.
as is. So when did you start thinking about writing for kids? And what was the sort of approach you took towards it, in the sense, who were your models? Because there are so many traps when it comes to writing for kids, that you can condescend to your audience based on what you think a kid might want to read, or you can dumb things down too much when you absolutely don't need to, and so on and so forth. So how did your thinking about this evolve, and how did the craft evolve in it?
Okay, two things I think. One, first, let me talk about my encounter with reading as a child. I read huge amounts as a child, but I did not read many of the books which I thought I should have been reading, which should have been available. Just because, for instance, I think I read my first Puffin when I was 18. When I went to a friend's house, and she had a collection of puffins, and I remember picking out a puffin and opening it, and it said, for girls under 12 or age 12 and sensitive boys. I thought, who wrote this? I mean, this is really quite masterly. Sensitive boys is a very good rubric, I think, because it's not offensive, but it is specific. I think it's just nice.
And the macho boys won't even want to read it,
Yeah.
which is fine.
Yeah,
You don't want them
exactly.
to. Yeah.
Move on then. Okay, so I remember reading the Saturdays by Elizabeth Enright, and Summer of My German Soldier, and I Am David, and books like that, which I I remember starting to read I Am David on the train home and falling into the book. It's like just vanishing into the book. I'd just be completely held by it. So many things that I discovered as an adult and so it became like a very delayed childhood, because you went back the Moomin Troll series, Tuv Jansen, or however one pronounces that name. But I remember reading all these very much later in life, so that my education came in different registers. The second thing is, I did not ever want to write for children. I thought I didn't have domain knowledge. Like many people whom I talk to would say, I've told my son so many stories to put him to bed. And, I think sometimes if I just put those down and have a book, or they say, I just I keep on having to invent stories for my girls. And I don't know how many princesses I've named. And so I thought, okay, so you understand what a child wants to read by having a child. Not having had a child, don't worry about it. And then I was talking to my friend Rachel Dwyer, and Rachel is not the kind of person to write for children anyway, but she told me about her mother being very ill, and how they were, sort of moving her mother into care, and when they were sort of dismantling the house and selling everything, they came across a teddy bear, and that teddy bear was eventually, like, one of the children of the family said, can I have the bear? And she said, no, I think this bear is quite expensive, and it'll help grandma, with her bills. And they sold the bear for £6,000 because it was a Steiff bear, which is the original teddy bears, etc. And this figure and this number and this act of selling a childhood toy stayed with me. And I thought, what if someone in India had a Steiff and decided that they wanted to sell it when the children of the family are still attached to it? And A Bear for Felicia got written. It was called The Tale of a Very Expensive Teddy Bear to begin with. I think it was borrowing. Again, my encounter with Beatrix Potter happened at the age of 25 or something, where, I found my first Beatrix Potter, and I thought, this woman is a talented artist. Never mind the writing, which I could see what she was doing there, which seemed a little twee and a little cute sometimes, but the art was startling. started collecting Beatrix Potter at the age of 25, which is a bit late in life, but So when I finished writing, and again, this was supposed to be a short story about what happens if a little kid's teddy bear is taken from her. I just wanted to explore that grief and that pain and whatnot. And then suddenly it became a little longer. It became 25,000 words. So I sent it off to Ravi Singh, who read, I think, maybe 3 pages at the beginning and thought, well, teddy bears and kids and whatnot must be Puffin, and sent it off to Puffin. And he said, yeah, we'll do it. It's lovely. Puffin is doing it. And it came out as a book for children. And I thought, yeah, it's fine. The large majority of Felicia's readers have been 20-year-old to 25-year-old girls. Women who carry it around in their handbags and refer to it regularly and say they love it and write to me about it and what.
And maybe some sensitive men.
Indeed, and maybe some sensitive men, and I presume a fair number of children. So I think that, and once you've done that, then the requests start coming. Like someone says, hey, we're doing a grandmother series, a series of stories about grandmothers. Would you like to write about your grandmother for it? And then someone else says, we're doing mischief in the classroom. Would you like to write about that? And sometimes just to get yourself away from the tough slog of the novel, which is like you're shaping it out of rock. This seems like something you can just, like an amuse-bouche, you'll be able to clear your palate and just shape something about a bunch of boys in a class and a substitute teacher. And, it just like, it works that way. You can shake it around a bit and figure that out. And in between, long bus rides, traffic jams, you see a lizard and you think his name is Eddie Izzard. It's like ridiculous things like that happen to you. And you start scribbling them down. Then, I have an idea for a bestiary where there'll be lots of animals talking about themselves. So
lovely.
But okay, I try very hard not to be whimsical. Because I remember as a child, I smelt whimsy and hated it. I wanted to be dealt with, so I just, The Hobbit, which I read when I read as a child, okay, and the Lord of the Rings series, which I read as a child, I was passionately fond of at the time, because there was never a sense that we were anything other than an adult talking to adults. Like Tolkien was a very good buddy. He was, I didn't know anything about the Inklings or anything of that. I had no idea of the larger, Tolkien mania that seized the world. I just knew that this was a very sound voice in my ear, who was telling me a fabulous story, and was making no concession to me as a child. I loved that. I absolutely loved that. So in some ways, I think Tolkien kind of was the formative sound that, you can say, you can create a big quest with apocalyptic proportions, and you can aim it at children.
Yeah, I mean, Lord of the Rings is like a comfort text for me, except the Tom Bombadil rhymes are just so bad.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah,
often. But as a child, again, when you're fully caught with it, you just, oh shit, this is happening, and you jump that and go on. Yeah.
So yesterday after you had left, I had this little thought experiment / fantasy. I said that technology will reach this point where we can give all of Jerry's work to AI, feed it in as a learning model. Perhaps we can even, if enough years pass, simulate a model of his brain inside a thing, and we can create 100 Jerry Pintos in little Pinto vats, and they will all churn out, and I'm using the phrase just to kind of get your hackles up, and they will all churn out books of which the first in the series was Murder in Mahim, and there will be 100 more in that series. And from a selfish perspective as a reader, I don't need to then read anything else, right? So I'm going to talk about Murder in Mahim because I enjoyed it so much. And I've had my crime fiction phases and all that.
Sure.
And there have been occasional crime fiction books in Indian literature, but it's kind of been my lament that we haven't had a great series of that sort, in a manner of speaking. And everything about Murder in Mahim was so much fun. And why is it not a series yet, by the way? Have you sold rights?
I think no, in the sense that it is going to become a film.
So yeah.
That is one of those inevitable things. The big temptation of it becoming a film is then you'd probably just have to write skeletons
Yeah.
for the rest of any more Peter Jende interactions. So one of the things I think.
But skeletons is easy, but it's not the fun, right?
No, of course
the fun
not.
is the
I
flesh.
wouldn't even do it. I really wouldn't do it. I just keep saying this because then it's something that people. Okay, I should have known that you'd catch it, but no. I would probably end up. I remember once there was a moment when Homi Adajania asked me to write something for him, but he gave me the story, and so it didn't work for me. But even when I started writing it, I couldn't write an 8-page thing. Like he wanted 8 pages. That's about as much as you need for a film, he said. 8 pages of text, you give it to me. But I started writing it very long, and then I thought, no, I can't write to his story. I can't do this, and I didn't do it. So I can only write the stories that I generate inside my head, and that is what I will do. But at that point in the airplane from Jaipur to Bombay, coming back from JLF and thinking about the rest of my life, I remember thinking, this is where I wanted to go all along. I wanted to be free. Everything about the rest of my life was heading here to this moment when I'm going to jump ship from a job and from regular employment of any kind, like even teaching, and I want to be free to roll out of bed and decide what I want to do. So if tomorrow I want to write a murder mystery, I will let myself write. If I want to write a romance, I will write what I want to write, because otherwise there's no point being free. There's no point being free if you're even allowing who you were to be a part of the constriction. Right? The Jerry who wrote M and the Big Home, or the Jerry who wrote Murder in Mahim, or the Jerry who wrote The Education of Yuri are not going to constrict today's Jerry, because that's not what I did this for. Otherwise, I could have, taken a job, made a lot of money, bought that big house, taken a loan, had my annual vacation abroad, done the things that society mandates that an upwardly mobile, middle-class young man with no encumbrances would want. But I decided that I would want what I wanted and stick with my wants. And so I'm pretty happy to be here, but I will not compromise on the freedom part of it. If tomorrow I run out of cash and there's nothing else to do, I'll go back to a job because I have to do it. As long as I don't have to do it, I'm going to run my life on the basis of what Jerry Pinto wants to do when he gets up in the morning. So often people say, I'm so glad you're translating. And right now I want to translate, and I will. As soon as I don't want to translate, I won't. Because that's, again, my freedom, my choices.
Let's talk about translation.
Sure.
When I was chatting with Shanta, the Susan Sontag quote came up, and I forget the exact quote, but it's to the effect of how there is so much great literature ignored just because it's in languages that it almost becomes a responsibility of sorts to kind of get some of it out there, right? Now, I know translators who'll do 3-4 books a year and almost by the numbers, and they're kind of churning it out. But everything that you've translated seems to be much more thought out, much more organic, coming from a specific places. Like, for example, I have not seen Mandu, right? Swadesh Deepak's book. And there's a process by which, his son is sharing a story of the mental illness of his dad. And that was the first chapter of that wonderful book, The Book of Light. And then you translated this. And while reading this, I'm thinking that, okay, this is really interesting to me to read. And obviously, I'm reading your translation and not the original, because this is someone who hasn't felt perhaps a responsibility to structure a narrative the way people would expect, to tell a story the way people would ask. He's just going, dance like no one's looking, right? He's just going with it. And as a translator, that must both, I guess, for you be exciting but also terrifying. Because then, and obviously translation is almost an act of creation of its own, in the sense that you can't ever actually translate anything. Languages are so different. So you're getting the essence of it and you're sort of recreating it. And what is that process like? Because to do that, you're necessarily kind of entering the head of his person, adopting his rhythms, embracing his vibe, and kind of going with that. What
In general or with Mandu, are you asking, Spec?
both.
In general, I think the act is an act of kind of a mystical ventriloquism is the only way I can put it. And I'm saying mystical despite the fact that I know that it is subject to loads of fuzzy interpretation. Could use the word mystical. But mystical ventriloquism for me is, to begin with, the process is the recognition that I must leave Jerry Pinto's ego at the door, but I must bring all of Jerry Pinto's learning to the action. Okay, so everything that I have experienced in language, everything that I have experienced in writing must come to be brought to bear on this act of translation, except for my ego. That has to be left at the door. With most of the writing, there is of the translation that I have done, there have been recognizable forms, in the sense that the autobiography, the memoir, the novel, the interconnected short stories, even the poems, are all part of a corpus. Now, this I have not seen Mandu was an outlier because I have not read anything like that before. And I have always said that I have an addiction to psychological stuff, to reading about the brain, the mind, the diseased brain, the troubled mind, the unquiet mind, simply because of my history. So where other boys, might consume that pornography in that way, I was addicted to reading about these accounts, and I would read them everywhere. And everywhere I found that there was okay, if you take Darkness Visible, for instance, magnificent book, right? Unquiet Minds by K. Jameson, I think. Excellent book. But what you do have is a sense of the returned spirit. That happened to me, yes. And it was bad, yes. But now I will tell you about it, and I'm really on solid ground right now. With Mandu, I am not on solid ground. There are lingering traces and odors of the problem. You don't know how, because I didn't know Swadesh Deepak when he was alive. I read all the work that I could possibly read before I started work on the book, and I realized that if I had not read his work, I was not going to be able to navigate this book, because who is Captain Suraj Singh? Why is he important? I suddenly realized that he's talking to Court Martial, his play, in where Suraj Singh is an important character. He's the man who's being court-martialed. Who's running the court-martial. Now, if I do not know this, I'm not going to be able to get this here. Who is Maya Bakshi, and why does she turn up in the fantasies? Again, I have to go back to the short stories and discover the Maya Bakshi there. So eventually, that time became Swadesh Deepak immersion time. The constant obsession that he has with men who do not work but still have women who love them is a running trope through the oeuvre almost. It turns up in the short stories, in a play, in Squadron 54. It's a novel of his. It's everywhere. Now this doubles back suddenly into when you have been disabled by mental illness and you no longer can work. It's as if that fantasy of being the stud, literally, who would be supported, the gigolo at a certain level also, who would be paid for, that fantasy suddenly comes true in a terrible way, because he loses his job, he can't work anymore, and his wife treats him with contempt. And his sexual drive is also completely lost because of the tablets that he's taking. So he's got nothing. And it's out of that, I think I talked yesterday about finding a space from which to write. This is a man writing in free fall.
Wow.
Yeah. So there is nothing in this book. There are risks taken which are beyond the way he talks about Krishna Sobti and how she overheard somebody saying, "We must do your collected short stories, Swadesh." And the next day called up and said, "I'm not publishing with you ever again because you're bringing out Swadesh's short stories before you brought out mine." And actually terminates that she Krishna Sobti he claims, kills that project dead because she felt challenged by him. Right? So I mean it's kind of he has, as you said, if you have nothing to lose, then what do you care? He has nothing. So he's writing out of nothing. And what made it plangent, really, like more than anything else, was the fact that you would want the closing chapter to be the curtains slowly draw, the camera withdraws in a golden evening. There's Swadesh at his table, writing his next play with his family gathered around him. Everything has healed. Slowly they're beginning their journey back. And of course, the story does not end that way. It ends with him vanishing, And I think Nirupama Dutt has done a nice piece on something called 52. There's a long form thing. 52 about the afterlife of Swadesh Deepak after this vanishing. But I have the whole of this presented together it's almost beyond my comprehension. And I think one of the first things that you bring to a translation is comprehension, literally. So while I was reading it, I didn't notice. When I started translating it, I noticed one really important thing, that like many other writers in Indian languages which are not English, he was an English teacher. And therefore had a very difficult relationship with English. And so in hospital, when he begins to speak English, it is because he's in a state of high mania. He calls English the language of liars, but he quotes English poetry endlessly, right? So it is obviously it's one of those much beloved but savage mistresses who are hated and loved in the same measure for him. And this was, I mean, it was immense as a exercise. I remember actually beginning to feel the trailing ends of depression also working on the project, because it was deep immersion in Swadesh Deepak. It was reading like 5 or 2 or 3 short stories every morning, then working on the translation, then reading the play aloud, because now the ideas that we've put together. So Nirupama and I have translated 3 of the full length plays, and we are doing Sukant and I have done, but we're also using Pratik Kanjilal's translations, and we're doing the short stories. The original idea for this was that I wanted to say, let's make a change. Okay, here's the thing. I feel you translate a book by Mrinal Pandey, say, and you put it out, it has lost its symbiotes. It has lost its ecosystem. It's now like a baobab standing in the middle of Bombay, and it's fascinating to see a baobab, but without its context, it could just be rendered into exotica, right? So I had this idea that we should bring out I Have Not Seen Mandu with the plays at the same time and the short stories, and allow for a 3-way conversation to develop. To say that if you really are interested, when you're reading this masterwork that is Mandu, you could also read Court Martial and the plays, the saddest poem ever, and you could also read the short stories. Didn't work out that way for various reasons which are related to publishing and, just boring reasons. So, but we will bring them out eventually. So eventually there will be this, I hope that Swadesh Deepak will be located in at least the miniature ecosystem of his own writing. So that you'll have some samples of what he did all over the place. Have I said this yesterday that I so envy the Rachnavali idea which that Hindi publishers do?
You didn't say this.
They bring out everything the writer ever wrote. So there's a Parsai Rachnavali, which is in 7 or 8 volumes. There's, the big writers all have their Rachnavalis.
2 hypothetical questions for you. Think of the writer you most love, or the first name that comes to your mind right now. You don't even need to tell me. Think of the writer you most love, and then think if somebody offered to put all his or her unpublished work online so that you could read that and get a full sense of all his writing, all his drafts, all his whatever, would you jump for joy?
Yes, totally. Backstories. I love backstories.
Right. So now, if someone is to tell you, Jerry Pinto, that you wrote 700,000 words of M in the Big Home.
Totally. After my death, do what you want. All my papers.
After your death.
No. All my papers have gone to this Study Center for Indian Literature and English and Translation, which is in the American College, Madurai. I went there to do a lecture after Paul Love died, which was a pity because I'd have liked to meet him as well. Because institution builders are also interested in meeting them. I was very impressed by the library, and I asked them if they would like to have my papers, and they said that they would be honored, which was very sweet of them. So I send them the paper, everything. I have sent them everything, and eventually my diaries I have not sent because I still feel I might need them at some point in time. I need those. They're my slush pile, they're also I think sometimes they are my mine. I have to have them to hand, so I haven't sent them, but everything, if they want to make everything available, they're welcome to. And I think the reason why I'm saying after my death is I would like to live with the fruit of endeavor, saying, hey, these are the finished products. But I don't mind, I think it would be very it would be a good learning experience for anybody to see that 700,000 words and see how much dreck I am capable of producing as well. I don't think I'm strong enough to let it happen right now, but soon, sure.
A couple of days before recording this, and we are it's the 19th of Jan right now, and a couple of days ago, Bob Dylan released an unreleased version of his song Not Dark Yet from the album Time Out of Mind, which is produced by Daniel Lenoir. And Lenoir had often said that there was another version of the same song which he really liked a lot. So Dylan actually made a video and put that version out. And it's fascinating. And the original song is one that I love so much that obviously your instant impulse is to not like this so much. And I feel that darkness and the somberness of the original isn't quite here. But I love that. Even that the documentary film with all the Beatles footage and I love that. I think
false starts humanize us.
Yeah.
And missteps are also really important. And I think I often sometimes read a novel and think, isn't this a misstep? If you had waited a little while, would it have been? I really don't think. I think what social media has done, the most damage it has done, after of course the cyberbullying and the miseries of trolling and people, committing suicide over things that we can't quite understand the depth of that sorrow. I think it is the impatience for validation. You want validation soon, so you're writing a novel and you want that novel to come out. And I remember a young person sending me a novel. I read it and I read about 30 pages. Then I called him up and I said, "You're really sharp. You're bright, and you will write a very good novel one day. But this is not it. So just don't even." Just dump it.
That's great and very kind advice, and I wish someone had given it to me once upon a time. But, so there's a thought I have that, with ChatGPT and all that, stable diffusion, DALL-E, all of that, people are talking about AI. And I am a big AI optimist in the sense that I think people make a couple of fundamental errors when they diss AI, and one of them is that they overestimate human consciousness. Human consciousness is a very messy thing, bad at processing stuff, uh, uh, self-delusional, and so on and so forth. And given the same material, I think other consciousnesses can emerge, and we should have more humility about that, about our own limits and what AI could achieve. And what I also think is that people are judging AI by the state of it right now. By GPT-3, which tells me Jerry Pinto has won a Padma Shri, for example, and can kind of hallucinate. But that is like judging computing in general by looking at one of those early massive mainframes which has 2 MB of memory and saying, "Arey, isse kuch nahi hoga, this won't do it." So I think eventually a time will come, and I can't say when because we tend to overestimate the short term, underestimate the long term, all of that. But I think a time will come when I can just feed it into a program that कि यार वो Murder in Mahim के series में Peter and Jinde के साथ आप 2 novel लिख दो and good books will come out of it. And I don't see that as a threat to humans or to artists or to creators, because what I have realized is that for me the joy of art is in the process. That I'm sitting, I'm writing, I'm shaping myself in the process of writing, and I'm coming up with something that people like, and that is kind of joyful. And you mentioned false starts, and we spoke about those Beatles tapes, and we spoke about those little drafts, and in a sense, Mandu also, right? Any traditional person
Yeah.
would say, ki, "Arey, go back and work on it," or
Edit
"Arey,
it,
yeah,
edit it,
edit it,
shape it, yeah.
shape it." But it's good that he didn't,
Yeah,
right?
totally. And I think I hats off to the Hindi editors who of Katha Desh and of the, I think it was Vani originally who brought it out, because they respected its odd shape, and this I think is the central thing. When in publishing you know the lineaments of the novel. You know what a novel should look like, but you should also be able to recognize what the novel could possibly be, and then leave it for that. So AI, I think, will always be limited by that, because it will have to have the lineaments fed in.
Actually, no, I think that's a misconception people make, that, we often, the mistake we make is we tend to think in terms of computing is limited by
Ego, yeah.
input.
Yeah,
We think कि input डालेंगे तभी उसके मुताबिक output आएगा. But machine learning models go way beyond that. And I really realized this in a different context when Alpha Zero came out, where if you're familiar with what was happening in chess and computing, the best computers were way better by the turn of the century than humans were, way better. So you had a series of computer programs eventually emanating in a version of something called Stockfish, which could do X number of million calculations. And, if Magnus Carlsen is 2850, Stockfish would be 3600. It was kind of like that, way beyond any human. Humans used it for pedagogy, and in an interesting way, it did not make chess played by humans mechanical and boring. It made it more exciting and creative, but that's a different subject. But what Alpha Zero did was, it didn't go by the input output brute force way. It was machine learning. Alpha Zero played chess with itself for 24 hours and learned from that. And then it played Stockfish, which was the best machine in the world. And Stockfish did about 10x calculations per second than Alpha Zero. It did less calculations, but it had figured out the heuristics for correct play, and it destroyed Stockfish, right? And the thing about it is that it doesn't understand itself, and we don't understand it.
Possibly.
Peter Heine Nelson, who is Magnus Carlsen's coach, once said that, "I used to wonder what it will be like if an alien comes from a superior intelligence and plays chess. And now I think I know." So people are kind of guessing at what Alpha Zero knows by studying the games and figuring out from there that, we used to overvalue material versus initiative, and so on and so forth. You kind of figure that stuff out.
Yeah, I suspect that anyone who tries to do the crystal ball thing is going to end up looking fairly stupid.
Yeah.
Because we're at the end of the day using limited human imagination when we are actually delimiting the computers in a way. We're just saying, like, all of you get together and do the stuff. I'm thinking also to myself, suppose for instance I fed all of PG Woodhouse into the thing and said, give me a Bertie Wooster story by tomorrow morning. And a Bertie Wooster story came out that I really enjoyed reading. Would I resent the fact that it was not Woodhouse? Would I resent the fact that it was not like the human hand had not touched it, but this was? And I think not, because eventually, at the end of the day, it's the taste of the pudding. If
And
it's good, it's good.
and it is an intelligence. I mean, if you look at like what is a large learning model, a large learning model like what is fed into GPT is you take a humongous amount of material out there and you feed it to it and it goes through all of that, and then it becomes predictive about what should come next in a particular context. And I believe GPT-4 is orders of magnitude more content than GPT-3 does. And what are we? How do our brains work? They work on exactly this. We experience stuff, we read stuff, and everything we experience and everything we read and listen to is actually so limited. And out of that, we construct a self and we construct a voice and we construct art. And it is incredibly arrogant to say that this is the optimal way of doing it, that there cannot be superior consciousnesses doing art that is as entertaining.
I know, I agree. I think but only because I think the only impediment to this is habit.
Yeah.
That we have the habit of saying the artisanal, the individual, the one piece type, the uniqueness is what gives value. And actually, perhaps it's just experience that gives value. So
Yeah.
if you can commission 5 more novels in the modern Mahim series, if you enjoy them, that will be the only standard, right?
Yeah.
And that's fine, I think.
Yeah. Though, honestly, to be able to create all of, to be able to write a new Woodhouse novel, you wouldn't only need all of Woodhouse. You need everything else from the same period and society and whatever.
Probably, yeah.
But
exactly.
it's eminently doable.
But I'm also assuming that if you want a new Woodhouse novel, by then all the 1920s stuff would already, large learning, have been fed into
Yeah,
the computer,
exactly. So it'll happen.
including the Woodhouse. I don't think you'd need to feed it in. It would be
Yeah,
there
yeah.
somewhere in those big voluminous brains.
Yeah. And I'm not scared of being made irrelevant by this because I just think that, what I get joy from, I'll still get joy from. Though one day it is possible that you could just go to an AI and say, I want to hear Amit Verma and Jerry Pinto have an 8-hour conversation, and it could use our voices and come up with something. And,
Yeah, I think so. I think it would require a lot of. I also have the feeling that eventually you'll be paying for this. Right now, it's free.
I know. I think the other way around.
Yeah.
I because all technology gets cheaper. What are we
Okay.
actually paying for if you think about it? Are we paying for maps, for example, which is a magical technology?
Yeah.
And once upon a time, when GPS first came to these really fancy luxury cars, a highest end Mercedes,
Yeah.
that's when you had to pay. But I think eventually all of it gets much cheaper. And
Also, also great person.
so I've taken a lot of your time, and I'm so grateful that you chose to do this. But I'm sort of going to end it now in a traditional way. I ask all my guests before we end the show to recommend books, music, films which mean a lot to them. So not necessarily reading in a prescriptive sense ki ye padho, it's good for you, but just that these give you joy and you want to share them with the world.
Okay, sure. As far as books go, I'd say there's a book by Margaret Craven called I Heard the Owl Call My Name, which I read fairly. I mean, I've read 2 or 3 times in my life. I've enjoyed very much. Then other books. Helen Hanff, 84 Charing Cross, because that's an old favorite. I'd say Charles Dickens, Great Expectations, Little Dorrit, Bleak House. Middlemarch by George Eliot. Amazing work. Sai Shonagon, The Pillow Book of Sai Shonagon. The Tale of Genji by the Lady Murasaki. Oddly enough, a book that I've read very often is My Experiments with Truth by Gandhiji, which I also think is important. This is lovely, a lovely feeling. I'm sorting through in my head and thinking. Let's see. Ariel by Sylvia Plath. Jesuri by Arun Kolatkar.
Amazing. That's
I
my
did
favorite.
we have a little group of people who are kind of spiritual seekers, and I read one poem of Jesuri every day to them over like the 30-day period. Great moment for me. I think they enjoyed it as well. It was very nice. Lovely feeling.
Did you know Arun Kolatkar?
Yes. He was it was difficult to know in the sense that he was very quiet, very introverted, and often I saw him and he seemed to be in the middle of something, and I didn't want to disturb him. But many years later, when I told him that, he said, "How stupid, you should have." But I don't know. I still think it's nice to have that he. I think great to be left alone. Missing person Adil Jassawala, very important to me. All About Hatter, G.V. Desani, really important. Interestingly enough, for me, Salman Rushdie is represented in my head by The Ground Beneath Her Feet, maybe because it's a Bombay novel. A Fine Balance by Rohinton Mistry, actually very deeply moving book, and strangely enough, this Tales from Firoz Shah Bagh as well. Clockwork Orange, definitely, by Anthony Burgess. Then films, I think a lot of Pedro Almodovar, very important, just for the fact that there's color, there's texture. Mala Educación, I suppose. Then Amores Perros. Ozu, all the time. Go back to him regularly. I like the Iranians very much. I know this sounds very contemporary and cliched, but I really enjoy the fact that they do some extraordinary stuff. Samira Makmal Buff also. I spent, the Palador. You remember Palador used to bring out DVDs in India?
Very vaguely, the name sounds familiar.
ALA upside down. They brought out a whole bunch of Ingrid Bergman. Ingmar Bergman, sorry. And I found Silence, some of them, Autumn Sonata, and especially the autobiographical films, very, very strange. I remember being very impressed by them when I saw them the first time, but in a distant kind of way. And maybe because I'm aging now, they're much, much more potent now. And I want to see them 10 years from now to see how much more potent they get.
You mentioned aging, and I remember a film I used to love as a kid was Wild Strawberries, and perhaps I should see that again for some, with new eyes.
Yeah. Music. Started listening to opera, just because I feel that if you have to be over the top, then you have to be opera over the top. That's like properly taking it over the top.
But Bollywood can also go properly over the top.
Over the top, and therefore, but often with kitsch.
Yeah.
Whereas opera takes itself very seriously and goes over the top seriously and fully expects you to come with it. And again, it sounds like it used to be so natural and easy to say it, but the Mahabharata, but I have to say it because I have not read anything like it. And, when just surrendering to the text becomes central, because then you just begin to flow through the stories. And if you're trying to control the narrative and you're trying to say, okay, I want to know who everyone is and fit everyone into each other and make sure that then you get nowhere because it's just too...
Is there also a problem with reading something like the Mahabharata with there being two readers? Like one is a reader who's read Iravati Karve's Yuganta, so on and so forth. Yeah. And you're looking at all of that and you're looking at modern society and you're saying that, hey, the same fault line, same whatever. And that affects your reading. But on the other hand, as a story, as an epic, as all the drama.
Yeah. So Shyam Benegal's Kali Yuga was very important to me at one point also. I think it was because Benegal Babu came back to the city after a long while spent in like village settings, and he did the city very well and very intelligently. I think Hungry Tide, because if you the way it dealt with the environment, the way it dealt with landscape, the way it dealt with the imminent collapse of a civilization that is dependent upon the vagaries of water and land, and very very organic and under your fingernails. I enjoyed it tremendously. I remember reading it slowly and and Wendy Doniger, Hinduism, and on both of which are, were bedside reading, because you could just jump in anywhere and take off and enjoy the love, Um, going up and down. Ranjit's Lal Ded.
That's brilliant. I love
That's
that.
brilliant. I enjoyed that tremendously. I often feel very tempted to learn Kashmiri just to see what he did. Like, are you sure this is staying with the text? Because it sounds fabulous. But then when I started doing my own, the And to Swallow the Sun, I realized that it's just our old-fashionedness, that we expect them to be old-fashioned. It's just an old-fashioned way of viewing. It's just stupid.
I loved Arvind Krishna Mehrotra's Kabir also.
Oh, yeah. Oh, his Absent Traveler.
Yeah.
Oh, what a collection. Really, there's one lovely poem about a mother saying to her daughter, "Yes, dear, I have married you to an old man, but the village in which he lives has tall bamboos by the river where many handsome men come to bathe." What an apology. Brilliant. These My Words, Eunice D'Souza and Melanie Salgado's anthology, which took in so many languages and so many cultures, and must have been a huge effort to do. That's
wonderful. Jerry, thank you so much.
No problem.
Such a pleasure. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, pick up as many of Jerry's books as you can. He's not active on Twitter, but I am, and you can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.